It's the show.
Whoa.
It's the show.
He's bringing
Hello.
Scat back. He's bringing Scat back live, ladies and gentlemen. We got Scat, and what's next, Ska? We're just gonna go through all the
absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna have a whole brass section come in here, a whole ska band just bopping behind me. Hell yeah!
Yeah, I'm not actually sure I can handle that. That's a little too impressive for my taste.
The dream of the '90s is alive here on SkepTalk. Welcome. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I am joined today by Erika, the Gutsit Gibbon. How are you?
You lost me at ska, and then you brought me back with bringing back the dream of the '90s. I'm here for that. I want the learning aesthetic of like the '90s, where everything is like poor rendered 3D, like CGI kind of stuff, like old point and click adventures. That's the kind of '90s dream that I want to bring back. That, and I was little, but the economy was pretty good then too. Not now.
Hey, you could afford you could afford food. I'm working with a graphic designer right now because I did I was talking to Lux before the show about this. On my last video, I was talking about how the Institute for Creation Research founded the Transnational Association of Christian Colleges and Schools, which is an accreditation body, which is actually recognized by the Department of Education in a widely criticized move that the Department of Education said, don't fucking do this. But the guy just pushed it, the education secretary pushed it through anyway. They founded an accreditation body, which then gave accreditation to their own graduate school so that they could tell people that they were masters of science and all this shit. And that's where Pensacola Christian College still gets their accreditation from those folks. And that's why, if you listen to Justin, whenever he talks to people who claim to have a doctorate in theology or a master's of divinity or whatever, and they're just saying nonsense, it was like, did you get your fucking degree from Pensacola? Like, this is terrible.
Yeah.
They often do. Anyway, I made fun of that in one of my last videos by saying that it would be like I got my degrees from the Forrest Valkai Institute of Being Correct.
Of course. Yeah.
And now I'm having to make that merch. And I'm thinking about doing it in like that late 90s, early 2000s wacky postmodern style, peak Nickelodeon. That's what I want everything to be in that design. You know what I mean?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Let me see. I want to view this in my mind. The Nickelodeon
wacky postmodern. Just look up wacky postmodern. That is what that is the actual name for the aesthetic. Yeah.
No, this is exactly the kind of vibe that I was talking about earlier. This is like the Bill Nye the Science Guy. Like there are a couple of like aesthetics like this. No.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want to distill that. I want the essence of that. And you know what the distilled essence of that is? Slime. And so like I want to put that on all the logos that I'm doing. I love that shit so much. It's so good. I want to bring that back.
I want to recommend a font to you. When you Google wacky postmodern, there is a Wonka brand candy ad that pops up, and it says "Get wonked." Right, like you're getting wonked, and it's got the splat behind it, like the gross splat, and then it's got the letters "Get wonked," but it's in like sort of grimy ooze slime looking style.
Well, I typed in "Get wonked," and I'm not seeing this at all.
It's GET and then wonked, but with an apostrophe D, like get wonked.
Oh, WONK apostrophe. Oh my god, yeah, the guy, his kid with the tongue out.
Yeah, he's got the tongue, exactly. That's what I'm envisioning. I think that'd be phenomenal.
Let's get that pull that up on eBay here. And expand, you bitch. There we go. Put that on the screen.
GAC, and GAC is the same. It's the same vibe. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the get wall. Look at that. That is absolutely that is what childhood looks like.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's perfect, and it's got the very
100%.
Like I don't know. You sort of had to be there, and it's still maintained to like a semi similar degree, but it's like everything was like oozes and slimes and like turning your tongue different colors and like painting your tongue with things. Like there were spray candies. Like the audience is probably young enough to remember this, or oh god,
Probably.
old enough to remember when all the candy was slime and powders that changed your tongue blue or purple.
The whole point was to gross out a grown up. If you could gross out a grown up, you won. That was the whole thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that, actually.
I am too. I want to design when I finally develop an office and build the Valkai Labs Science Museum and everything like that. That's going to be the style of everything. We're bringing it back. It's going to be beautiful.
Oh man, the whole
and I've already decided too. The whole museum.
That would be...
Well, because what I'm thinking is like for my dream plan, and architects watching this and investors, pay attention, because this is what we're going to do, right? Is we're going to develop the Valkai Labs like science complex, right? And so what we're going to have is this massive like planetarium dome, which is the science center, right? So you've got the museum, the planetarium, the whole like discovery center for kids and adults alike is here. And then next to it, you've got the actual Valkai office where you actually have like, this is where we're working or where lab is done. This is where Valkai Labs is a labs. You know what I mean? This is where we're doing research, cutting edge research. And in the middle, you've got the corporate tower where we all work. And this is where we actually have the office building where we do faxes and printing and whatever else happens in offices. I don't know.
So, dude, I was thinking about this, and I don't know if you recall, but old water parks used to do this bit where like they'd have a big bucket at the top, and the bucket would slowly fill with water, and then the bell would ring, and then it'd pour on all this unsuspecting kids. What if you did something like that, but at the top of the tower? You know, where like every so often fluid, like water or bubbles or something would just come out of the top, kind of. Like maybe you could even have it jet out.
Better scaling here. So we've got these, and then we've got the jet up at the top, like an old geyser. Yes, it's spraying out of the top, absolutely. And of course, it's very eco-friendly. It's very green, so we'll have like vines and whatnot here growing.
Hey, tell me if you think this is too crazy, but following like the postmodern style, what if along the side of the tower you had like a big wavy stripe? You know, like a series of big wavy stripes.
Yes.
You know? Yeah, exactly.
And one big central elevator shaft here in the middle that you can see out from. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think this is
and then this will be the executive suite up here, up at top. You know what I mean? That'll be where I work. Yeah.
For sure.
Okay. Well, yeah, this is what I'm dreaming, and this is what I think, together we can make this a reality. So again, investors, sponsors, architects, join with me in this vision, because I feel like we can change the world. We can teach a lot of people science this way.
You're going to want to get in on the ground floor with this, people, because people are going to be like rushing over themselves to invest in this kind of thing.
Exactly. That's what. Yes. If anything, I'm giving it away here before I patented it. I'm the fool. You know what I mean?
This is you're getting in at the ground level on this reverse funnel.
It's true. And so you gotta just get in deep with this investment. We're in it for the long haul. It's going to be a long and hard road to developing this project, but I feel like if we're all together and we're working hard and long and deep with it, then we'll really make something special, and we'll teach a lot of people about the beautiful world of science, of slimes.
And science and slimes, and we'll be emitting and ejecting. And almost it's an older word for making cash, but like ejaculating money, right? Like you're not going to be able to keep it in. The money's going to be coming out so fast.
Precisely.
All of the cash, all the dollars and the coins, so much.
And all it takes is one mighty. If we can erect this tower, if we can make this erection together, then we'll be able to ejaculate so much money into the economy and stimulate so much growth and learning. Yes. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for the future of Valkai Labs, and you get to be a part of it here on the ground floor of the event as I start out my wackadoodle career here on this fucking podunk show. Yeah, you're here for the beginning. Isn't that great?
Jimmy's gonna love that. He's gonna love that.
Yes, he is.
This one horse town kind of show.
We've already got a bunch of callers. We actually have more callers than we're supposed to take in, which is great. But hey, if this is your first time watching the show, you already know what it is. Erika and I are both biologists, and we're here to answer questions about science and atheism and skepticism and the world and whatever else you want to talk about. Call the number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, especially if you disagree with us about a thing. If you're just calling with general science questions, you're probably going to be waiting for a little while because we already have a couple of theists on the line right now. And if you're outside of the U.S., make sure you use the web link in the description so you don't have to pay ridiculous long-distance call fees or whatever the state of that is in this era. 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description and talk to two biologists about evolution, the shape of the Earth, the age of the Earth, the age of the universe, the Big Bang, how vaccines work. You want to talk about chemtrails. You want to talk about sex and gender. You want to talk about whatever weird thing is on your mind, and it has to do with science specifically. This is your show, preferably biology specifically. And also, if you believe in a god or gods or angels or demons or magical carpenters, or that the Bible is the good book, or that women belong in the kitchen, or whatever other weird fucking old school belief system you've got, this is also the show for you. We take all callers as long as they're funny, or fun to talk to at least. So call that number and we will talk to you. And with that, Erika, do you have a plan for the first caller? Because we already have, like I said, we have lines are completely full and we still have somebody trying to get in. So let's talk to somebody.
I mean, it's looking at this call list, it's really banger after banger. It's W's all the way up and down. So I have zero preference for what we begin with. We've actually got in a rare turn of events, we've got a lot of evolution based calls, which we're begging for this. I'm very excited about that. We're actually begging for this at all times. So let's start with whichever one you feel like we're starting with.
Okay. Let's talk to Tom. Pronouns he, him. Calling in from my iguana. Where'd you get it? I thought, wants to talk about evolution. Tom, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How you doing today?
Yeah. It's nighttime, doing good.
Right on. So what did you want to talk about today?
If the chart of the age of the Earth, when I was in college in 1984, there was no Anthropocene. I think I'm saying that right.
Yeah, and it is still debated as to whether or not there is an Anthropocene. It's I learned about it in college, but as far as I know, it's not officially official yet. I don't know if Erika knows for sure if it's been adopted by the Royal Academy of what the hell year it is.
Every time somebody puts in and says that it should be legit, someone else will come out and say no, it shouldn't. Usually we recognize these larger chunks of time by geologic, almost like geographic, by geologic signature, of which you can kind of argue it either way, right, for humans. So we will see what ends up actually hashing out. But yes, there are people who argue that the Anthropocene should be a unit that we accept and recognize.
Yeah. Me along, I think it's a great, I think it's cool.
Can I rephrase it back to you?
Sure.
Please.
Is the issue the observer effect?
Maybe, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Could you get a little bit more into what you mean when you say the observer effect?
So for me personally, my degree is in earth science, and I'm looking at my question from a geology perspective in terms of era and period and epoch.
Yeah.
There's a biological add-on to this. For plants, there's an observer effect where the person looking at it says, did I change my hypothesis? Did I bias the result of my test because my hands and my what are those enzymes and bacteria get emit that would cause some kind of change that would normally be there.
Okay, I understand what you're talking about then. Yeah, because the observer effect, as far as I know, is just like the act of it's like Heisenberg uncertainty principle shit. The actual act of observing things is what's causing a problem. But I get where you're coming from. That you are contaminating the sample by messing with it. I feel like when we're talking about like whether or not the Anthropocene is a thing, there's no amount of contamination you could possibly do accidentally to make someone believe that the Anthropocene is a thing.
I mean,
well there's radiation. The radiation from nuclear bombs.
That's what I was. So that the radiation alone is going to be part of it. Yeah, like we've permanently influenced the biome in which we live, the biosphere in which we live, by jettisoning a bunch of radiation into it. So like yes, in one sense, yes, you have an observer effect, but like if the observer effect impacts the entire planet permanently, as we've done, I think we've kind of crossed outside the line of observer effect and gone into we are a species which has so dramatically influenced the world that we live in that it is, depending on how you measure it, clockable in the geologic column, right? Be it a layer of microplastics or be it radiation. So in that sense, it's like, and I don't know where the line is. Like, I don't know where your observer effect becomes valid enough to consider, but I certainly know that a worldwide impact is not an observer effect. That's an actual change that could potentially demarcate the Anthropocene, if you're into that.
To the person in chat who asked if anthropussy is the new term for furry porn, go to bed. Go to bed.
Okay.
You're done.
Good night. Thank you. You answered my question.
Wonderful. Do you have any other questions you want to dig into?
If you don't mind, consciousness. That's sort of outside the geology rocks strata, but there's new tests with animals showing consciousness. I wasn't sure if you're up to date on that.
I mean, I have a strong opinion on this. Yeah, I'm sure Forrest does too. But well, okay. Here's what I'll say. So when I was getting my master's degree in 2019, yeah, thereabouts, there still was a light conversation going on as far as theory of mind goes with relation to non-human animals, right? Like, do other animals have theory of mind? I thought it was dumb then that we were having this conversation still, and I think it's dumb now that we're having this conversation, because it relies on everything that we see in humans. It relies on us identifying that in other species and then calling that a response stimulus, but calling us something special. For no other reason other than we're humans and, we think of ourselves as sort of better, right? Or at least different in an extreme way, categorically speaking. And I don't think that idea could be supported then, and I still don't think it can be supported now. And what's cool about that is, like, Charles Darwin introduced this idea when he wrote, I'm trying to remember the name of the book, but he wrote a book on the emotions of animals. And he was like, yeah, humans exist on a continuum with all these other critters. So this has been argued for since the dawn of biology as we understand it today. And I think the people who are railing against consciousness as we understand it in other species are doing so out of a, in my opinion, doomed effort to separate humans out from everything else.
I would say the same thing. Oh, you're fine. I would say the same thing. It's that when we talk about, it's the same thing as like when we talk about morality or anything else, is like these folks who try like hell to separate, but humans are super special because of this thing. And it's like, yeah, well, other animals do it. Or language is another one. And it's like, yeah, we do these things more, but like not. It's a difference in degree, not a difference in type.
I heard what you said. I want to throw it back to you, so I'm really 100% on board here. I first learned about this with dolphins and how AI was decoding their language. And then recently on YouTube, I saw the same basic experiment was being done with elephants, where they decode their language, and they're learning that the species of dolphin and the species of elephant is assigning individual names within the herd. Have you heard of those experiments?
They're not even the only ones that do that. There was a paper that came out earlier this year for marmosets, which are this type of little monkey. Well, it's tamarins as a whole. Like they're called callitrichids. They're like little New World monkeys or Central and South American monkeys. And they're not known for being brilliant. Like they're known for being sort of smooth-brained amongst the platyrrhines even. Like monkeys are smart in general. These are some of the less smart of all of our monkeys. And they assign names to one another. They assign specific, and we call them names, and then people are like, isn't that at risk of anthropomorphizing them? And it's like, well, I don't know what else you call a specific utterance to a specific individual. You know what I mean? So, I think that a lot of these ideas that we used to think are isolated to humans continue regardless of what it is we're talking about, whether it's theory of mind, whether it's tool use, whether it's aspects of language or precursors to language. We keep saying this only exists in humans, and then we find them in something else. And then we say, okay, well, it's the degree to which that we find it in humans that makes us special. Okay. And it's like, okay, well, if you want to categorize it that way, that's fine, but it's still on a continuum with everything else, right? Like, we can have the consciousness conversation. And I think consciousness is something cool and something, that's special, but I don't think it's special in the sense that it's isolated to humans. I think that it's special in that it's emergent. Forrest is being irritating right now because he's refreshing. So he made himself look like a dork. You get what I'm saying though, right, Tom? Like there's nothing that I can think of that works as a delineator in categorically speaking for humans versus everything else. Every single time we find an exception.
For me personally, in 1984, there weren't the computers and computer power. Today, in 2025, there's all of this talk about AI computers. And your answer 100% makes sense. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's I don't know. It's tough for me because it's like, why outside of trying to find some kind of spiritual intervention, like a divine intervention to make humans special from everything else. There's just nothing, there's no reason to think that we would be, right? We're made of all the same stuff. We're overwhelmingly similar to other organisms, our closest living relatives, right? Depending on how you categorize it, it's still, we're more similar to chimps and bonobos than rats are to mice. It's incredible to think about. So I don't know why we would think that there's that something has happened in humans that we've not been able to find genetically and we've not been able to find physiologically that somehow gives us this edge that is a gap that nothing else can cross and nothing else does it in any kind of way. For a while, I thought that the one thing that you might be able to point to would be like religious practices, which is just a complex social behavior, but perhaps religious practice could be isolated to humans. But then it's like the more we've been looking at the ecology and the ethology of other animals, the more we find that they're doing some really weird things that aren't explicable as anything other than like these sort of awesome behaviors where they're like burying their dead, as we saw in Asian elephants earlier this year, or chimpanzees, which sit with what can only be described as like reverence beside waterfalls. And they don't make any noise, and they sit there and they just kind of, what it looks like they're doing is they're just kind of thinking, right? Other animals see wonder in the world, I think, just as we do. And we can't tamp down exactly how they're experiencing it or how they conceive of it, but to try and frame that as if it's something that's wholly unique to humans. And I would sort of group religion into that. Religion for Breakfast, the YouTube channel, had an awesome video about this earlier this week about religion and other animals and like how we define it, and how, depending on how we define it, you either include some animals or you exclude some human religions. So it's like it's a tough sell even there now at this point to like isolate that to people and nothing else.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think of it in big blocks, and you're saying the line is still rather fine as to what that distinction is. And you brought me up to date in 20 years of testing, so that's good.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I would say it's a big smudge. Like, I would say it's less of a line and it's more of a smudge, right? All life and all behavior is just this giant color gradient where it's so hard to separate. And, we're talking specifically about humans in this case, but it's hard to separate any singular group of critters out as categorically different than anything else, which is exactly what we would expect from, a universal common ancestry of all life on Earth.
Oh, this isn't so much a question as a statement, but let me throw it out as in closing. In studying these things in the last couple of weeks, I came across a term called an ontological naturalist. Is that a fairly modern idea?
Let me see. Let me Google it and see what Google says about it. Ontological naturalist.
Naturalist.
Oh, okay.
Oh, if you're Googling it, it's really modern.
Yeah, I mean, it seems, it looks like it's just another word for metaphysical naturalism, which is an older idea, popularized by a lot of people, but looks like Carl Sagan was a guy who really identified with that as like a label. So, it's not like totally new, but it's I've not heard
new
that
and improved.
Sure, people like to switch labels around for stuff all the time.
Okay.
Is that kind of what you would identify with then? Ontological naturalism? That resonates with you?
Well, in light of the political state and separation of church and religion, I really like ontological naturalist.
Let's see here. I'm trying to figure out if it's just materialism. Gosh, I don't know. Like, I think separation of church and state is fun. That's kind of like a whole different conversation that I think is beneficial for everybody, regardless of your faith or lack thereof, where it's like, I don't think you need to have.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think we're probably on the same page.
We're agreeing. Yeah.
Yeah. So would you say that answers your question, or would you say you have more to ask?
No, in terms of the last 20 years of labeling, you brought me up to date, and I appreciate your help.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I'll tell you, if you're interested in this stuff, you can just look up a literature review on Google Scholar for theory of mind. And if you want to know like where we stand on theory of mind and other critters, I think it's a great place to start. And it'll give you a ton of awesome citations to kind of chase down and dig a little bit deeper into. But other than that, if we're good there, I think we'll just hop into the next call. I think I have the power to do that. Thank you for this, Tom. I appreciate it. Good night.
Yep.
Okay, Lux, do I have the power? Do I have the power to accept?
You have
calls?
the ability. I know everybody is like worried. There's just some connection issues that Forrest is working out right now. Maybe if everyone who's here hits the like button, that will be the magic spell we need to cast to bring him back. So, but yes, you can just click the talk button if you're ready to move on.
Oh my God, what if Forrest got raptured and the rest of us were left behind? How did he get in and I didn't? That is such a ripoff. Okay, let's see. All right, I'm taking this call, even though it's out of order because it's specifically addressed to me, and maybe I can do this before Forrest gets back. The call is from Sick Duck, pronouns he, him, from Germany. He's an atheist, and he wants to ask me about a comment I made about the potential elimination of genetic diseases. Sick Duck, you're on SkepTalk with just Erika. Forrest has been raptured. He's gone. And we're hoping he's coming back, but for now, I'm not holding out hope. How are you?
I'm good. How are yourself?
I'm doing okay. Better now that I'm here. Tell me a little bit about your question. What did I say? What did I say that was probably wrong at some point?
Well, it was just a comment I overheard, and I wouldn't want to hold you to it. But you basically said that with like progressive medicine, or with medicine progressing, that we will like get rid of more and more diseases, genetic diseases. And
Yeah.
as like a disabled person myself, I know that's not what you meant, but I can see how someone can hear that and be like, well, would be better if people like me wouldn't exist. And I'm just interested in like ethics on that and what you specifically, but also Forrest think about
No,
that.
I think that's a phenomenal question, and I could probably stand to improve my language on that. I don't know very much about the subject with regard to like where we stand on things, but certainly the way that I meant it was not at all to insist in any shape, form, or fashion that any disabled folks that are here with us today or at any point in the future shouldn't be, or that they aren't offering something phenomenal by being here just exactly as they are. I was referring specifically to the technology that seems, and I'm not up to date on like how like where it is right now, but on like gene therapy technology that can help folks who have specific genetic disorders who are born with them and it's causing them a lot of pain and suffering. And the idea would be that these gene editing or gene therapy technologies could lessen that for them. Like we're not talking about getting like any people not being born, right? The idea is that the people who have these genetic predispositions come into the world just as they normally would, and then these therapies would be an option for them to lessen or treat symptoms. That's all I meant by that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, but even with that, I'm like, I guess it depends on the disease. Like I said, I'm like disabled myself, and like I feel like if I could be treated now in life, I wouldn't want that because it's like so like ingrained into my personality and everything. And I feel like if we get rid of more and more diseases, that's like perspectives and like ways of living that's going to be missing. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's tough for me to comment on because I'm not like I'm not somebody who's suffering with a genetic disability, right? So anything that I say is going to be biased towards my own experience, and I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not sure if something would be lost if people who had genetic disabilities were able to have those were able to have treatments that would lessen that impact early on in life. I mean, my gut response is that they'd be by and large, I mean, they'd be the same people, but without some of the suffering that living with certain disabilities would inflict on them, or that they would have to carry with them throughout their lives. And my gut reaction is it's better to have less suffering, right? However, whatever form that suffering may take. And I say that even recognizing that there's forms of suffering in this world that lead to people doing incredible things, that if they weren't exposed to that, if they didn't suffer the way that they did, they wouldn't have gone on and done some really awesome, epic thing. But with that being said, I mean, I have a hard time saying that we should just roll the dice every time and say that people are born with whatever it is that they're born with. Where do you draw the line? Right? Like, what do you treat and what do you not treat? Because we have the ability to treat tons of pathologies or illnesses just in general, like taking genetic stuff out of the way now. And it's like, where do we say that we should stop treating it because it may be taking away some kind of specific experience, right? And I don't know the answer to that question. I just know that my motivations with my if I was in charge, my motivation with this kind of technology would be reduce the most amount of suffering that is possible. But I recognize that my perspective on that might be limited.
Yeah, I don't have a like fixed position on it either. I was just interested in having the conversation, I guess, because I don't know the answer either.
Yeah, I mean, because it's tough because I'm sitting here thinking about it, and it's like, okay, and this is maybe this is a poor analogy, but I'm thinking about people who suffered from diseases in like the 1800s, right? Who had like wonderful poets who pulled from their diseases that they were afflicted with and lived with their entire lives. They made incredible art in part because of their lived experience, and they wrote about that. And those are unique parts of the human condition that are uplifting and encouraging to many people that are alive today. And it's like, okay, well, if they weren't afflicted with that, then they wouldn't have written that, and then they wouldn't be positively impacting many people who live now and who have lived between when they were born and did their writings and now. But it's like, okay, if I was in charge and right before they were born, I could take that away from them and remove the physical suffering that they would have had to endure for the sake of that art. Like, would I do it? And it's like, well, if I want to reduce suffering, the answer would be yes, of course I would do it. But at the same time, it's like I can recognize that perspective is something that has changed the lives of a lot of people today. I just don't know that it's my responsibility, not necessarily my responsibility, my right to decide who has to suffer what. My gut reaction is anytime we can reduce the suffering of people, we should do it. And I recognize too that over time is going to cost us some perspectives. And I don't know the answer to like where that line is drawn, or if it should be drawn anywhere at all.
Yeah. And I was also thinking about like societal things, because I think like taking care of people with disabilities is also like things that can like teach compassion and just empathy, and also like thinking about accessibility. If like
Yeah.
there are less and less disabled people, like who will care if there are like ramps and accessible buildings and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, and it's a perspective that benefits society at large in so many ways, right? So it's like the more you reduce that perspective, right, the less, just statistically speaking, I would imagine, the less impact the people who do have disabilities are going to be able to have, because they're going to have fewer opportunities, because there's going to be fewer of them. But I don't know that that's reason enough to say, okay, well, a couple of people are just going to have to live with the cards that they're given, right, when they're born, with whatever condition they have, so that they can live to provide that perspective to others. And it's like, I don't know that it's my right or anybody's right to say that they should have to, or that they shouldn't. I mean, that's a tough one.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have the answers. I was just interested in your opinions. I don't know if Forrest has anything to say to that, but yeah.
Forrest, solve the problem for us.
I died and just came back by the power of faith. So like, it sounds like we're talking about the walking on the tightrope of how do we treat illness and chronic and even genetic disease and congenital disease without devaluing the lives of the people who deal with these things, or saying that they're not good enough as people as the way they are, and maybe they can lead full happy lives that are just different than ours, and that's their prerogative to do, and their way to find peace in those ways. But also not get so flowery so as to say every life is so perfect regardless of what's going on in it, and we shouldn't do anything to try to improve anything, because if we were to say that to somebody 100 or so 200 years ago, they would slap us across the face, or at least they would, but they wouldn't be able to do it because they had polio. And so like, you have this kind of weird situation where I haven't been listening. I just got back fixing my computer and getting it, but like, forgive me if I'm repeating anything, but trying to make major strides in biomedical sciences in order to give everybody the best, most equitable chance at a full, rich, happy, healthy, thriving life is always a good thing. And also accessibility tools and like equity and inclusion tools and shit are also really important and always a good thing. So like, if we're talking about where to invest our money here and where to invest our time, the answer is and will always be both. Because if you do one without the other, you just aren't trying hard enough, in my opinion. So like, yeah, if there are genetic diseases and congenital diseases and chronic diseases and all these things that are going on in life, if there are disabilities and loss of limb and loss of function and blah blah blah, we should be doing everything in our power to make those things go away, while also doing everything in our power to make sure the people who are dealing with those things can live however the hell they want to live and have an equal stake in our society. And then they can choose whether or not they want to participate in the amazing medical interventions that we develop in the future.
I think So you hit a lot of we had a lot of overlap there. You covered some stuff that I did not touch
Same.
on, but I was thinking of too. And what I was talking about with SkepTalk earlier was like, okay, you know, suppose we have a future, right, where it's like we can just gene edit or gene therapy our way out of any genetic illness, right?
Yeah.
SkepTalk was mentioning how it's like there's going to be a loss of perspective on that, right? Because there are people now who have unique perspectives on life and who offer and create incredible things due in part to the lived experience that they had with whatever disability they were born with. And I mean, my thing is, and what I was saying is that it's like, you know, I want to reduce the amount of suffering as much as possible. And I don't feel comfortable saying, you know, some people are just going to have to live with that to make great art for the rest of us, or to create a fascinating part of the human experience, regardless, right? Because you just have to deal with the cards that you're given. I don't feel comfortable,
right,
like making that decision for other people. But the fact is eventually, if gene therapy and if genetic editing reaches a point where like that's something that we can do, the decision is going to be made for people because they're going to be babies. It's not like they can't make the decision for themselves. And for some cases, it's going to be like, well, if you don't do it early, then it's not going. The impact is going to be felt. You know, so it's like we were discussing sort of like the pros and cons of that, in the sense that it's like, yes, the people in the past have given some fascinating perspectives. Some of the best art that we've ever created as a species has come from people with chronic illnesses or with genetic disorders or whatever, who have gone on to just change the world. And we wouldn't have that if that weren't the case. But it's like they had to suffer in some cases, depending on when and where they lived, a lot to get there. And it's like, would we deny that person that treatment? You know what I mean? Like, and my answer would be no, but I'm also not living with that, and I don't feel comfortable making that decision for other people necessarily.
I think that's a fair way to wrap up what you're saying. And like the big thing for me is like, for every one person who is this incredible poet, sculptor, whatever, because they have whatever disease, disorder, whatever it may be, for every one of those, there are 1,000 more who actually just suffer and die prematurely because the world simply isn't built for them. And so I'm not willing to sacrifice all 1,000 of them so that I can look at some pretty artwork from this one person maybe someday, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, if we're talking about, you know, should we help deaf people just because Beethoven made music? Like, I want to make sure that we still have adequate like ASL interpreters everywhere, or wherever the hell you're from, like sign language interpreters everywhere, and make sure that we have like tools for those people. And the same thing with like, you know, guide strips for blind people. I don't care how many blind artists there are. I want to make sure they're taken care of. And if there comes a time where I can cure every type of blindness or deafness or whatever like that, I'm certainly not going to force it on them, but I'm going to make sure that I'm doing that. And so that's where I feel like there's this really important balance of like, when you talk about, especially like with like gene editing and things that you're talking about, they're incredibly cool. And there's three major facets that I think that builds off of. Number one is that if you look at it the way that is usually talked about in the media, where it's like designer babies and like, I'm going to make sure my baby looks this way and has great musical acumen and is a great athlete and blah, blah, blah. Then it's like, why would you do that? You were very quickly getting into eugenics. You were very quickly getting into supremacy. You were very quickly getting all sorts of shit. But if you can take that same thing and say, hey, with CRISPR, we can literally actually just cut out Huntington's disease. It doesn't exist anymore. We can literally just cut out fucking cancer. It doesn't exist anymore. We can cut out HIV. It doesn't exist anymore. Now the question isn't why would you do that, is why the fuck wouldn't you do that? And so having that there as a real thing and developing it, I think is a net positive no matter what. Whether or not people want to use it, fine, that's on them. But developing it and knowing it is amazing. The second thing is that really important nothing about us without us kind of mentality that like, if we're going to develop these things for specific communities who are suffering from specific conditions, we need to make sure to be reaching out to advocacy groups who are made up of and working for that specific community. So we're not acting like fucking Autism Speaks up in here and saying this thing needs to be cured when these people are actually quite happy with whatever's going on with them and they can choose whether or not to want to participate in that. I know there's huge fucking, like, just use autism as an example. There's massive organizations that speak out against shit like Autism Speaks, trying to like cure autism and saying, no, we need to have better accessibility tools, better inclusion, better like a world that works for us. And then you have people like fucking Jimmy Snow, who's like, if I could take a pill and not be autistic, I would do it today. So like, I know those people exist, but there has to be that actual like kind of reflexive work with that actual community involved, instead of having just you and I as people who don't know just making decisions. Well, I don't think either of us agree that that would be a good idea. And the third and most important thing is that if you had asked me a decade ago about all this, I would have said that it's right on the horizon and we have this beautiful future ahead of us right now. This is a slight tangent, but COVID has disillusioned me of all of that. Humanity is not ready for this conversation whatsoever. And I mean that across the board. And so, yes, we need to be investing in these things and working on these things, but holy crap, that is not the only goal, because very clearly any amazing medical advancement that we can make that would save and just ameliorate the conditions of millions or billions of lives, you are going to have a bunch of dumbass conservatives who are saying that it isn't real and that it's going to is going to change your DNA in a bad way, I guess, and that they're going to turn you into a robot for the government, and that it's going to give you 5G powers. And if there was ever a zombie apocalypse, you'd have a bunch of motherfuckers in red hats going out to be bitten on purpose to prove it's all a liberal conspiracy. So that's where I'm at now, is I am no longer hopeful about this situation, as important as I think this research is. Those are the three things about your gene editing discussion.
No, I totally agree. I co-sign all of that. Right. I'm thinking more from the perspective of like, and I'm saying this because I don't know the answer. And like SkepTalk and I were, before you came in, we were kind of like looking at each other like, I'm not really sure what the answer is here. Because I know what my knee-jerk answer is. But SkepTalk pointed out a perspective that I had not considered, right? Where it's like, okay, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, SkepTalk, but earlier you had said that if you had the opportunity that you've got a disability, right? And if you had the opportunity to take something to completely get rid of it or whatever right now, that you wouldn't do it because you're taking care of other people who have similar conditions.
But sorry, if I can interject.
Yeah, please.
That was not like an if. I do have a disability. I have spinal muscular atrophy, so I can like barely move at anything, and yet I would not like. I personally wouldn't get rid of it if I could, but I can only make that decision for myself, of course.
Yeah.
Right. And so we were having that conversation, and then the idea is like, okay, I co-sign everything you just said, and the technology should be, for sure available, and people should be able to make that decision for themselves, each and every one of them. What do you do when you got kids that can't make that decision for themselves, right? Like, if that technology arrives, and this is totally in the future, I agree. It's not like this is immediately on the horizon, but what SigDuck said got me thinking, because it's like, suppose we do get that technology, right? It's like, eventually, for some conditions, we will have the ability to just gene edit and turn something off, right? Or gene therapy our way out of certain conditions. And it's like, okay, we're making that decision for other people at that point. And it's like, I was saying earlier, like my knee-jerk reaction to that is, yeah, that's a good thing, like the less suffering, the better. Like if you can turn off gene therapy, something like cystic fibrosis out of here. I know a couple of people with cystic fibrosis, and one person with cystic fibrosis, and it's tough on them. And so it's like I would want them to not have to deal with that, because I like them, and it can be very painful for them. But then that's also making a decision that's violating somebody else's choice there. But in some cases, it's going to have to be a decision that you make at the beginning for somebody else. And guess, thinking about that, I think about something like vaccines, where it's like vaccines are universally, it's a good thing nobody gets polio. And like, we vaccinate kids without their consent, and that is a good thing. So I think there's a precedent for it, but I just wanted to bring that up because SkepTalk provided a perspective that I had not considered before. And it got in my mind, it got me thinking on it, and I don't know the answer.
No, that's a great point. And you're absolutely right. If a child is born with a hole in their heart, I'm not going to wait for them to turn 18 and make a medically informed decision about whether or not we should patch that hole. We're going to fucking do it. And similarly, if I could develop a thing right now that's like, this kid is born with, pick your favorite, whatever, and I could fix it today, chances are I'm going to do it. And so like, I feel like it's the same thing as, I feel like most biomedical sciences has that really, really weird ethical gray area. You can compare it to animal testing. You can compare it to, most childhood medical interventions. You can compare it to a lot of things. And it's like, all right, yeah, I get it. I get that this isn't pretty. I get that this isn't, the gold standard of clean cut, easy to wrap your head around civil rights law. I get it. But we're going to save about 1 billion lives. So let's fucking do it. And I feel like more often than not, I'm going to be on the side of let's fucking do it. And if people are mad at me for doing it, then they're alive to be mad at me for doing it. And that's, I understand these ethical. I understand that these ethical areas exist. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I'm perfectly versed in all of them. I understand a lot of them exist. I've been called a racist before for saying that every fucking place in the world should have clean drinking water, and we should be putting all of our resources into making sure there's clean drinking water everywhere, because that's me taking away these different cultures' rights to do it. You know what? They can be real fucking mad at me and call me a lot of names as long as they grow up not getting cholera. I don't care. I'm going to do the thing that's going to save the lives. That's where I'm at with it. But I think these are really important conversations regardless, and I don't think that my way of doing things is the best or only way of looking at it. So yeah.
No, and the reason I bring it up, because I agree with that sentiment. But SkepTalk called in basically because the way that I had phrased something in another call had not been, or I could have been more precise, I suppose, with my language. So I'm just fixing my leg here. I could have been more precise with my language. Yeah, and now I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, okay, because if I'm sitting here talking about like, oh, it would be a good thing if we could, gene edit our way or gene therapy our way out of cystic fibrosis completely. It's like, okay. Taking a step back, it's like, okay, that's going to reduce a lot of suffering, therefore that's a good thing. And I think that that's true. I simultaneously, now thinking on what SkepTalk has said, also think it's true that me saying that could potentially like delegitimize the experience and also just make people who currently have cystic fibrosis feel like shit. Because it's like, you're basically being like, oh yeah, like if we could, we'd get rid of your thing. And it's like, I would like to be clearer with my language here and say, I think that the experience that the people who are living with any condition under the sun provide is worth hearing, because every human experience is worth hearing, and everybody can provide a unique perspective. And I think I can hold that perspective while simultaneously saying it would be a good thing if everyone suffered less. And that applies just across the board, where it's like any condition that's causing people to suffer, it would be better for everyone if they didn't have to suffer. I think that's how I can sum up my perspective there, but that's hard to articulate in like just a few words. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's interesting.
Instead of if we could, we would cure your thing. It would be like, if we could, we would offer you the chance to cure your thing. Just that little switch. Right. But at the end of the day, there is no. I think it's fair to say that we should always be striving to make our language more clear. And when we do make our language more clear, we will find ways to make our language more clear after that. So, I don't think, I think that's an awesome way to look at it and thing to focus on. By the way, to the person in the chat who said mRNA vaccines are still experimental, no, they're not. Sorry. Insofar as all medicine is being experimented on and developed, sure. But like the things that are being released to the public and like what we're giving to people to save lives right now, no. This technology has been developed. The overnight development of mRNA vaccines for COVID, the amazing Project Warp Speed happened after like fucking 2 or 3 decades of hard work on this technology. The reason why that was possible is because they were already doing like clinical trials and shit in the fucking 90s. So like, no, sorry, that's not accurate at all. And that is spreading anti-vax fear-mongering bullshit.
Also, just call in. Like, if you want to say that, just call in.
You could also call in.
If you call in and have that. Anyway, SkepTalk, sorry for that roundabout way. That was a very thought-provoking question. It got me thinking about a lot of stuff and probably prolonging this unnecessarily. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and thank you for spending so much time on this. It was like really helpful for me to think through.
No, likewise, for sure. Thank you, man. We got a couple other calls we got a lot of other calls that we got to get to. So
we have 7 other calls.
My friend.
Have a good show.
And thank you. Yeah. Thank you. We will.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. This one's on. You're picking the next one because I had to pick this when you were spirited away. I had to pick that one. And
Yeah,
I don't
my
like
internet exploded. Thanks so much, Cox Communications, for once again providing excellent service to where I have to crash my whole shit and unplug my router again. Let's talk to. We've closed that, and we already have too many lines full. Like we have actually one out of. What's going on?
We have.
Let's do.
We have a lot
also
of things going on.
Yeah, same thing to the person in chat now. Gums vibe. Feel free to pick up the phone and tell me how, why it is that 4 billion people haven't died with these super dangerous vaccines that we've used to vaccinate well over half of the people on the planet. Where are the heaps of billions of bodies on that? Let's talk to, let's see here. I think this one would be really good. Let's talk to John. Pronouns he, him. Calling in from, Orange Hippopotamus. All right. Who wants to know how natural selection is different from breeding? It's not really, but it is kind of. Hey, John.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm all right.
How are you both?
I'm all right.
That's good to hear.
Pretty happy.
I was actually I had a few questions. I had a question about evolution. So you guys said not you guys, but you all said that evolution has no goal. So if there wasn't no pressures from like the environment or anything like that, would like evolution just cease to exist? Like
not exactly. Well, kind of. So when we say evolution has no goal, yeah, exactly, yeah. So when we say evolution has no goal, we mean there's no like long-term like plan. There's no foresight. So there isn't like a situation where a bird is like, I need bigger wings, I'm going to evolve, and like that isn't how that works. What we see is just the buildup of things that are happening without any foresight, that are only operating in response to the selection pressures around them at that very moment. So, like, there is a situation where evolution could theoretically stop, and that's called Hardy-Weinberg equilibrium. It is a theoretical situation in which there is no more evolution, and that is where you have a very, very large population with absolutely nobody coming in or out, no gene flow whatsoever, and completely random mating. And in that situation, theoretically, there would be no possible natural selection. And strictly speaking, you would still have to contend with genetic drift, so there would still be some kind of evolution, but like that's a different thing, and don't worry about that. And so, that's
just stop happening. I'm sorry.
It's possible, but that is a theoretical situation that isn't really a thing that happens.
That's like crazy though. Like theoretically, that can like happen though. It's wild to me. Anyways,
but in the real world, as long as there is reproduction, there will be evolution.
Okay. So evolution, just like I keep seeing people saying the evolution theory. So the theory is based off of facts, correct? Like it's like facts. Like I can't observe those facts. I'm not a scientist. I'm not you or Erika. So like it's like based off of those facts. Like you got like people can watch the changes happening in current time with like I assume
evolution is a fact. The theory of evolution is just the way that we explain what's happening in evolution. So, a theory is just a functional explanation for observed natural phenomena that's backed by all the best evidence we have and contradicted by none of it, and is repeatedly verified through rigorous experimentation and makes novel, testable predictions about the natural world. That is what a theory is. And so the theory of evolution is just the functional natural explanation for what we see, which is evolution. And it answers the question of why is biodiversity a thing and where does it come from? So evolution is the observed reality of life on this planet. And the theory of evolution is just the explanatory side of that, how we just like explain what's happening. And that's why the theory of evolution, just like the theory of gravity, is something that, is still being developed to this very day. It's still being studied right now. The theory of gravity too. We know gravity is a fact. It is a thing that happens. But we're still learning why and how. And that's where theory comes in.
I have one more question on that, and then I'm going to ask a question about other stuff. Okay, maybe I forgot that last question. So now the other questions, I guess. Yeah. So could I ask you a question about domestication and evolution?
Sure.
So you say those two things go hand in hand, right? So
so domestication goes into what we call artificial selection. So artificial selection is exactly like natural selection, except instead of selection pressures from the environment dictating who survives and who reproduces, it's just a human deciding this tastes better, so I'm going to grow more of these. And then out of that crop, I'm going to pick the one that tastes the best and grow more of those. And you're forcing natural selection in that way.
Okay. And final question. Final question on purpose. So can I theorize what you just said to me real quick? Just to make sure I get
go for it.
Just of evolution and domestication. So evolution, it would be, for example, if we would take us humans, right? We're not a species where, I don't know, I guess every species is the same, so with that. And then, first we start off as, whatever, some single cell. And then, we evolve into multiple cells. And then we evolve into, like, whatever animal evolves from that. And then fast forward a little bit, we start walking. And from there, we eventually not hop in trees, but we would eventually go on the ground as mammals. And as mammals, we would eventually, our species specifically, would go up in the trees. And our species, to be exact, would stay on top of the trees for a little bit. And then the split from, like, the monkey itself is that, like, we would go below the trees, which would be the reason that we have upper wrist bones on that. And then for us, and then boom, eventually humans. I don't know. Would that be like
you're missing about 10 billion steps, and there's an actually to literally everything you said, but you're on the right track.
All right, man. I'm missing 10 billion steps, but it was a solid summary, though, right?
Close enough.
Also,
I would recommend.
Really close enough.
Erika. Erika,
yes.
I was actually wondering if you could explain if you could explain the domestication of cats.
The domestication of cats? Yeah. Compared to, like, other domesticates, like compared to dogs and compared to sheep and goats.
Yeah, I was curious if you could explain that, because I didn't get that part.
Yeah, so cats are really fascinating because the cats that we have today are very similar to Felis libica or Felis silvestris, depending on how you want to categorize things. But from the sort of ancestral stock, like from the OG cats, like the little cat that we have in our houses is just not that different. It hasn't been domesticated for as long or as solidly as dogs have been. The timeline for dog domestication is, I think, pretty fairly it starts between 30,000 and 40,000 years ago. So there's like tens of thousands of additional years that dogs have to be domesticated and to develop all of the characteristics, behavioral and physical, that go along with domestication. Because it turns out there's some similarities that you tend to run across, especially in carnivorans when you domesticate them. They get floppy ears, they wag their tails, they get more neonatal or like babyish looking faces, a lot of stuff like that. But cats haven't really undergone that. Certainly not to the degree that we see in dogs. They're remarkably similar to their wild counterpart, which again, I think it's Felis libica. So the question is like, okay, well, why? First of all, why hasn't that happened? Why haven't we domesticated them to the same degree? I think that's a time thing. But then the question becomes, okay, well, how do we domesticate them in the first place? And I believe the best hypothesis for how this happened is cats were domesticated, I think, approximately six-ish thousand years ago, like right around the time we started storing grains, like serially in areas where cats live. So the idea is that it's like, okay, humans start storing grain. And when you store grain, you get critters, right? Hunter-gatherers don't have this problem because you hunt and gather your food day by day. You don't store a lot. You eat what you have when you have it, and you make hay while the sun is up. But for agricultural societies, you start storing up all of your food, and when you store food, it attracts critters like mice and like rats and like little tiny rodents. These guys show up around your grain store, and because they are reliably trying to get into your grains, cats can camp around that area and get an easy meal. And the cats that are hanging around those grain stores, like initially to hunt mice, are going to be scared to a variable degree of humans. So like, let's say you're an ancient Mesopotamian person and you've got like a nice grain store, and you happen across one day and there's a cat, like a wild cat, a small wild cat, Felis libica in all likelihood, that's hunting the mice and the rats that are hanging around there. You walk up and the cat flees. And that happens over and over and over again until eventually the cat stops fleeing because they're like, this big primate is not going to hurt me. This big primate is here for the grain. You guys start tolerating each other. And then when that cat has kittens, assuming it's a female in this case, those kittens grow up around you. They grow up around your presence, and they're less fearful from the beginning of humans. And that's all it takes, right? It just takes an initial tolerance between the domesticate and the domesticator, in this case being humans unintentionally domesticating cats with our grain stores. And so then you just have this small population of cats that starts hanging around the area. And once humans start enjoying their presence, as we tend to do with critters because we like other animals, that's when humans start, in the case of dogs and now in the case of cats as well, intentionally breeding ones that are even friendlier, or intentionally breeding ones with specific characteristics like the ears or the fur or the socks that we like. And then, they're locked into our society. Does that make sense, how that works?
Yeah. Yes. Can I ask a question about the pressures that would be on cats during those time periods?
Yes, please.
Like I guess it would be a theory, but I think cats face pressures from us as they would get on their lives because they were hunting our animals at some degree. So wouldn't that make them fearful of us at some point? If we
you would think that humans, you would think, and that happened in some cases with dogs tens of thousands of years earlier, because some of the wolves that hung around our kill sites or our refuge sites were violent, and we would kill them. They would snap at us and we would kill them. So that ends up selecting against violent dogs or violent wolves in this case, and then you end up only keeping the friendly ones around. But in the case of cats, that wouldn't have really been an issue, because cats, like small cats, which again is the breed of cat, the species of cat that we would have domesticated, they're not going to try to square up against a human. We weigh 100 pounds more than us, or we weigh 100 pounds more than them. They weigh 100 pounds less than us. So when we would encounter these guys, they would run. They wouldn't attack. And so the only thing that they're doing is eating the mice that are eating our grain. So it's a good thing to have them around. When we noticed that these guys were hanging around our food stores, we wouldn't have chased them off, because the humans who kept cats around their grain stores instead of chasing them off had fewer rodent infestations, and they had more grain. And then that would quickly become, humans communicate with each other. All it takes is for me to be like, I didn't chase that cat that's been hanging around my silo over here, and there's no mice or rats. I've had no problems, and my cat has gotten really fat from eating all of these mice and rats. And then everybody's like, damn, I wish I didn't have to deal with mice and rats. I guess I won't chase the cats off around my stores either. And it becomes this intimate relationship almost right off the bat, in a way that's a lot easier than for dogs, right? Because dogs, in their ancestral form of wolves, pose a serious threat to us.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much for breaking it down. I appreciate it. You both have a great day. Thank you both for answering my questions.
Yeah, sure thing.
My pleasure.
Thank you, John.
Take care. Bye-bye. By the way, while we're here, there we go. Put that there, and I gotta hide people's phone numbers. This is the world's smallest cat. It's called the rusty spotted cat, I believe, if I remember correctly.
They're
and
so
that's
cute.
what these little dudes are. They're absolutely tiny.
They're absolutely
Look how tiny
incredible
they are.
hunters. If memory serves, they've got an insane success rate for their hunts.
Yeah. That little fucking thing. And those are like normal leaf-size leaves. Those aren't like giant, ridiculous leaves. This thing is just like it fits in the palm of your hand. And that's a full-grown adult. And these things just live here in the world with us. What a nightmare.
Dude, I took comparative veterinary anatomy at this point like almost 10 years ago. Yeah, like 10 years ago. No, like 9 years ago. That's when I learned Felis libica as the ancestral species for domestic cats that we have today. I just looked that shit up and I was right. Steel trap over here, folks. Don't at me, bro. What call should we take next? I'm trying to sort out mandibles here.
Yeah, you had mandibles that you were going to show on the show. I also have a thing that I was going to show on the show. You want to take a brief moment for show and tell? By the way, we have a cutoff at midnight tonight, so we're trying to cram in as much content as possible today.
Yeah, it's my fault.
So all you poor fools that were here for like... I was waiting for you to finish the sentence. I was being polite.
I was letting you
all you poor fools who wanted a 12-hour show. Surprise, Erika ruined it.
Well, okay, in my defense, and it's not in my defense, it's in defense of my friend who's defending tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., and I don't want to miss it. And I was telling Forrest, because Forrest was like, he was very much exuding this attitude of like, do a 12-hour show, suck it up and be sleepy tomorrow. And I am not willing to do that because if I don't get my 8 hours, if I can't get my little hunk shoe, hunk me in, then I'm a nightmare. And they want to like do stuff after this defense. I don't want to be sleepy for that. So you guys are getting a 6-hour show today, and you're gonna be happy with it. But I do have cool mandibles to show you. I have little 3D prints of my scanned fossil material from the K&M, the museums in Kenya, and most of them are Miocene apes. But I have a few hominins here too. I have some Australopith material. And I'm trying right now, I'm going through my accession process, which is I take a mandible and then I write the accession number from the museum on it. And then, so that it doesn't smudge off, because this is resin, so it'll wipe off. It's from a resin 3D printer that I have. Then I have to go over it with a clear top coat of nail polish, so it ends up being nice and protected. So I'm sort of doing that in the background while I talk to you guys, and I'll definitely show you some of the cooler teeth once I come across them. I've got canines here, and canines here, and I have canines. Hold on,
Parmesan cheese. Canines. That's not teeth.
It's teeth. It's teeth, not cheese. He's got cheese on the brain. I got more here, and then I got more here in my little Altoids containers. These are my to be accessed teeth. So these are the ones that I haven't labeled yet. And then in these monstrous containers, I have all my accession teeth already that are not mandibular material. So that's where they go in afterwards. And they've got all my little, I don't know if you can see them, but they've got like my little labels in there. So we've got Wranglopithecus gordoni, Afropithecus turkinensis, Ikembomianze. I could go all night, and I would, except I get sleepy. So,
is this still a thing? The fucking I want to buy you as a gift. Well, just nothing's working. My internet is so bad right now, and
dude,
it's so annoying.
You are like, normally I'm the problem, but like you're the problem this time. It's so rare.
I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna get you one of these as a gift. One of these old rolly kits for all the teeth. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, dude, I love that.
Ever seen one of these?
No, and that's what I'm looking for because, well, okay, that's pretty good, but what I like, and here you guys can probably see with this, what I like is the ones that have the clear tops, and then I like the ones where I can stick the label to the side. So like this is Proconsul hamiltoni, which is it's Xenopithecus if you really want to get into it. But I mean, I actually don't know if I buy Xenopithecus or not, but it's like you have to have your little boxes for the separate teeth. So there's a mandibular, no, there's a maxillary, there's a maxillary right from Kenyapithecus wickeri. The bottom line is, this is my life's work. This is my dissertation, my life's work. No one cares about it except for me and about 4 other people. And you guys, because I forced you to be. Honest to God, and I will take credit for this, more people know about Miocene apes because of the dumb shit that I say on this show and on my channel than would if I didn't. And none of these people appreciate what I'm doing for the Miocene ape fandom. All right, it's never been done before. I'm bringing the Miocene ape fandom back, baby, and no one's got game for it like I do. Show us your cool thing, Forrest.
I can't deny. I can't deny, but I do have something that is objectively cooler. I recently went. So I do these things, these vacations around the world with fans. People can sign up to go on vacation with me. ValkaiLabs.com. We just got back from Germany and Austria to visit the Christmas markets because they have this tradition over there. These little Christmas markets that they set up. And so we started in Munich, and then we went to Salzburg, and then we went to Vienna. And just outside of Salzburg, we went to the Wolfgangsee Lake, which is just this amazing place in the middle of the mountains of Austria. There's just these beautiful snowy mountains all over the place. And in the middle, there's this depression, which is this crystal gorgeous lake with these little villages all around it. We just took a ferry around this lake and just hit these little villages with these little, people selling their handmade crafts and showing us their goats. And it's just this awesome little place. And while there was a man who was selling his own little clay figurines that he hollowed out the inside of, and he put like candles in them so you could see light shining from them, and it's very sweet. And he had a whole row of wizards there. And so Amber and I picked out this guy. This is the best looking wizard that was there. And we had our friend Tina with us, who's gone on some of these trips, and she is from Germany. And so she speaks German fluently. And so she was talking to this guy, helping to understand what these little guys were all about. And he made sure to tell her not to explain to us until we had already bought it, because he was convinced he would scare us off. That this is not a wizard. It is either a gnome or a dwarf. He used the terms interchangeably, from what I understand. And he works in the mines. He's a little digging guy. And also, he is a murderer. He made sure to tell us that is one thing that you need to know, is that the character, he's a murderer. And if you look careful, I don't know if this is intentional, but if you look in his mouth, you can see some red in there. He's definitely been eating somebody. And Tina told us this. I'm like, dude, you should have told us earlier. We would have bought more. We would have bought him faster if we had known.
We would have bought them faster for sure.
But this is Jerome, the gnome. And he lives here at our house now. We got him home from Austria, and we are going to have to make sacrifices or whatever so that he doesn't murder us. And that's the best thing that I've bought all year, is this handmade murder gnome from a kind Austrian man.
I'm wondering how he's accomplishing the mining without the arms. You know what I mean? I've got to believe it's like a Rayman kind of thing, where he has hands, he has them somewhere, he's storing them somewhere.
They just float.
You just can't see. Yeah, they're floating around.
Like a Homestar Runner type vibe. He can just
like a Homestar Runner, exactly like that. Exactly. A Homestar Runner-esque kind of situation. Perhaps they are only active when he is in kill mode, right? Which does lead to questions about the mining, but I think that fits well with the lore.
I'm here to love, not judge. And so I love him for what he is, and whatever he is what he is, and I love it. He's great. Jerome the murder gnome, everybody.
He's quirky. He's a little quirky like that.
Little quirky guy. We've got several calls left. And Lord knows how long we're going to go on this show. I know how long we're going to do. We're going until midnight exactly. And it is right now 7:20 here in the land of the extra free Oklahoma. We got plenty of time.
We got time.
Do you have a preference? We got three theist peoples on the line here. Do you have a preference in one that you'd like to talk to?
Well, you picked our last one, so I will pick our next one. And I think that we go with call 3/4, and I never know which number we tend to use to discuss these, but I think
the leftmost.
Okay, so call 3.
Yeah, that's what I always do. Let's do it. Okay. Let's talk to Nathan, pronouns he, him, calling in from Gaping. I know what I want to say.
No. I know what you were going to say.
Nathan,
Gross.
who wants to talk about
Liar.
convergent evolution. Welcome to the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
We can hear you.
Awesome. I want to say it's a huge honor to be on the platform. I know you guys are both experts, and
Well,
I
there's
think
no
it's
need to
really
lie.
noble for you to
Experts.
say what?
Experts, he says. This guy calls us
Experts.
experts. Thank you very much,
My wife
Nathan.
brought
I
me
appreciate
sushi.
it.
Yeah, well, you're noble too because you take your valuable time to do this call where laymen with no expertise in this can come and ask you questions for free, and you're just giving out free education in a country where student debt makes people think twice about going to the hospital. So really, thank you both.
It is. I will speak
Our
for
pleasure
both
to
of
be
us.
here.
It is our utmost pleasure. Yeah, there is no. I wish I could say this was solely out of the goodness of my heart, but the truth is, I love it. So, little column A, little column B.
We're here for love of the game,
Awesome.
Squire.
Love of the game. Love of the game. Tell us, Nathan, about your question.
Yeah,
What can we do
I
for you?
was sent here straight from Jimmy and Javon. Did Jimmy call you at all?
Today? No, I haven't talked to him.
Jimmy
I
didn't
assume he's
call
dead.
me.
Oh, no worries.
He usually calls me when
Oh.
I'm in trouble, which is often.
Well, no worries. I want to just start off by saying that even though I'm a theist, what I'm not doing is I don't want to try to argue evolution is false. I don't want to deny natural selection or mutations or heredity or population genetics. I don't want to say that they don't give us predictive power. I just think that the theory of evolution rests on a mountain of evidence. But I do want to address the title of the video. The title says evolution is a fact. And that's in all caps with 2 exclamation points. And,
It is.
if I'm bold enough
It is.
to try to bring something, yeah, I'm encouraged to join this call and be annihilated by professionals. And so I have some stuff I'd love to propose. And my ultimate goal is I hope you enjoy it. And even if you immediately annihilate it, the worst thing that could happen to me is that I learned something. And I really appreciate that.
That is a phenomenal attitude to have, and I wish more people had that attitude. I could stand to double check my
Most
attitude
definitely.
for that myself. So please come at us, bro.
All right. My claim is this, and I don't attempt to overturn evolution with this, but I just want to take this claim at it and try to work it. The claim is common descent may not be the only way that the biological similarities that we observe between organisms can arise. It's something I've very humbly been working on. I hope you enjoy hearing it. I call it constraint convergence theory. The syllogism is this: if evolutionary biology operates within strong physical, chemical, and developmental constraints that severely limit the space of viable forms, and if similar constraints are known to independently generate highly similar phenotypic and even genetic architectures through deep convergence, and if the form of organisms is governed by conserved gene regulatory networks that bias variation prior to selection rather than unconstrained mutation alone, then that would mean shared biological structure, while consistent with common descent, does not logically require universal genetic ancestry as its only explanation.
Okay.
Forrest, do you want to go first on this, or would you like me to? I have some thoughts. We will probably overlap.
I also have some thoughts. So why don't you go and start, and I'll eat a few pieces of fish in the meantime.
Yeah, that sounds good. Nathan, I hear you on this, and I think this is intuitively a good argument, right? The idea is that it's like, okay, well, common descent may not be the only explanation because we know convergent evolution happens, and so therefore there may be several groups of organisms created, your created kinds, or what have you, and then common descent is only an illusion. What we're actually seeing is convergent evolution playing out on several different areas of selection, several different lineages, which are giving sort of the impression that they all go back to a universal common ancestor, but in actuality, they don't. Is that a fair steelman, or not steelman, but summary of your position?
Yeah, I would say that.
Okay, perfect. So here's the problem with that I see right off the bat. The convergent evolution that we see is not identical, right? The convergence that we see is different. It occurs differently in the organisms that we see it in. So a classic example is the M1CR, I think I'm getting the acronym right, gene with agouti, which is another gene. And these two genes are responsible for coat color in small rodents and many other animals, actually. And mutations in either of these genes can get you the same result, right? Classically, we see mutations in them for tan and black coat color in pocket mice, which allows them to have an advantage on the substrate that they live on, because tan mice on sand are less visible than black mice are, but when these same mice move onto volcanic rocks, the tan mice become conspicuous and black mice actually do better. And it's the original variation for this is on these genes for coat color, but it's not the same gene every time. And in fact, if you move around the world, you can find that in convergent evolution, we don't see the same genetic mutation leading to the same result. There are many roads to Rome, right? Or all roads, no, it's the opposite of all roads lead to Rome. There's many ways to skin a cat, right? You can achieve the same result in a bunch of different ways, right? Many ways to Rome would be the opposite, right? You could get a bunch of different ways to achieve the same result at the end. So I guess either could work. But the summary of why this is an issue for your position here is that the way that we use genes and genomes to actually support common descent has to do with the nested hierarchical pattern that they display, right? So all primates will share more across their entire genome than any primate will share with, a carnivore or like a cat or a dog. But then as you go deeper into primates, you see the subsets of these groups further still. So like all monkeys and apes will share more amongst each other than any will share with a lemur. And yet all monkeys and apes are still closer to lemurs than any of them is to a cat, right? And you can go down all the way until you reach any species you like in any group that you like. But what that means is that these specific genetic mutations that result in convergent evolution betray that ancestry as well, right? So for example, all primates are related. One of the ways that we know all primates are related is because they all have the same specific endogenous retroviruses that are unique to primates, right? There's a set of endogenous retroviruses, which are inserted ancient viral material that link all primates together because that virus is inserted in the same place in all primates. That's a great example of support for common descent. But we also know that there are mutations that differ and can achieve sort of the same result depending on the lineage we're talking about. And differentiating between those two is what lets you know that you're looking at something at a similarity that's due to common descent as compared to a similarity that's the result of convergent evolution or homoplasy. So a really great example is this broken gene. Let me get you the specific word for it. The gulo gene. I think it's in guinea pigs as well as primates. And I believe it's haplorhine primates specifically. Hold on, let me double check this. I don't want to give you any wrong info here. Haplorhine primates. Yes. Yeah. So haplorhine primates, and let me double check that it's guinea pigs instead of like gerbils or something like that. Gulo gene, guinea pigs. Please be true. Let's go. So there's a gene that allows animals to synthesize their own vitamin C. This is the reason why we get scurvy if we don't eat citrus, but a dog won't get scurvy, right? They have the ability to synthesize their own vitamin C the same way that they might synthesize like their vitamin D or something like that. That same gene is broken in all of our haplorhine primates. So tarsiers, old world monkeys, new world monkeys, apes. None of us have the ability to synthesize our own vitamin C, and so we have to get our vitamin C from our diets. And we know that this is the result of common descent because that same gene is broken in the same place, in the same way in all of us. That tells us that we inherited it from a common ancestor as opposed to it happening multiple times in the same, or in different lineages across all of primates. And the way that we know that this is true as compared to the model that you've presented, which is that it convergently broke in similar ways across all of these lineages, across all of these taxa, is because we have other groups of animals that have the same broken gene. but it's not broken in the same way, and it's not broken in the same place. In guinea pigs, who also lack the ability to synthesize their own vitamin C, they have a busted up gulo gene, but it's broken in a different spot, and it's broken in a different way. So they have the same problem that primates do, but it's the result of convergent evolution, not due to common ancestry. What this means is that we have a way to actually distinguish between the common descent expectation and your sort of common trajectory through convergent evolution, but not actually design model. Does that make sense?
I believe so, and I'm obviously going to rewatch the video to make sure that I get it, because the whole point of the theory is that it gets better. But I think I know what you're talking about too. You're talking about that like gulo gene, right? The GULO with the vitamin C.
Yep.
And yeah, okay, gotcha.
Yes. So the expectation under your model, right, would be that if we can explain the broken gulo gene in all primates as the result of not common descent, but instead created groups that, due to the nature of how evolution plays out in each of these created groups, the gene is breaking in the same way, in the same place, right? Instead of it being due to a holdover of a shared common ancestry, we should see that gene being broken in the same way, in the same place, wherever and whenever it occurs, whether it's in primates or carnivorans or rodents. But we don't. When it breaks in other lineages, it breaks in a different way, in a different place. And that's what tells us that it's the result of common descent rather than common design, because when this gene breaks, it can break in the same way, or it can break in different ways. And that tells us that it's more likely that it's a holdover from common descent when we find it broken in the same place in the same way in all descendant groups, as compared to a sort of trajectory post-design. Does that track?
Gotcha. Yes, and I'm taking notes. Thank you.
Of course. And you can do this with a lot of different stuff, right? So my suggestion would be to go and look at when we find these convergent events, right? Look at the pocket mice. Look at the genes that break in the New Mexican population of pocket mice versus the Arizonian, however you say that, population of pocket mice. If your idea is correct and similarities are due to similar playouts of evolution within created groups, then that gene should be broken in the same way, not different ways achieving the same result, right? Or different genes being broken in different ways to achieve the same result. Because the idea is that if it's due to God-placed convergence rather than common descent, you should be able to make predictions on that with our living groups. But the reality is that we see everything all across the board in different lineages. Hopefully that makes sense. Gene stuff can be kind of tough.
You're telling me. That's why I asked the professionals.
The professionals.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I'm not a geneticist, but I do know a little bit about genetics within my specific neck of the woods. I think you also, with this in mind, I'm trying to think of other things that might complement this. I think you should also consider the fact that your hypothesis, your model here, has to exist within the context of the rest of the body of data, right? Of our entire data set. So you also have to square, like your convergent model also has to explain things like what I mentioned earlier, which is like endogenous retroviruses. Why are these same viruses inserting themselves in the same place in all of these lineages of animals to make it appear like they've inherited them from a common ancestor? Statistically, that seems really, really unlikely unless you can show that these specific ancient retroviruses have like a propensity to insert themselves in the same spot. Because we know, for example, that across the genome, there are hotspots for mutation. So like that is something that can happen. So the idea is, if this is the result of just evolution playing out in these separately created groups, then these endogenous retroviruses, whether they're viruses or they are viruses, but like let's say you wanted to appeal to them not being viruses, you'd need to have a mechanism to explain why they all look the same. Like why they look like they're inherited, and statistically you need to provide some kind of mechanism to get around just the extraordinarily unlikely trajectory of various lineages across their billions and billions of base pairs in their entire genome, managing to get these same changes occurring in the same place and then breaking or mutating in the same way as well. Because at present, to me, that just seems statistically unreasonable.
Gotcha. The only basic counter argument I would try to summon is if the organisms are built using the conserved developmental and gene templates, then I would expect something non-functional as a remnant might appear in the same locations, not because of descent, but because those regions are going to be like developmentally entangled with the functional systems. I feel like they break because they have to. Like there's some weird, and I did look into this. Like I know that this like experimental right now, but they're talking about like quantum, like molecular ways of heredity, like alternate forms of heredity stuff, like with the epigenetics or with the bio, like electric stuff. I have a paper on that later. I didn't write it. I found it, but.
I can't speak to that. I don't know anything about quantum heredity. What I do know is that you can run statistics on this stuff, right? Like you can look at the nested hierarchical pattern that we get across the entire genome or in specific regions of the genome. You can look at the functional stuff, you can look at the non-functional stuff. And whether you're looking at the functional areas or the protein coding areas only, or like the genes only, including regulatory stuff, or you're looking at the complete gene desert portions, or you're looking at the endogenous retroviruses, it doesn't matter which part of the genome you're looking at, or if you're looking at all of it, you get the same phylogeny, right? You get the same family tree. You still end up with humans being most closely related to chimps, and chimps being most closely related to humans, and I'm including bonobos in there with chimps, than either is to gorillas. And then you end up with those three guys being way more closely related to one another than any of them is to an orangutan. And then all of those four guys are more closely related to one another than any of them is to a siamang or a gibbon. And you can do this all the way across the tree of life. We happen to know it really well for primates because we're primates, and so we're interested in that. But it's like, you have to show why all of the genomes are changing in a way to give this signal across various categories of the genome, right? Like not just the ERVs, not just the non-functional stuff, not just the functional stuff, but the entire genome and also all those subregions. And you're getting the same signal back, the same family tree back. To me, it's going to be tough to find a mechanism independently, like to find independent mechanisms for each and every category of the genome that we're looking at that explains this sort of false signal that you're proposing. You know what I mean? And it gets even harder, Nathan, because you accept some degree of common descent, right? Like I know you accept that probably all dogs are related to each other, or probably all humans are related to one another. And if you accept that, then you're in a little bit of trouble because we use those same signals that we're using to connect humans to all the rest of the tree of life as we do to connect all humans to each other. You see what I mean? Like how do we know? Yeah, in science, like how do we know that your convergence model here doesn't just also apply to humans and actually God created a bunch of humans separately from one another or a bunch of dogs separately from one another, right? And that's really important in science, is to have a way to parse that out. You have to be able to differentiate between your hypotheses. So that would be my challenge for you.
That is a really
where Eric was just ending. Where Erika was just ending is where my big thing was, is that like the whole genetic phylogeny thing is that everything that Eric has been talking about this whole time about the way that we can see similar genes being broken in different ways and everything like that. The fact remains that when you actually plot that out, if you were to just pick a gene and plot out the differences and where those differences arise, you would come up with the same kind of phylogenies that we use when we're talking about evolution. And that is indeed the point of systematics. So if you look up like how systematics works today, that's the whole thing, is we're doing more and more deep genetic analysis in order to figure out what the evolutionary tree actually looks like. That's why, for example, pachyderms aren't a thing anymore. You know, when I was a kid, there were the pachyderms, which was elephants and hippopotamuses that were in this group of thick-skinned, large-bodied creatures. And then we figured out they're not actually that closely related at all. Elephants are their own thing, proboscideans, and hippopotamuses are artiodactyls. They're more closely related to a fucking blue whale than an elephant. And so we learn these things just by doing exactly what what Eric is talking about, where we find these genetic differences and then build the most parsimonious possible tree. And it just so happens that that most parsimonious tree is the evolutionary tree that we're talking about, showing long change over time and common descent. The other things that factor into this, is something you were just touching on there at the very end, is that this isn't the only way to look at it. There's also genetics. There's also fossil records, and there's also development. So, like, if I want to know about like the evolution of whales or snakes, I can do all this cool stuff about genetics. I can also look at their development, and not just looking at the gene regulatory networks and whatnot that go into the development, but actually watching literally and say, oh, fuck, these things are growing limb buds at a certain point. That tells me something. You know what I mean? That tells me a little bit about what's going on there and what their history looks like. And it certainly doesn't sound like, you know, this fish grew legs and then became a lizard, and this other fish just went straight to snake. It sounds an awful lot like lizard went to snake. You know what I mean? And indeed, that's what we see. And then same thing with fossil records as well, is that they stack up in this direction too. And so either each one of these different creatures developed convergently the same kind of things that just so happen to kind of line up in this really methodical way, looking like they're going towards what we have today, or they're all related and they're sequential and they died in this order. So it's just the most parsimonious solution when you're looking at all these different bits of evidence all together is common descent and common ancestry, rather than common design, I should throw in there.
Right. Yeah, I was trying to think about different ways that I could try to like test this, like stress test it, and I also thought earlier, like you had said something in a Reacteria video about how when you come and bring stuff like this, you know, we pretend you're right for a second. You now need a new taxonomy, because you know I was trying to think about the primates versus like the mice and all the other creatures that have that same broken like vitamin C thing, and I was thinking like myself, okay, well, what if that pathway for GULO sits at like this unavoidable metabolic trade-off with high glucose, high fructose, like long-lived organisms, and then the breakage occurs independently, repeatedly at the same locus because it's specifically fragile under like that area, and then then I would like try to draw like a new taxonomic area from there to other things, and it seems like it's an entirely, really, it seems like I'm trying to build this because I have like an underlying theory underneath it. Everyone can tell. I hope that that's like reasonable. I hope if you have like an underlying intuition or hypothesis you want to test, you start building the tests around it to see if it breaks immediately or to see if it is still able to stand. I thought of a way we could test it. Please let me know if this could be tested. If we compared distantly related species with the similar traits, and I know this is probably not affordable, but if we sequenced their genomes, not just the genes, and we looked at the non-coding DNA around the genes that build the trait, and if we used the same specific set of genetic switches, despite last sharing an ancestor before that trait existed, then I think that would support the model. And I hope that made some sense. And I hope that is a test that could actually work.
I'm with you. I hear what you're saying, Nathan. The problem is, I think, for you here, is that can also happen in evolution, right? It's really, really rare for a gene to evolve the same way in distantly related organisms convergently. It's tough, but it can feasibly happen. There's no reason it couldn't happen. You know what I mean? So showing that once, I don't think would be enough. You would have to show it multiple times. You'd have to show that that's the norm in order to show that this happened in every one of these separately created groups. You know what I mean?
Or one time at the very least, come up with a reliable mechanism for it, at the very least.
Yeah, that's the other part, right? Is that you have to have an experimental mechanism for this. Like one way that you could theoretically do it too experimentally is you could go in and you could do kind of what Morgan did in the 1920s with fruit flies, where it's just like you blast animals with radiation and see if that triggers mutations that occur and break genes in similar ways, right? Or you could look at genes that are built that we've observed and see if the genes are built in the same ways. But the problem I think with that, like intuitively, like off the cuff, like I'm just playing around with this in my head and thinking like, okay, you know, what would my gut reaction to this be? Is that we have examples already of the same gene or the same result emerging in vastly different ways despite identical pressures. So we have antifreeze proteins that exist in the blood of nototheniod ice fish in the Antarctic. It's a really cool thing, right? So they have antifreeze proteins in their blood that keeps the ice from crystallizing in their blood. And so that way they can live in these super cold, freezing waters. And it's really awesome. And there's a bunch of groups of them that dominate this particular part of the ocean where it's too cold for most other fish to live. And what's also really cool is that in nototheniod fish, it seems that the way that this gene was built is it was a misplacement of a digestive enzyme that then experienced a bunch of random, like, additional mutations to it. First of all, a bunch of duplications, or most principally, I should say, a bunch of duplications, and then it conferred an antifreeze benefit to their blood. Super epic, super interesting, really awesome, and it exists in slightly different forms in all of these nototheniod fish, but it does the same job, and it's the same gene. So we've got, like, a nice prediction here, right? Like, these are fish. There are also fish that live in the Arctic region. I would imagine that according to your model, if we were to expect this gene to show up a second time, right, a gene for conferring an antifreeze benefit to the blood, I would imagine that your model would say it should happen in roughly the same way, right? If these evolutionary fates or if this common ancestry is an illusion because of similar triggers shaping genomes in similar ways, we would expect that the fish in the Arctic, because, you know, here's the spoiler, we do have fish that have antifreeze blood in the Arctic as well, we would expect them to break that gene, or I should say make that gene, in a similar way to the Antarctic fish, right? But the problem is these Arctic cod are a completely different group of fish, and because of that, they have a completely different antifreeze protein that, instead of being created from a digestive enzyme, is actually formed completely from previously, I should say, non-coding DNA. So it was non-coding DNA that was neo-functionalized to confer, chemically speaking, an antifreeze benefit to their blood. Same result, completely different trajectory, or road, I should say, to get there. And they're really, if memory serves, cod and nototheniod fish are pretty distantly related because they're different families of fish. Arctic cod, I always call them ganoids, and that's not what they are. Arctic codfish, it sounds similar to that, but ganoid is a type of scale. Gattids. So Arctic fish, or Arctic cod, are gattids. They're members of the family Gattidae, whereas the ice fish in the south are nototheniod fish. They are members of the ice fish family. And they're pretty, let's see, hold on, teleost phylogeny. Look at this. I'm not a fish person, and I pay for it every day of my life.
Teleos phylogeny. That's, you have the fish.
Yeah, no, I know.
It'd be easier to tell you what's not on that list.
I know. What I'm trying to figure out is if the gattids and the notothenioids, like, are they next to each other, or are they distant? And I suspect they're distant, but I'm not positive on that. Does that make sense? While I look this up, though, Nathan, does that make sense? What I'm saying there? How it's like complex gene, or not complex genes, but functional genes that do the same thing under your model, if I understand it correctly, should at least happen in similar ways, not like vastly dissimilar ways.
Right. If I can try to paraphrase it back to you to make sure I understand what's happening with the Arctic fish experiment, if we've got this protein that helps them be antifreeze up there, and I take a different fish and I keep the population there for multiple generations, and I'm waiting for this trait to emerge because of natural selection, when I see it emerge, if it shows up in the same locus as it does with those, or at least similar enough, then that could be like an argument towards the idea that these can arrive naturally because of these molecular quantum rules that it funnels it into the same bracket, it does this, it does that. If it shows up exactly the same, then I can start having that as evidence. Like, see, when you put these in these areas, they're going to develop into this weird invisible rule of that genetic bracket that we can explain. Because that's why whenever you pull primates out of this region and they break their vitamin C gene, then that's why it breaks in the same way every single time. There's just this invisible Plinko game going on. But the problem is that hypothesis fails because apparently we've already taken some fish, thrown them in that Arctic environment, and then it just did something totally different. And we would expect that happened because it has a different everything that it's working with because of hereditary stuff. And so as a result, to just save everyone time, if we just keep going with our current hereditary model, it just makes sense, and we don't have to bother venturing off into this field that I'm talking about, basically.
Yeah, that's the sort of brute summary, right? Is that it's like, if we should be able to investigate every case of homology. Genetically speaking, homology is just another word for homoplasy. Homoplasy is another word for convergent evolution. So we should be able to look at every case of homoplasy across the animal kingdom, and we should be able to find, more often than not, I'll even give you that. Like, I'll even just say you just need to find it more often than the converse. You would need to find that more often than not, when we see convergent evolution, it's the same exact change in the same gene in the same place, right? It's broken in the same way despite these animals being like pretty distantly related because of some molecular shenanigans or, continuous environmental tracking if you're ICR, something along those lines, right? Instead, what we find is different roads that lead to the same conclusion, which suggests to us that this is the result of common descent. Evolution is working with what it has, and natural selection is filtering out individuals that are differentially reproducing better with that benefit. It's a signal of common descent in the same way that, like, the track changes function in Microsoft Word is a symbol of, or is an analogy to common descent, because you're carrying those changes over from an ancestor. But yes, your summary works, I think. Forrest, thoughts?
I've been working on a behind-the-scenes producer thing with Lux and Stephanie. I've been digging in some stuff, so I'm not sure what all we've covered. But when I came back to this plane of existence and was looking at the chat, I saw someone freaking out that we talk about whales breastfeeding, apparently, and that's exciting. Did you know that whale breast milk is like the consistency of toothpaste, so that it doesn't disperse into the seawater? How neat is that? That's where I'm at with the conversation right now. Anyway, I'm gonna throw on a blanket yeah to everything that Erika said, Nathan, and ask you, does this wrap up everything for you for this moment? Because I'm not going to be super helpful right now. Like I said, I got distracted working on something behind the scenes here, and I am very confident that Erika has said more than I was going to say. So, like, does this wrap up everything for you? Or at least for the time being?
If possible. Yeah, for the time being. This has been really fun. I've taken a lot of notes. I'm hoping to just, maybe continue going back and forth with this. I know right now it's really in its infancy, but this is kind of now it's a hobby thing for me. And I've just now discovered you guys' community. I watched all your Reacteria videos, and it's been just a blast. And maybe I'll call in some other time with something else to maybe just throw at the wall and see what sticks. And, the overall, I just keep writing things down, keep learning things, and have a great time. And I appreciate what you guys do.
Yeah, most definitely. Feel free to call back anytime. I'll try to participate more in the conversation next time. I guess I just got pulled away on this one. But yeah, thanks so much for being here, dude. Keep studying.
Thanks. Y'all take care. Have a great night.
Bye. You too. That is one of the reasons I love hosting with you, my friend, for so many reasons, but that is one of them. I know if I can't handle a science question at that moment, if I'm doing something else, I fucking know you've got it, and I don't have to worry about, like,
no, dude,
what's gonna happen.
It's cool. And I actually just checked the Discord, so I see why this is taking your time up. How disappointing. I'll type something up here in a second, but before we do that, what call would you like to take next?
I am particularly interested in number 36, I'll be honest with you, even though that is a fresher call, just because I have some history with this one here.
Ooh, yeah, do
I'm
it.
also pretty interested in number 21. Okay, I'll just knock that one out then. Let's talk to Tim, pronouns he and him, calling in from noticeable yodelers, you know? And aren't they always? Who says that people come, this is what it says on the screen, people become atheists because Christianity is low-hanging fruit. So, Tim, first of all, hi, welcome to the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm glad to hear you love talking.
So, no, I didn't say that at all. The reason why I had you on is because you called yesterday when I was on with Justin, and after like a very long conversation, we're still not like getting the very basic things that we were saying at the very beginning about why we're atheists. And now you say this. And so like what I'm frustrated by, and the reason why I wanted to talk to you really quickly is that we are not atheists because Christianity sucks so bad. I'm going to say the same thing that both Justin and I said to you a dozen times yesterday. We are atheists because we don't believe in any gods, because we have no good reason to believe in any gods. We lack good evidence for any gods at all, and therefore we don't believe in any of them. I can say Christianity is not true and still be a Muslim, and I can say the same thing. Atheism is not just about Christianity. Christianity is what we talk about the most because we live in America and Christianity is ever present in our world. But that's not why we're atheists. Does that make sense? Do you understand that?
I understand what you're saying.
Cool.
I get the premise.
So
of what
anything
you're
else
saying,
while we're here?
So you weren't a Christian before you were an atheist?
Nope.
You were never a Christian?
A lot of hosts here were. Nope.
Yeah, that
a lot of our hosts here were, but I never was.
That works for a lot of people, Tim, but not for Forrest. So I'm in that category, but not Forrest. Yeah, I'm going to let you. Forrest is not in that category, though, so he is probably better served for you on this one, with a unique perspective to boot.
Two boots.
Well, would you deny that a large portion of people go from being Christians to seeing atheists show how stupid or whatever and Christian beliefs are, and then they say, oh wow, those people are so smart. Since Christianity is so stupid, I better go with the people that made them look bad.
I think it's more the situation that. No, I think the situation is not that simple. I think it's more that if somebody is raised Christian, they are already taught that every other religion is wrong. You know, my wife was very, very Christian when I met her. And when she deconstructed from Christianity, she was a full-blown atheist because her whole life she had been taught why Islam isn't true and why Hinduism isn't true and why Judaism isn't true and why Zoroastrianism is all these other gods on offer. She had already done away with those thoughts long ago. And as soon as she dropped Christianity as well, she had nothing left. So there are plenty of Muslims that watch these shows and say, you know what? Islam doesn't fucking make any sense anymore. And they don't just say, well, I guess I better be Christian instead. They're like, hey, I'm just going to be an atheist now because I already wasn't a Christian. So why would I change to a different God belief? We're not arguing against Christianity a lot of the time. We're arguing against a belief in God, period. It just so happens that most of the people we talk to are Christians. Again, because we live in America. And Christian nationalism is a serious existential threat all the time. But if we're talking about the God of the Bible, it's not to try to convince somebody to stop being a Christian and do some other religion. It's to help them deconstruct from their belief in gods, period.
But what does pointing out like some kind of contradiction in the Bible, what does that do to disprove a God belief generally? Nothing.
No, it does, because the people that we talk to, a lot of the times we talk to people who are Bible literalists. They believe the word of the Bible is absolutely true. They believe like answers in Genesis type shit. And if we can show them where the Bible is either, just logically inconsistent, it's not univocal, that it has immorality and indefensible bullshit in it, that the God character in the Bible is demonstrably evil. These are all things that we can show and do frequently. And then they have to grapple with, okay, so the Bible isn't 100% true, so it's open for interpretation. And then we say, okay, if you're interpreting it, how do you know your interpretation is better than this other person's interpretation? And then we can pull that apart a little bit further. And it's, okay, the Bible is kind of just rules and guidelines. Okay, it's also translated and mistranslated and misinterpreted, and there's a dozen different versions of it. Clearly, this is 2,000 years of the telephone game here, right? Okay, then it's not really about the Bible at all, but there still is this kind of thing with this God and with the Jesus. Problem of evil is still a thing, and the logical inconsistencies of an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God, those are still problems, even if you get rid of the Bible. Okay, then it's not really about Christianity specifically, it's about this relationship with God and all this stuff. And bit by bit by bit by bit, people do what we call deconstruction. They take one brick at a time out of the wall of faith until they can see clearly what's actually in front of them. And then they get to a point where they say, all right, you know what? None of this makes any fucking sense. And as I said a minute ago, there's no reason for them to then say, all right, well, I guess I better go be a Hindu instead. That just doesn't happen. Maybe it happens every now and then, but generally speaking, it doesn't. You typically have some sort of weird pantheistic phase, and then you're just an atheist.
But I mean, ultimately, most of that stuff none of it's necessary for a God belief. Like, you don't have to believe in a good God. You don't have to believe in any of that. It's just what would be one specific interpretation of the idea of a God. That's it. The Christian interpretation.
Right. But as I was just explaining, if someone is like devoutly like focused on one religion to the point where they're going to like listen to a show like this to learn about it and like contend with it and argue about it, if we can help them see the flaws in that one religion, then it's very easy for them to see the flaws in all religious belief. And plus, what I keep trying to get across to you, the point of skepticism is not just, I don't want to believe in any gods. It's actually being critical of the things that you believe in and actually looking with like a healthy dose of inquiry. How do I know this? How am I sure about this? What are alternative hypotheses? What can I actually test? So if we're teaching skepticism and skeptical thinking on these shows, we don't have to worry about like, oh, maybe they'll stop being a Christian and be some other religion. No, we are teaching you how to deconstruct from God beliefs. This whole network is a deconstruction hub.
Okay, well, I have a couple questions. Do you actually, first of all, do you actually think that the majority of atheists come to it through, that's the most logical belief that there is no God? Or do you think they just hear people defeat Christians in a debate and then say, oh, these intelligent atheists, they made these stupid Christians look bad, so I'm going to go with the victors and I'm going to switch to being an atheist? You don't think that's a common result?
You know Christianity isn't the only religion, right? Like,
I'm
people,
very aware.
First of all, atheism is the default position. Everybody is born an atheist. You are then taught about whatever faith.
Did we lose Forrest?
And whatever.
Oh, we lost Forrest for a minute. Hey, Forrest.
Belief by people. Right?
Your internet is shitting again.
You were breaking up a little.
Yeah, your internet died.
God damn it. Can you still hear me? No.
Now
You're back now.
No.
You're back.
Now I'm back.
It's like
That's
someone
so
pressed
fucking
pause and
frustrating.
then fast forward on
I don't know
everything you
what's
just
going on.
said.
I hate all of that. So what I was saying, Tim, is that everybody is born an atheist. Atheism is the default position. And so you are then later on forced to believe in this thing by being taught it by people that you're supposed to love and trust, right? So all these different people of all these different traditions are out there. I wouldn't say that like most atheists sit down and like parse their way through skepticism and philosophy and logical blah blah blah, because those are things that people usually aren't taught at a very young age. But I can tell you, I was presented with Christianity when I was a kid. I was never a Christian because it didn't take any serious, like it, at a very young age. I was like, that sounds weird and not reasonable, and it just didn't click with me. I did have religious beliefs in other stuff that were equally as ridiculous because they were taught to me by people that I was supposed to look up to and love and trust. And so, like, at the end of the day, no, I don't think that people come into atheism in one monolithic, uniform way. I think that what we do on these shows does help. And it's not just because people are like, oh, I want to side with the smart people. The most common deconstruction story that I hear is people saying that they went out of their way to look for arguments for their religion, and all they found were good arguments against it and bad arguments for it. Or they went out to disprove atheism, evolution, whatever the big enemy was, and all they found were good arguments. That is the most common thing that I hear. I've never heard anybody say, I watched this Christian embarrass himself, and so I just decided I better become an atheist to be on the cool side. Trust me, we're not cool. We're not cool people. It is usually that this person is trying like hell to fix the crisis of faith that they're having, and they only make it worse the more they think and study and read the Bible and whatever else like that. And that's what we provide on these shows.
But you would admit that certainly someone's credibility, how intelligent they look, how in control they look of a conversation, as human beings, we are certainly going to respond to that. You would say so, right? You would agree to that, correct?
I mean, that's probably a factor, as it is in any kind of like debate setting, and that's always going to be a factor, some charisma that the debaters are exuding on stage. But like, I have yet to meet anybody that was the reason they deconstructed. In fact, I've found a lot of people who they double down on their religion because they're like, oh, you're putting on this big flashy show like the devil. That makes people more religious because they think that if you're trying to if you have some sort of a charismatic presentation, that's Satan trying to use this silver tongue to trick you into blah 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 blah.
Okay. And my other question was, I was asking you about previously. I thought there could be reincarnation, but really I just wanted to talk, like, there's generally many unfalsifiable ideas, like we could be in a simulation, like so many different ideas, and really you can't run any tests to know whether they're true or not.
Right, they're unfalsifiable, which means you don't need to give them any real thing, any serious credibility.
You don't need to give them any serious credibility, but
if it's unfalsifiable, you don't need to take it seriously.
I mean, it could hypothetically be falsifiable if we had the tools, but we just don't know of them. But couldn't something be?
Yeah.
Something couldn't be true and unfalsifiable?
Yeah, no, of course something can be true and unfalsifiable. The key is, if it's unfalsifiable, you have no way of knowing whether or not it is true. And because there is absolutely no way to confirm whether something is true or false, you don't need to spend time digging into that shit. There's no way. Take the simulation thing, for example. Even if I could give you proof positive right now that we are not in a simulation, you could say, that's part of the simulation. That thing you just gave me is part of the simulation. And if you were to wake up and prove that you were in a simulation, you can then say, I'm now in level 2 of the simulation. There is absolutely nothing that could ever be done to prove that you are or are not in a simulation. That's it. And so, because that's the case, it's not a worthwhile thing to worry about, think about, believe in. That's what I'm talking about with skepticism. Skepticism isn't just, I don't believe in this because I don't believe in stuff. It is actually approaching the world with some inquiry, with some critical thinking, and only believing things when you have a good reason to believe them and no good reason not to believe them. Like that's just how thinking works. So like you're talking about reincarnation and stuff in the last call. We spent a lot of time explaining to you that, number one, your understanding of physics is lackluster in this area, and you don't have a good way of explaining how this thing even works. And even if you could explain how this thing works, there's no way to prove that it is or isn't a thing. So at the end of the day, you have a very fun story with no mechanism, no functionality, no proof, no demonstrable evidence, no testable predictions, nothing. Nothing that you would expect from any other truth claim ever. And therefore, it's simply not worth believing in. It could be true, but there's no reason to believe that it's true.
For instance, with Matt, I've heard Matt talk a few times about how he thinks about we could be a brain in a vat, like solipsism, and
Sure.
But he
it is also an unfalsifiable claim.
But he does sit there and say, well, he obviously takes it into account because he says, well, I could be a brain in a vat. Like there's something in his mind that's saying, that's a possibility.
Why does he say that? Why does he say that? What is he referencing when he's saying that? Why is he bringing that up?
Could you explain it to me? I can't recall.
Do you think that somebody like Matt just at any random given time is like, hey, fuck it, I could be a brain in a vat today? Or do you think there's a reason that he would say something like that?
I can't recall his specific reasoning. Could you explain it to me?
So I don't know his specific reasoning. I've heard him say that, but when I've heard him say that, it was in direct response to the problem of hard solipsism. The problem of hard solipsism is an unsolvable problem because it is the entire concept of unfalsifiability. It is possible, technically, that you are the only thing that exists in this universe. Your mind is all that exists, period. This conversation, the world around you, every bit of sensation, every bit of history, everything about everything is all your imagination. It's all a dream that you've conjured up, and every bit of this is just going on in your mind. That's technically possible and unfalsifiable. Similarly, you could be a brain in a vat, being fed chemicals to believe all these things. You could have come into existence last Tuesday with all of your memories downloaded into your brain, and you just popped into existence right then and only think you remember all this stuff because that's how you started existing last Tuesday. That all of these things are unfalsifiable claims, just like your reincarnation thing. It is an unfalsifiable claim. There's no way to prove it right or wrong. So when we're talking about people who say things like, the only way this universe exists is because of God. So you're borrowing from the worldview of theism to even debate God in the first place because God has to. That is just an unfalsifiable presuppositionalist claim. There's no way to prove that true or false. And I could be a brain in a vat for all I could be in a mental asylum imagining this conversation for all I know. Anything is possible. There's no way to prove it right or wrong, so there's no reason to think about it in the first place.
Well, wouldn't it at least be easier to prove you could create some kind of brain in a vat than it would be to prove you could have a universe where
if you could prove God,
there's no creator?
If you could prove that you could do a brain in a vat thing, would that prove that you are or are not a brain in a vat?
It would prove it was possible.
That's not what I asked you. It's possible to build simulations. Does that prove that we're in a simulation or that we're not in a simulation?
No, but it's evidence that it's possible. It's evidence that it's possible.
Nobody said it wasn't possible, but it doesn't prove that it is or is not true. It's technically possible that this entire universe is happening in your mind. That's possible. I prove that hypothesis every night when I have a dream and I invent a whole universe in my head.
Okay, can you prove it's possible to have a world without a creator?
Yeah.
How?
You're living in it. Prove me wrong.
Prove it. How did you
Look
demonstrate
around
that
you.
it's possible?
This is
How
the
have you
world without a
demonstrated that it's
creator.
possible?
Because it's happening right now. You are currently existing in a universe without a creator. Prove I'm not.
But I can actually, but you could actually do an experiment to show you can actually do a simulation. You can actually do a brain in a vat, but you can't prove that it's possible to have a world
I'm not
without
talking
a
about
creator.
simulation. Yes, I can. The world exists right now and does not have a creator. This is the proof that is possible because it is currently happening.
You haven't proved
Prove
that.
it's not. Prove this world does have a creator.
You don't get to say that it's possible when you haven't demonstrated. Like, we could actually,
I am
can't
demonstrating
do an
it
experiment
at this very moment. The
How so?
experiment for gravity is that we are sitting here on the Earth being pulled to the center of the Earth by gravity. Gravity is currently existing all around us and affecting us at this very moment. That is an experiment for gravity. The fact that I'm not floating out of my chair is an experiment for gravity. Similarly, the fact that this world exists and does not have a creator is a demonstration that a world can exist without a creator.
You're giving yourself the conclusion that the world has no creator. You don't have proof of that.
What I'm doing right now is called presuppositionalism. And now you see why it's a problem, right?
What did I presuppose? I only showed that you could do an experiment that it's possible to make a brain in the vat. But you can't do an experiment to show there's a world without a creator.
I am showing you that by shifting the burden of proof and presupposing something to make an unfalsifiable claim the norm, you don't actually do anything useful. It's not actually how thinking works. This is the answer to the question of this entire fucking call, Tim. Now, as it happens, God existing is a positive claim. You are claiming that something does exist and that it can do things. That means the burden of proof is on you, not on me. So you need to demonstrate that there is a good reason to believe in a God, that there is such a thing as a God, and then I will believe in it. But I don't have to prove that there isn't a God. That's any more than I have to prove to you that there are no unicorns and that there isn't a tooth bunny and that there isn't a tooth fairy and that there isn't a flying spaghetti monster and all these other things. I don't have to prove any of those things to you. You have to prove that they are real if you want me to believe in them. It's the same exact thing with God.
Okay. What I'm saying is there seems to be more evidence that there's the brain in the vat or a simulation than a world with no God, because we can't say one way or the other whether that's even possible to have a world with no God or with God. Fine, but we can say it's possible to make a brain in
one
that.
way or the other. We can't say one way or the other whether there's a world with a God or without a God, because we have never watched the universe come into existence and we've never seen any gods. We don't know that anything like a God exists, and we don't know what started the universe, if anything did. So we don't know which way is possible either way. So the logical null hypothesis is to say every single thing that we have ever tested ever has a naturalistic explanation. So before we assume there's a supernatural explanation one time, we just say we don't know. and we have no reason to believe that it exists. Everything we know of is natural. Everything we've ever tested is natural. So there's no reason to believe in the supernatural without good evidence.
Tim, why is it the default for you? Like, why is the supernatural or the brain in the vat the default?
I'm thinking about that. I don't. Well, let's say like I can't come up with a percentage. For me, like if I want to say I don't believe in something, I have to say, okay, for me, I think kind of in numbers, and I have to say, okay, there's 51% certainty for me to say that I don't believe in it. And I just can't say, oh, well, it's more likely that it's not the case. Like if I can't put likelihood on it, like why am I going to say I don't believe? If I can't put like...
You don't have to put likelihood on it.
Yeah.
You don't have to put likelihood on it. You just need evidence. If you have evidence for the thing, then you have reason to believe in it. That's it.
Here's my thing, Tim. Like, it's okay to just say we don't know, right? Like, I think that that's the most honest perspective is to say, you know, sorry, I got a dog flacking around in here. Is to just say, look, you know, we don't know one way or another. Like, why wouldn't you just say that? Why would you default to supernatural or brain in a vat? And I would say as well that it's like, you know, you're talking about percentage points here, right? So when I sit and I look at the universe and I'm like, is it more likely that it was naturalistic or that it involved some kind of divine intervention? And that's when I start looking at the world that we can observe and start weighing the evidence that we do have. And as Forrest said earlier, it appears at present that everything that we do have, that we can show empirical scientific support for, is natural. Right? Like we have a natural explanation, a naturalistic explanation for everything. That doesn't mean that there isn't anything supernatural. It means we have no evidence for anything that is supernatural. And for me, and I don't know about you, but it sounds like you're trying to make the case that you're this way as well. I want to take the perspective that I do have the support for. So at present, I sit back and I say, all right, you know, I can't say, you know, the details about how the universe or why the universe, if there is in fact a how and a why, that it began, if it did in fact begin. But that doesn't mean that I have to say that I default to say that it must have been divine, right? I can say everything else has been naturalistic, so I can simply look at that and say, I don't know, but it was probably on the basis of everything else that we do have evidence for, it was probably naturalistic. Again, that doesn't mean that it is. It just means that, to me, that's the most parsimonious answer right now. And I would imagine that from your perspective, if you're coming to the conclusion that you're coming to based off of what you said here, my inclination is that you feel the same way. So I circle back again to then why are we having the supernatural be the default?
Well, first of all, I would say I don't say I know because I'll admit that I don't know. So like I'd say whatever I'm at, like I'm a weak deist, like in the terms of that you'd say, oh, I'm a weak atheist. Like I'm a weak believer. I'm a weak. So I believe there's something more, but I don't know, and I admit that. So in terms of supernatural, I have a question about this because I was thinking, is supernatural just something not explained by current science? Is that what supernatural means?
Nope. It means something that is actually outside of like the natural world, something that is a suspension of the laws of nature. There are plenty of things that are not explained by science right now. Plenty of things that we don't know. The whole reason science is still going on is because there's plenty of shit that we don't know. But that's not what supernatural means.
But wouldn't you just rework the definition to say whatever new thing we discovered is natural and not supernatural? I mean, wouldn't you just rework the framework of what?
It's fair to say that if a supernatural thing is proven to exist, then it is natural because things that exist in this universe are natural. That's a fun little word game that you can play. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about supernatural things, we are talking about fucking magic. We're talking about somebody rising from the dead after 3 days. We're talking about somebody walking on top of water. We're talking about somebody turning water into wine. We're talking about all these miracles. These supernatural things are actual interventions into the natural world, doing things that are otherwise physically impossible, usually in somebody's favor. That's what supernatural really means.
And I think usually, correct me if I'm wrong, Forrest, but usually there's agency involved. So, like, usually when something is supernatural, it's like someone or something that has agency is doing it and is specifically violating the natural world, right? So, if like a person or an alien or something came to us, walked onto the White House lawn or something like that and started just like conjuring up a black hole in front of our very eyes and making, reversing gravity or whatever, I think it would be fair to say, looking at that person, it looks like they're doing miracles, and then that's supernatural. And we could run a bunch of tests on it and find out how they were naturally doing it. But at least at present, that would be somebody using some kind of unknown power to like break the laws of nature that we know and understand now. Right? That has never happened, though. Every time we find something that we can't understand, it is a force or an inexplicable part of nature that is a part of the regular cause and effect of the world that we live in. Right? It's mysterious until we figure it out, of course. Right? Like that's what makes science fun to investigate. But it's not unexplainable on its face. Right, like the process itself. When we investigate it, we are able to fit it like a puzzle piece into the rest of our picture of the world and the universe.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that prior to, or you might know the history of this, prior to the discovery of electromagnetic waves, were those considered by some to be supernatural?
I think they were considered to be weird.
Yeah, I don't know anybody, like in the past, you could point to radiation too, right, who experienced the impact of electromagnetism or radiation and was like, holy, looks like somebody cast, a D&D spell over here, and that's why people are getting sick or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, I can't think of any example like that where somebody experienced it and then ascribed it to being supernatural. Certainly with the weather, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't have to do electromagnetism. You can just do disease. If you got sick, people who didn't know about viruses and bacteria thought it was fucking witches. And if you had epilepsy, people thought it was demons. And so, like, yeah, certainly those are the case. And that's what Erika was just alluding to a minute ago. It may be that there is some technology or something going on in the universe that we do not understand, that we would assume is supernatural in our ignorance until we learned how it actually worked. That we had gods for things like lightning and earthquakes and rainbows and shit, because they were things we didn't understand. And that's where this stuff comes from. But that's the whole point of like modern scientific thought. We have this thing we call Occam's razor. If you hear hoofbeats, think horses before you think zebras. And so if you see something you don't understand, you need to be checking, all right, what is every single possible naturalistic explanation? And if I don't have one, what is some stuff that I could be testing to see what this is? And if I can't find anything there, then I put a big flag that says, I don't know until I do. You never come to a point where like, I mean, this just has to be fucking magic, y'all, because I don't know isn't the same thing as magic. Consider, for example, 95% of the universe, like 5% of the universe is matter that we understand and know. Another 20-something% is dark matter, which has this web-like structure that encompasses the whole universe and makes gravity make sense. And then another 70-something%, the rest of the universe, is dark energy that is driving the expansion of the cosmos. And the words dark there is literally just to fill in for, I don't fucking know. That's what that means. These are things that, without these constructs, the math doesn't work. We can see the universe. We see what the universe is doing. We see the structure of galaxies. We see all this stuff. And when we write out the mathematics, there's a big variable. And we don't know what the fuck that variable is. And so this is something that is behaving like matter, but doesn't interact with light. We can't see it. We can't smell it. We can't touch it. We have no idea what the fuck it is, but it behaves like matter. We're going to call it dark matter. And here's this energy that's driving this thing. Doesn't behave like any other kind of thing that we can understand, touch, smell, whatever, but it's energy and it's there. We're going to call it dark energy. And that's 75% of the fucking universe. So like that's what we do right now. When we see something we don't understand, we put a great big pin in it with a big flag that says I don't know, and we account for it, and we do tests on it, and we experiment on it, and we try to learn it. But we're never going to be like, that's magic, y'all. There's everything is natural. Everything is totally normal, makes totally sense. Except for right there, that's where the fairies are. Because you end up in that unfalsifiable pocket where I say that's supernatural, and you say, no, it's not, it's God. And this person says, no, it's not, it's Krishna. And this person says, no, it's not, it's leprechauns. And we get nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that something like aliens, where we're trying to figure out like what we could test for to come up with the data for the odds of there being other life? If someone has like a strong belief, they believe in aliens, like, are they irrational because they believe it when we don't really have good numbers on it? Like, are they irrational?
If they believe in aliens coming here and doing shit on Earth, yes, I would call that an irrational belief. If they believe that there is some sort of life anywhere out there in the universe, I would say that's pretty fucking reasonable considering the size of the universe, the speed at which life got started here on this planet, everything we know about astrobiology and how easy it is for all the building blocks of life to self-assemble, everything we know about molecular biology and how these simple things, the basics of life, like work in our bodies, and how none of them violate any laws of physics or chemistry or anything like that. It's very, very reasonable to assume that there is life out there in the universe, but we don't know for sure, so we just have to wait to find out.
Okay, and one other question. If, speaking of Occam's razor, if there's already an intelligence, isn't it easier to get an intelligence when there's already intelligence?
Nah.
No? It's
How
not.
do you
We
create
were able to
intelligence?
create. I don't know. It seems like we're pretty close to it.
Seems like we're pretty close to it and actually have testable proof. You were just talking a minute ago about like, if we could prove there's a brain in a vat, then we could be proving the blah, blah, blah. Same thing here. We haven't done it yet. So I don't know if that's possible for us to do, but I know for sure that intelligence evolved. So like, I know it can happen naturally beyond a shadow of a doubt. And as far as whether or not we can make it, probably someday, but I don't know like how.
I mean, aren't they doing experiments with the AGI? Wouldn't that be intelligence?
I don't know. It's not my field, but I can say that artificial intelligence and real intelligence are very different things.
I mean, the difference would be that one was created by humans. That's the artificial part.
No, it's that the artificial intelligence is a rough approximation of intelligence. It is a computer that is going through non-natural logic gate. No, I shouldn't say non-biological logic gates to try to approximate and facsimilate. Facsimilate? Is that the word? Facsimilate? Make a facsimile of. I don't know if facsimilate's a word. I'm very stupid. It's creating a facsimile of intelligent thought. It's doing things that look like human things. It can't create, it can't make new stuff, it can't do its own thing. And you could make the argument that our free will and our intelligence doesn't actually exist either, and that we are also just logical constructs following a predestined flow of dominoes since the beginning of the universe, but it's a whole other conversation.
If intelligence was so unique and special that it couldn't be created, that would be odd, wouldn't it? And I don't believe that, but if it was, I mean, that would.
I didn't say it couldn't be. I didn't say it couldn't be. We're back now to the reason why you got hung up on yesterday. You're just straw manning what we're saying and saying, okay, so you're saying this is impossible, when I literally just said, I know for sure that it evolved, and we have not made it yet. So maybe we will in the future, but we haven't yet, and I have no idea what that would look like. That doesn't say it's impossible. It's saying I know for sure it happened a different way, and I haven't seen it happen this way yet, but it might.
And if and when we do that, do we get to say, oh, look, it's easier for intelligence to emerge if there's already intelligence?
Nope. Because we don't know if it's easier.
Why not?
And it took... I'm in the middle of explaining, because we don't know if it's easier. We know that we were able to do it. But if you were to scrap all of that and start humans from scratch and be like, now make a supercomputer, they're not going to fucking do it. It's going to take a long ass time. And evolution was able to do it over the course of 3.8 billion years. That seemed to do a good job, less than that, if you're arguably. But anyway, evolution for sure did it. And then humans figured out a way to do something like it. No way to tell if it's actually the same thing or not. Certainly not going to say it's easier. And even if it was easier, that doesn't mean more probable.
It's tough too, Tim, because in the case of I'm just going to underscore what Forrest has already said here. But if we were to create artificial intelligence, that would be contingent on all of human knowledge existing first. But the problem is many types of animal intelligence, our own included, emerged without that contingent across, like you said, Forrest, 3.8 to whatever 4.1 or whatever the hell we're saying it is now, potentially a billion years of time, right?
Whatever
and the way
science
that works
tells us to say.
Yeah, exactly. When we get we'll find out when we get our George Soros check.
Our orders from Richard Dawkins.
Yeah, our Richard Dawkins decree. We're both in the mailing list, so we know. But
Yep.
I think it's always going to be hard to draw that connection, unless you want to say that it's all of evolution was put in place by some kind of intelligent agent, which that's another story, that's another conversation that we can have, that, as we talked about earlier, has the same problem in that it is currently not falsifiable. Is it possible? Sure. Do we have anything to say that is what happened? I don't think so. So we end up kind of back at square one. And like Forrest said as well, we're quite far. I don't know very much about AI, but my understanding is that we're actually pretty far from creating something that approximates human intelligence outside of just using our own knowledge to sort of recreate itself, to pantomime itself.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, is that even if we could prove that it was easier, whatever the hell easier means in this context, for intelligence to create intelligence, that doesn't tell us that that's how it happened. That doesn't mean that it's more probable. That doesn't mean that it's for sure is the guarantee. It would be one single data point in something that needs a tremendous amount of data.
Would you call that a piece of evidence, or what? Would you call it a piece of evidence, or if and
one
when
tiny piece of evidence, nothing really useful.
Okay. Well,
I don't even know if I would call it I would say that's evidence, but evidence without context is nothing. So you could say from a creationist standpoint, hey, we saw that this is is easier. Okay, neat. Now prove such a thing as a God exists to do that. That's what we talk about all the time with evolution. Even if you could completely disprove evolution entirely, you still have to prove that there is a God, and that it can create things, and then how it created things, and then it did create things. And you have all your work still cut out for you, even if you say that for sure there's no such thing as evolution.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tim, but you were just talking about how it's okay, if we created intelligence, that would prove that it's easier for intelligence to emerge from other intelligence. Okay, compared to what? Well, compared to the hundreds, if not thousands of times evolution created intelligence. And then you're okay, well, but God put evolution, let's say you wanted to take that step. You're well, God put evolution into place. Okay, sure, but now you just have two types of intelligence creating intelligence and nothing to test it against. So you can't say it's more likely than anything, right? In order to test whether an intelligence yielding an intelligence is faster than an intelligence coming from a non-intelligence, you have to have something to compare it to, no? So how would you even... I mean, you were the one talking about earlier how you like probabilities. Well, how can you even come up with a probability for this? More likely than what? The alternative? According to what data?
is it at least something? Is it crazy for me to ponder upon that? Is it crazy for me to think that I don't know how to put the likelihood in my mind, but it seems
it's
like
not. It's not, Tim. Like, I talk to creationists all the time, and so does Forrest. And it's like, some of them are really nice, some of them are really nasty, but some of them are really nice. And when they're really nice, I talk to them, I usually say something to the tune of, like, I get why you would look at some structures that exist in microbiology that are just wonderfully, profoundly complex. You would look at them, and at first glance, you'd be like, well, how could that come about, quote unquote, by chance? And it's like, that's an intuitive response that makes sense. Just like it's an intuitive response that makes sense to look at the horizon and say, that shit looks flat, right? The natural world is rarely straightforwardly intuitive. And so if you want to say, like, is it reasonable at first glance to posit that there's design in the natural world, or that it's more likely for an intelligence to yield an intelligence than intelligence to come out of randomness, if for lack of a better term? It's like, yeah, at first glance, that makes sense. But when you investigate it a little further, it stops making as much sense within the context of everything that we know and that we've investigated about biology, at least in my opinion, right? We find these naturalistic explanations for all sorts of things that appear to be profoundly irreducibly complex. And the closer we look at them, the more we find out that they're rigged together with twine and duct tape, the biomolecular version of twine and duct tape. And the product of a lot of error and honing over time. So no, it's not crazy for you to think that, but I would encourage you to look at this a lot deeper, right? Investigate these topics a lot deeper and find out what the people who are actually saying, or who are actually researching the subject, are saying about it. Because no one can be an expert in everything, and so we sort of have to turn to the experts to see what their explanations are. And usually their explanations turn out to be pretty elegant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, even in like a created, well, I don't want it to seem like, oh, I'm saying, oh, that's necessarily possible. But even in like a simulation, some things are not random, but they're incidental. So, like, that you discovered some incidental things in the world wouldn't really necessarily say, oh, well, that's incidental, so the whole thing can't be created, because look at these small incidental things with, like when you create a simulation, doesn't some of the factors in it might be like incidental, right? I don't know how to articulate what I'm trying to say. Do you kind of get what I'm trying to say?
What you're trying to say? No.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I'm a little lost on that one. I don't know. I think I'll summarize sort of my perspective. Go ahead.
You've discovered some. Look at this. This is naturalistic and it's incidental. Like, okay, well, even if I had a created world, like, there could be incidental pieces of it. So
okay, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that in a created world, there's going to be some signal for evolution potentially. I agree, and that's the problem, right? Like, I've had this conversation with a lot of creationists. For just to give you a little bit of context here, as to why, if I sound a little exasperated, because that's the root of the problem with people who are common design advocates, right? Is that there is not actually a way to distinguish the difference between common descent and common design if you accept both, right? Like, if you think God creates some and also allows evolution to act sometimes, it is impossible at present to tell which is which, right? Like, I said this with one of our previous callers, but it's like, you would no doubt accept that all, cats are related to one another, all domestic cats, or like all domestic dogs are related to one another, or that all people are related to one another. And it's like, okay, cool. How do we know that? Well, the science tells us. We look at their genetics, we look at their history, we look at their pedigrees, whatever, their family histories. We look at the traces of their culture that they left behind as they moved across the planet in the case of humans. It's like, okay, cool, check, check, check. But that same exact science links humans to chimps, or links dogs to wolves, or links cats to African wildcats, or whatever, and it goes up and up and up until you unite all life into one massive tree of life. So the question then becomes, how do you tell the difference from a creationist perspective as to what God had to do versus what dissent did? Right? And that's the fundamental problem with intelligent design of any kind being scientific, is that it is incapable of standing on its own. It can't make any predictions, and it lacks any model.
Yeah.
I drew goose
For
ass.
me,
Yeah.
for me, what I said about intelligence from intelligence, just it seems compelling to me. I'm not going to take up too much more of your time, but can I just ask you one question as far as biology, unrelated to, because I do believe in evolution, abiogenesis, and you were saying all life is related. Do you think that there was just one event of abiogenesis, or do you think that it happened multiple times?
Are you talking to me or
Almost
Forrest?
certain.
I'm talking to you, yeah. Sorry, I'm not looking at the video.
Okay, we'll both give you our perspective. Forrest, you were already talking. You go first, and then I'll
I'm
steal your
talking to
answer.
Erika. Yeah.
Almost. No,
Forrest is
he's
giving you
specifically
his-
talking to you.
No, give your opinion too. I'll go first if you don't want to. I think it's possible that there were multiple origins, but I think all life that currently exists now can trace its ancestry back to a single origin. What happened in between the time frame when life first emerged, approximately 3.8 or 4-ish, or maybe even 4.1 billion years ago, and when we see the emergence of the first eukaryotic life, there is a lot of stuff geologically that is happening. The Earth freezes over almost completely into a snowball or a slush ball Earth, where the caps at the northerly and southerly portions of the planet met nearly in the middle at the equator. It would have been a deep freeze that would have killed a lot of what was alive at this time. I think it's totally possible that in the interim, in the time period before that, before the snowball or slush ball Earth, that life began independently multiple times in places all over the Earth, at hydrothermal vents or in warm little ponds, or whichever one we want to go with. But I think that only one of those lineages survived to proliferate / propagate all current life. And the reason I say that is because all current life seems to share the basics, in the sense of like our most simplistic biochemical aspects. And I think that lends itself to a single common ancestry. But that doesn't mean there weren't previous attempts. It doesn't mean that life didn't try to get started in a bunch of different places in relatively similar ways before that. That's my opinion.
I drew exactly what she was just talking about. So you've got several different abiogenesis events, and they each have their own phylogeny, their own branching evolutionary trees, and then this main boy does as well. But eventually all of these terminate, and you're left with one single lineage. And this guy right here is what we actually call Luca, the last universal common ancestor. Not necessarily the first living thing ever, but the first living thing that we can tie everybody here on Earth back to, that was the one universal ancestor for everybody.
Okay. I'm not watching the video right now. It's not a dick again, is it?
No, it's not.
It is.
It is not a dick again, although it could be. And it should be. Frankly,
not.
It should be.
It would be funnier if it was, but it isn't.
Okay. All right. I appreciate your guys' time, and I think that it was a little bit more positive maybe than I expected, or I don't know if you, Forrest, expected. I don't think Erika.
Oh, Tim, we're not mean. We're nice. We're nice guys here. We don't fight. We don't
Generally
yell.
speaking, yeah.
We have fun.
We're jolly
we have fun
folk.
with this kind of stuff. And honestly, like, again, I want to emphasize this. I don't think that the questions you're asking are like, or even the conclusions that you're reaching are like on their face like dumb or something like that. I think a lot of people who come at it from a theistic perspective are like, they're worried, and I should say that a lot, they get a reputation for this amongst regular science affirming people as well that might not be fair. It says that it's like all creationist arguments are built equal. Absolutely not. There are arguments that are very, very dumb and bad, and there are ones that it's like, yeah, I can completely see where you're coming from. Here's why I disagree, and here's what the data say. So it's like, I don't think that what you said here is totally silly or goofy or dumb or whatever. I disagree with it on the basis of like the data that we have currently.
Right. We're generally trying to be nice. The only reason why you had a bad time yesterday was because after 30 minutes of talking to you, you were still saying, okay, so you guys are positively saying there absolutely is no God, and you're just ruling out all God, and like everything that we had repeatedly said was not the case over and over and over.
Okay. If I obviously I'm not to say I recall it that way, but maybe
go back and rewatch the call. Go back and rewatch the call and listen to how many times Justin and I say that's not what we said at all. We actually just said this, and then you repeat the thing that we just got through saying that we didn't say.
Well, I appreciate you at least conceding that if we could create life, quote unquote, easily, that it would be evidence. And I know you're going to say that means nothing or laugh, but in my mind, that was nice for me. Just so we're going to tease
the thing is like all evidence isn't good evidence, and all evidence isn't equal.
Gotcha.
So like I can say that my vegetables are missing from my garden, and that's evidence of vegetable gnomes that live under my house and eat the vegetables. Could also be evidence of rabbits, So it's evidence isn't just a blanket thing that always is helpful.
All right. Glob bless you, or whatever you like to say.
Right on.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Can we save line 41 for 1 second? I've got to go take care of this. Amber just brought me fucking ice cream and cobbler, and also asked me to help her with a thing. So it's going to take me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I just got to go help reset this thing for whatever we're doing.
Do you want me to start one, or do you want me to yap about something else?
Yeah. Whichever one works for you. What? If you want to, I'll be back in like not even 5 minutes, like 2 minutes maximum.
Okay, no. I'm gonna 2 minutes maximum.
You can start a thing if you want.
I don't know.
You can start a thing, or you can I trust you, my dear friend.
I'll ask chat. Get out of here. I'll ask chat. Hey chat, what do you guys want? What do you guys want? You want me to start one of these calls, or should I just talk about something? Would you guys like to see some of my fossils, or would you like to hear me talk to a person? It's probably a person, right? Probably a person. Okay, I'm gonna pick a call. Unless I start seeing people desperately begging to see my coolest fossils, we will start with a call. I'm gonna go with not that one. Forrest wants to be there for that one, and I think Forrest would want to be there for that one. I think he's gonna want to be here for all of these. Damn. Oh, okay. I think that will do nicely, and I think that'll be quick. Wait, okay, people are saying fossils now. Let's go! Okay, what should I show? I have some good ones. I'm gonna show you guys some of my cool Miocene ape fossils. Let me show you something that's pretty dang epic. So, in my big tooth box here, we have a bunch of different treasures of a bunch of different teeth, all canines, from a bunch of different Miocene apes. Miocene apes are critters that live from about 24, maybe 23.5 million years ago to about 5.3 million years ago. So they include some of our first earliest relatives, but not a ton of them. And the ones that I really like are in here that are my particularly well-preserved ones. So let me move here so you guys can see it. So this is a tooth from, who is this? This is Afropithecus turkinensis. It's a maxillary canine. And what's really cool about it is that this is a 3D scan of the tooth itself, and it preserves all of that root. So this is a huge canine that kind of juts out and splays to the side. Let me show you what Afropithecus turkinensis's face looks like, because it's super funky. And they're known for having these really unique canines that don't make a lot of sense. They're actually really similar. I've said this before on this channel, I think, but they're really similar to a small modern day monkey that uses its canine teeth to husk fruits. Their teeth are like these big chisels, and so it's weird that they stick to the side, kind of like orc tusks might, so they can more easily pierce the fruit and sort of husk it, almost like you would use like a can opener. But it's weird because these apes aren't like little monkeys like this pitacid that I'm telling you about, called the Wakari. These guys are like huge. Hold on, I got the face back here. So this is my favorite fossil. This is a fossil of the face of the owner of that same tooth that I was just showing you, Afropithecus turkinensis. This one's painted by me, and hopefully you can see that, like, yeah, the tooth looks pretty dang similar. Like, down to, I don't know if you guys can see it there, but down to that mesial groove in the front of the tooth. That mesial groove is where the mandibular canine comes up and scrapes against it, and that's how they keep their canine teeth sharp. This is just the face, obviously preserved, of this guy. So this is also a 3D scan that I took, but this one's printed not with resin, but with PLA. Unfortunately, it's missing like the skull and the brain case. You can only see just a little bit of where this guy's brain and specifically like olfactory bulbs would stick there in the front. But if you flip it over, you can see that like the canines are really weird. They like jut out to the side like this. So the current hypothesis is that this ancient Miocene ape, which may be closely related to humans, actually used its canine teeth just like modern pitacid monkeys do, like big can openers. But like, what kind of fruit is big enough to require hardware like this? It's funky and it doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's also not a lot of canines for this guy. Like, there's this specimen and then there's like the handful that I have, and that's it. Every canine that exists that belongs to Afropithecus turkinensis, there's a 3D print of it in this box of mine from my scans, from my scanning collection. They're beautiful and my greatest treasure. Welcome back, Forrest. How's the cobbler?
We're talking about Afropithecus over here?
Yeah, I'm talking about Afropithecus. Oh, I also have this really beautiful Dendropithecus machinesi palette with these really, really cute little canine teeth that stick out at the front. You can see the little nasal aperture there. Unfortunately, most of these guys are like super, super scrappy. We have these huge proconsul major canines that are just like absolutely monstrously massive, that I love. And then we have teeny tiny little itiest bittiest Limnopithecus legitet maxilla, which is like right here, or this is a mandible actually. Yeah, this is a mandible. Just a tiny itty bitty little canine tooth, because these guys were so itty bitty and teeny tiny. And they were probably, for the record, pair bonded, because monomorphism in the canine teeth usually suggests that we're looking at something where males and females are like the same size, and they use their canines to like defend territory, and the male-male competition isn't as extreme because the females won't tolerate each other. So males can't build up these harems because the females are like one dude at a time. Like, I'm not going to tolerate other ladies. Like, I'm not going to share. And so then he can only monopolize one female, so she gets one mate, and then you end up with these cute little nuclear families. Anyways, you pick the next call. I didn't pick one because they all looked like ones that you would like, and also chat liked the fossils.
Yeah. No, I get that. Let's talk to... We got a lot of diversity. We got 8 people on the line.
I know.
Okay, so I seem to remember line 38 being really either really good or really bad, but I think really good before last time. And line number 21 could be useful for everybody, including the caller.
I almost did 38 while you were gone, and then I was like, I saw the little subheading, and I was like, actually, you would probably want to be here for that. So I'm cool with either of those. Do we want to go with the person who's been waiting here longer? Because they've been waiting like a lot longer, like
twice as long. Twice as long, yeah. Okay, then let's do that. Yeah, let's knock this one out, and then we'll move on from there. Let's talk to Sam. Pronouns he and them, calling in from isosceles lasagna. Yeah, slicing it in angles. Hey, maybe it's good.
I don't like.
Maybe it's
dude,
good.
I don't like lasagna. I can't stand ricotta cheese. It's so gritty and nasty to me. I don't. Makes me
gritty.
Sick. Makes me sick.
I've never heard of it described as gritty in my life.
It's
I
ricotta
think you
cheese.
might have just had bad lasagna one day.
I've had it so many times, dude. Don't even. Ricotta's so grainy. It's like it's got like a consistency thing to it that I just hate. I just hate it. And I love all other cheeses, all of them, except for ricotta. It's vile.
Truly
Anyways,
bizarre.
welcome, Sam.
Truly bizarre. Sam, welcome to the line with Forrest and Erika. Yeah, deal with whatever the hell we just heard.
No worries.
Send your Lindbergher cheese to Erika Gutsit Gibbon, P.O. Box, wherever the hell, Canada or wherever she lives.
Lindbergh. Also, Chad is agreeing that it's pretty, so you can jump into a lake or whatever it is that wrong people do.
Here in Oklahoma, that's a positive thing.
If you're not a fan of it, more for me.
Sam, what are you calling about?
So I've fairly recently come across this channel, and I've been somewhat a skeptic in the sense of not accepting things without a lack of evidence to it. But I've taken to it. I feel more deeply recently after watching your guys' this channel and such, as well as some of the offshoots.
Yeah.
And I'm cool. I've had some roughness conflict with friends over some of this stuff, and like I can appreciate losing contact with people over not necessarily wanting to believe the truth versus am I going about things and just being an asshole about it. I'm kind of like, where's the line so that if I lose people, fine, I can live with that, but I want to make sure I'm losing them for the right reason, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It says you are still a theist. Is that correct?
Technically, there's some things that I recognize not. I don't have full proof for, so I don't. I'm basically deconstructed, but there's things that just I recognize are dumb and not. I don't have too much to back those things up with yet.
Okay. I guess the big thing for me is like when we talk about people becoming atheists and deconstructing, it's very, very common to enter what is often known as like the angry atheist phase. That you realize you've been lied to for a long time and you've been believing silly things for a long time, and you get this kind of vicious cocktail of embarrassment and anger and frustration and shame and blah blah blah, and you want to go rattle the doors and pound on the windows and burst into churches and tell everybody how stupid they all are, in order to try to account for all this lost time and how this is so clear now. You want to go help, you know what I mean? You want to go change things. So like that may be a thing that you enter into. It's very common, and if you're a good person, it won't last very long. But as far as like the difference between being skeptical and being an asshole is really just a matter of a consensual conversation. Don't force the conversation on anybody. Don't be pushy and jerky about it. When I go to a mosque, I take off my shoes. When I go to a cathedral, I shut the fuck up and stand in the back of the room if I, to try not be in the way. If I go to a Hindu temple, I same thing. I take off my shoes. I'm quiet. I'm respectful. I talk to people and laugh about them. I'm not going to have the same conversations that I'm going to have on this channel where people are deliberately calling me to learn why I think their religion doesn't make any sense. You seeing this right here? Because I'm catching out the corner of my eye and it's driving me crazy. But
I was missing it,
yeah,
but now I'm noticing it a lot. Now it's really obvious, and I can't stop watching. Hypnotic,
right? But that's the whole thing, dude. Is like if you are having a conversation with your friends and it goes both ways. If you're having a conversation with your friends and they're religious and you're not, and they can't help but tell you you're going to go to hell and I need to save your soul, blah 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 blah. That is as fucking obnoxious as you telling them, hey, your religion's bullshit shit, right? It's just a shitty way to be. Have respectful conversations with people. As long as you can respect them and not their religion and keep those things separated, you'll be just fine. And as long as they are okay with you being honest about your beliefs and you are cool with them being honest about their beliefs, that's great. As long as their beliefs aren't, you're a piece of shit because you don't believe the same way I do, you're all right.
I think too, right? Like when I talk to people outside of the context of this show or like friends and family members who might disagree with me on this kind of stuff, it's helpful, I think, to, especially in the context of those conversations, and especially if you truly do want to talk with them and maintain the relationship, the language that you use is going to go a long way. So, instead of saying like, you're wrong, you can say, I disagree because the science says this, and then you walk them through the data set. People tend to go immediately on the defensive when you use language that is kind of on the attack, right? Like overly confident might be how they interpret it, but like your odds are you're talking about a lot of scientific subjects, which means the data probably is on your side. I think it goes a long way to be gentle and kind and empathetic when you're talking to people in real life if you want to maintain these relationships. Now, if the beliefs that they have are like about you and are like actively harming you, then I think that a lot of that goes out the window. But it sounds like you're talking about friends who you just have a disagreement with and family members who you have a disagreement with. And I think that the strategy that you should take in these conversations is kind of twofold. One, you want to explain why you believe what you believe. And two, you want to understand why they believe what they believe. I think a lot of us miss that when we're having conversations with other people about really any given topic. Because I think understanding why people hold the positions that they have can tell you a whole lot about their motivations, the gaps maybe in their understanding, especially if it's an area that you know really well. And it can help kind of steer the conversation in the right direction. So when you're asking these questions about like, long story short, because I tend to ramble on these kinds of topics, I think if your goal is to sound like less of an asshole, be very considerate and very deliberate about the language that you use. You can say virtually the same thing. This goes for all of us. We can all like reframe our language to be more empathetic and kinder and like more inclusive and things like that, so as to not put people on the defensive right off the bat. And try to understand where they're coming from. Like, make it clear when you're having these conversations that you want to know why they believe what they believe. You're not there to just to like force them to accept your perspective. If you want to maintain these relationships, build those bridges, then meet in the middle and have a conversation.
Okay. Enough. I appreciate it, and I'll definitely have to look through the review that, I have, in fact, not been an asshole. That I've given them the time and space that they need for their thoughts and such. But, yeah, honestly, our biggest issues tend to be the sex and gender issue, so that's always fun. But
that's a sticky one, especially for religious folks.
Yep. But
send them our way. If you ever want to, if you ever want to get out of the conversation, you've got a whole channel full of people here that are happy to literally have those discussions for a living.
Yep, I know at least one of them has watched your long form video on sex and gender.
Hell yeah!
Don't think it did for him, but I did at least get him to watch it. So,
something. Progress is progress.
Sam, it is so rare to change someone's mind with a single conversation, right? Like, and I think a lot of us have this expectation that it's like, myself included, and I still fall for this. It's like the idea that they just need to see the right data and they'll immediately accept it. That's just not how minds are changed. Like, the psychology on this, insofar as I understand it, is like pretty solid. People need to process these things on their own time, and planting a seed over and over and over again, listening to the other person's perspective and pushing back on it wherever and whenever it's incorrect, and wherever and whenever it's really necessary, goes a lot further than just burying them with data and then washing your hands of them. And it sounds like that's what you're doing. Just, take it slow would be my advice too.
Fair enough. Not sure I can pull back too much at this point, but I'll definitely not put on too much more gas at that point, at least.
Right on. Right on. Well, I hope this is helpful for you, Sam, and feel free to call back anytime if you have any other questions.
Yeah, definitely. And thanks for doing the work you guys are doing. Whether it helps someone or it helps others, or, I think it's a good goal to have regardless.
Hopefully so. Hopefully so. All right. Have an awesome rest of your day, Sam.
Yep. Have a nice night, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
You too. All right. We have so many more people on the line, and we still have a hard cutoff at midnight, which is in 2 hours and 45 minutes. We should be all right. We still have super chats. Who knows how long that'll take.
We'll make it for sure. We'll make it.
Do you have a preference? We have another person who's been waiting for quite some time.
I think I would like to do 38/4.
Agreed. Let's talk to Boone, pronouns he, him, calling in from Twerking Xanadu, who wants to talk about mechanisms for evolution. Boone, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
That is the very first time that I think I've ever heard this state referred to as twerking. That's pretty intense.
Hey, can you imagine? It's such a big state. It gets some jiggle to it.
It's got a lot of you know what I'm saying? It's got a lot to it. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm talking about.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. No, now it's the only thing on my mind now. That's actually the next question I have now. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm kind of I guess I would say I'm in the deconstruction area. So I used to be a pretty devout, I guess, originalist Christian, where it was like, every single thing in the Bible is literal. And then there was a few things where it slowly started to be like, that might not be exactly literal. And so, kind of in my journey moving from one side to the other, I'm just trying to ask some questions. My degree is electrical engineering, so I'm kind of in the, scientific field. So I like to ask questions, and I like to, push the areas in which, this is what I did. Well, yeah. This is the part I'm uncertain about. I like to ask those kinds of questions. So the question that I have is, we're talking about evolution being survival of the fittest, or the thing that's able to adapt the best. This is my understanding of it, I believe. Is that correct?
No. So the big thing here, when we say fittest, we're talking about the fittest for their environment. And also that isn't even a term that was coined by a biologist, if I remember correctly. It's not survival of the fittest, it's reproduction of the okayest. That's what evolution really is.
Reproduction of the okayest. Okay, cool.
So it was Ernst Haeckel who coined it. He's a biologist, but he was not an evolutionary biologist. Yeah, Haeckel did.
Haeckel did survival of the fittest. Are you sure? It was Spencer. Yes.
Herbert Spencer, survival. Yeah, Herbert Spencer. My bad. And he is not a biologist.
He was a philosopher. Yeah.
Yeah, he might have been a demographer. I don't know. Herbert Spencer.
It says he was an English. He was a polymath. He was a philosopher, psychologist, biologist, sociologist.
That's just
he was trying to be like me, the piece of shit.
He was a gentleman naturalist. Sorry, I continue.
I'm pretty new to the whole evolutionist debate and stuff like that, and I was the type of person who thought I knew a lot about evolution, and I would deny it pretty solidly based off the straw men that I had heard from the people talking around me. So it was yeah, this thing is stupid, because the only examples I'd ever heard were ones told specifically to break my conception of evolution, and then I'd meet someone who's I believe in evolution. I'm you know what? I think you're a little stupid. So obviously trying to learn that stuff. So you guys are throwing these names out there, and I'm yeah, that guy. I mean, him and I were buddies in college. No, I have no idea who you're talking about. I'm learning a lot though. I have been listening to your Erika's video with the guy who did the final experiment. That's been
Yeah.
really, really cool. I've been really appreciating that. That's really, I've been like, dude, this is sick. Cause you know, you're breaking down sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. The question that I have is, so I can accept the like preconceived notion of evolution. Like I can accept that thought. The thing that I'm wondering is, in what scenario is like, okay, we have birds going to raptors, vice versa. Sorry, dinosaurs going to birds. That's my bad. And I know you're going to get to this soon, but I was just kind of this has been something that's been on my mind. How is it that something with, because this takes a long time, right? How is it that something with wings that don't function yet continues on as a species, not for like 2 or 3 generations, but like thousands to millions of years? And the same thing kind of goes to like fish. Like, how does a fish with fins that are going to eventually become legs, how does a creature like that swim faster than the creatures around it enough to continue surviving when predators want to eat it? Like that kind of question.
Those are really good questions. So on, you said wings and fins, right?
I was specific.
Wings to flying.
Wings and fins, both of those. I know that both of these are very different, and I can kind of understand, like, okay, this thing can't just fly. It's not like it woke up one day, stretched its wings, and just took flight. You know, the American eagle, like scree right in the sky, right? But I understand that, like, it was probably the type of thing where it's like it glided. It was running away from somebody else, and it glided past, like, over a tree, and like, hey, it's still alive, you know? So it continued. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, before it could glide, because we're not talking about like 50 years, right? We're talking about like, you know, like hundreds of thousands to millions of years worth of this creature having a decently useless feature.
So what might be the use? Do you want to go first, Forrest? I don't care. I've got stuff to say, and I know you do too.
Yeah, I've got some notes here. I leave it up to you.
No, you
Your
go
problem.
ahead. I think I know. I think I can guess where you're going to take it, and I think we have complementary perspectives here. So you go first.
So what I would encourage you to think about, Boone, is a couple of things. Number one is that evolution is not necessarily an inventor as much as it is a tinkerer. It takes what's already there and twists it and changes it and modifies it over and over and over and over until you get something that looks like a brand new invention. And the second thing is selection pressure in very unique environments. When you put these two things together, you get some interesting thoughts on these two examples specifically. So, like, starting with wings becoming flying things. Well, when we talk about, you know, birds coming from dinosaurs, dinosaurs were on their way to becoming warm-blooded creatures, as birds are warm-blooded creatures. These feathers originally were for insulation, not for flight. They were kind of like fur in that way. Well, what are feathers and fur made of? They're made of keratin. And what are scales made of? They're made of keratin. And you can actually do like genetic experiments on chickens with one particular gene mutation, one single point mutation that rearranges the way that keratin is laid down, and they grow feathers where they're supposed to have scales all over their feet. Take a look at like silky chickens, for example, that have like, you know, real fluffy legs. And there's like some fashionable, like specially bred pigeons as well that they do this stuff to. So you have these dinosaurs, these big scaly bitches, one little gene mutation, now they're growing feathers, and then those feathers continue to be modified more and more and become a little bit more dense, which is great for insulation and also helps with gliding, as there you have these dromaeosaurs, these running dinosaurs, things like these big raptors and stuff that are running along, and they're starting to get a little bit of extra like aerodynamics to them, and this can help them. And then you can move on down the line that way. And as far as like, you know, this shift to actual flying and what all that looks like, look at other times that wings and stuff have evolved, or even gliding has evolved. We have other lizards that glide, that have little funky wingy things that just float around. They don't actually flap. And then we also have pterosaurs, flying lizards without feathers. We have flying squirrels, and we also have bats, two mammals that do either gliding or actual active flapping. So like that, in that way, to me, is kind of the same thing as the classic demonstration of the evolution of the eye. You have this staged process of something just getting better and better in a way that each individual stage is uniquely and totally functionally useful for that one individual. It's not this half useless eye. It's a good enough eye for the way that thing lives. And there are ways you could make it more complex. And if the need arises, you could do that. But like the cup eye that you get on a planarian is perfectly fine. It's great for that little dude. It's all it needs. And the same is true here with, insulation feathers, just like we see with penguins, that they're certainly not gliding or flying or anything like that, versus gliding feathers versus actual flying feathers. And then the other one you gave was fins turning into legs. And you mentioned swimming. What's really cool about that is that the fish that developed legs and became the first tetrapods and all these things, those were not the types of fish that you buy at a fish market. Whenever you think about fish, you're probably speaking about what we call an actinopterygian fish. An actinopterygii, that last part, pterygii, means wings. And actinopto, it means, the actin part means rays, radiating. So a ray-winged or ray-finned fish is one, when you look at their little fins and they have those little bars going through them and there's a little blah, 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 the simple, just think of a fish. I almost guarantee it's a fucking actinopterygian fish. The other type is called sarcopterygian, sarco meaning flesh, so fleshy wings. What a horrible name. And that's where you look at, like, if you look up a picture of like a coelacanth or whatever, what we call lobe-finned fishes. These guys have little fluttery things, but they also have a big fat cankle that little fluttery thing is hanging off of. And so this guy isn't swimming fast to get away from a predator with that. That's not what those things are really doing. And in the instance of something like Tiktaalik, these early fishes, they're in shallow waters using those fat, chunky flesh fins to push themselves along the muddy bottom sometimes. And how do they get out of the water? Well, fish do that all the time. They stick their little faces up and they gulp fresh air in order to get a little extra burst of oxygen, because you have like 10 times more oxygen saturation in air than you would ever have in water. Plus, you have all sorts of different environmental factors, what we call bore and root effects, where you have the acidity and alkalinity, acidity or alkalinity and salination of the water affecting oxygen concentration and absorption, salting out. The more salty the water is, the more gas cannot be absorbed into it, blah, blah, blah. There's all these different effects you don't have the same problem with fresh air. So fish go up and gulp air today. You have this guy now that has big, fat, fleshy fins, good for pushing itself along the muddy bottom, and is already gulping air anyway. It's a hop, skip, and a jump to coming up out of the water. And we already have other fish that are true, genuine fish that live today that do that. There's a whole family called dipnoi, which means double breath or two breaths. Lungfish. These guys that come up out of the water and slither around on land. Mud skippers. Another example. Any fucking amphibian, We have a million examples of things just like this. So it's just, like I said, that example of the eye is what I always think back to, that you have a simple patch of photosensitive cells, and then you have a cup, and then you have a pinhole, and then you have a small lens, and then you have a focusing lens with ciliary muscles. Every one of those steps is stuff that we can see out in nature today, and every one of those steps is totally functional for the organism that possesses it. It serves every bit of purpose that it needs to serve. It's not like this thing is just waiting to get a better eye someday, or a better wing someday, or a better fin someday. This is serving the purpose that it needs to serve in that species all the time. And if selection pressure takes it a different way, it'll change that way down the line, as long as it's okay enough to reproduce.
Okay.
That's my answer.
Yeah, that does make sense to me. Like I said, I come from a background where it's a lot of people just making up random crap as a way to dissuade you from leaving the belief system, right? So no,
you don't gotta tell me.
Most of it is just,
I hear you.
yeah, no, I'm sure you guys deal with that all the time, because to a lot of people that believe that kind of stuff. So and I respect you guys for having those types of conversations. I really appreciate this forum and me being able to ask these kinds of questions. Like I said, my question really stems from the fact that I don't know a whole lot about the subject. And so it's kind of just me going, okay, logically I can say to myself, okay, this is a random thing. It's not like evolution's like, all right, what if this thing like was breathing air now? That would be a cool idea. Because like a lot of what I was taught to believe is that everything that exists has a reason to exist. You know what I'm saying? And evolution just kind of goes, bro, let's throw some mud at the wall, see what sticks. Not that it has actually any method of like intelligence. Like everything for me always had a reason. So for things to exist without a reason was always very weird for me. So I'm genuinely, that was a genuine question that I was looking for an explanation for. And I really appreciate you guys letting me know. I had one more question. Is it okay if I ask that?
Please.
Yeah, totally.
Okay. So the other question I have is, for creatures that have symbiotic relationships, this has always been a puzzler for me, because it's like they're only the way they are because the other creature also exists there. So there's a type of ant that lives in these like trees that are like thorny bushes, and the tree produces a sap that once the ants eat it, it cannot it can't leave it, because the sap makes it so they can only break down that kind of sugar. They basically get addicted to this tree. And so they have this symbiotic relationship where they get food from the tree and protect the tree while like being stuck there. So like, how is it that tree ever had, like, how is it that randomly that tree had the ability to produce a type of sap that was able to break down these ants' like ability to stop like consuming other sugars? And how did that happen? Like, this is the question I have.
Do the ants hang out on this particular tree because they protect the tree from animals that would eat its leaves? Is that the idea? That's the symbiosis?
I think in the end, I think in the end, that's the result. Yes. Because like that's their food source now. And so it's like they can't leave this thing anymore.
Yeah, so let's take a step back and imagine a couple of million years ago when this tree did not produce this sap. This tree produced a regular kind of sap that didn't have any impact whatsoever on ants. And some ants would eat from the sap of a ton of different trees, as ants are known to do, when all of a sudden there is a mutation in one of these trees that makes its sap just a little bit more delectable to ants. Just a little bit. Let's say maybe 30% more addictive to the ants. It's a little bit sweeter. And that's all it takes, right? Like, animals need sugar. Sugar provides energy. Sugary things attract more animals. So it's not that far of a stretch to imagine that you have a tree that has a mutation that has slightly sugarier sap. The ants hang out around this tree more often. And the ants that are hanging around this tree with the slightly sugary sap compared to the other such trees is not being browsed upon by okapi or giraffes or elephants or antelope or whatever, because when these animals come up, 30% of the time, let's say, the ants will bite that animal on the tongue and then they leave, right? So this tree, compared to all of the other trees, and we're just going to use this nice round number again, is 30% more protected from browsers, which means it has a 30% edge with regard to dropping its seeds or whatever. I'm being very simplistic here for the example's sake, which means that the next generation is going to have slightly more representation from this one tree with slightly more sugary sap. Does that make sense so far?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. So let's take a step back and imagine that mutation, that gene for that sugary sap, is just one gene, right? It's just one little gene that got neofunctionalized or whatever. And let's say that, like many biochemical processes in our body, if you duplicate that gene, you get an amplified effect. Now let's take it down 10 generations and say that one of the descendants of that original tree has a duplication in that gene. So now it has 2 copies of that gene, and its sap is now 60% more sugary than the original tree. And it's going to attract even more ants, which means it's going to be protected from even more browsers, and it's going to leave even more seeds in the next generation. And then let's say 50 generations passes and you get another duplication. And so now it's even more sugary sap, even more ants, even more protection. And all while this is happening, the ants that hang out on this tree, that stake out this tree, have access to a resource that is more sugary than other such saps, which means it isn't just the tree that's experiencing a boon here. The ants are also reproducing more often than other such ants because they have access to a more metabolically beneficial food resource, a more energy-packed sap. So those ants hang around, and all the ants that reproduce have that same sweet tooth as that prior ant colony, right? So they're going to hang out around this same grove of trees, and over time, these two things are going to develop a dependency on one another, right? They can't live without each other. That's how symbiosis evolves, is it's just these slightly more beneficial relationships over long periods of time. And there was this really cool experiment that happened in real time that supports this notion. So I don't know if you know this or not, but animals that eat leaves often have bacteria and small microorganisms in their guts to help them break down that plant matter. Because plant matter is really hard to digest. If you or me went outside and started eating grass on our lawns, you would poop that grass out and it would look exactly the same as it did when you ate it. We just don't have the gut microbiome to break it down. So in the 1970s, a couple of scientists decided to take a look at two islands in Croatia. What are they? Pod Mercaru and Pod Copiste.
Copiste.
I'm not sure. Copiste. Yeah. So they decided to take a look at these islands, and they're like, we're going to transplant some of these Italian wall lizards, this little lizard that eats insects. It's just like a classic lizard. They're going to take 5 males and 5 females from Pod Copiste and put it on Pod Mercaru. And then they're going to wait 30 years. So that's what they did. They went and they took 5 males, 5 females, and transplanted them onto the new island. Now, this island, Pod Mercaru, compared to the previous island, is heavily vegetated, right? Like there's a ton of vegetation compared to the relatively barren other island that has far more insects. So we can make a prediction, right? If you take a bunch of lizards and put them on an island where insects are relatively rare, but plant matter is relatively common, you're probably going to see them incorporate more plant matter into their diet, because lizards can eat some plants, like a little bit, but they're not highly adapted for it. When the researchers went back and checked on this same lizard population, and the publication came out in 2008, but 30 years after would have been around 2000, what they found is that these Italian wall lizards on this new island had several adaptations specifically for eating plant matter. They had bigger, wider heads, more powerful jaws, both of which are associated with herbivory, because it takes a lot to rip plant matter off and process it. But more importantly, their guts were completely changed. They had cecal valves, which slow down digestion. That's what you see in big herbivores that eat vegetation today, that allows them to slow down digestion and pull more nutrients from the plant matter that's in their guts. And they had a single species of microorganism in their guts that the original population of lizards did not have, a nematode, that helps them specifically break down plant matter. Right? So we are watching in 30 years in action the development of a symbiotic relationship. The nematode in the guts of these lizards get the benefit of their vegetation, and the lizards get the benefit of having help breaking down the plant matter in their food. Right? The nematodes right now, if you pulled them out, they could probably still survive. They don't necessarily need the nematodes, and the lizards can probably digest some of the plant matter right now by themselves. But if you give it another, let's say 100,000 years, I bet you come back to these lizard populations and they're going to be just as dependent on one another as the giraffe, or not the giraffes, excuse me, as the acacia trees that you're talking about, and these ants that have this symbiotic relationship in Africa. Does that make sense how that works?
No,
just for, I'll wait for you to respond to that.
That's really cool stuff. I didn't know we could actually observe this kind of stuff in only like 30 years. That's really cool stuff.
It's
like
really,
I said,
really
what Erika was and what Erika was talking about, by the way, she was saying, like, she was kind of coming up with some fun numbers about, like, let's say this is like 30% more of that or that. You can actually do that math as well. That's not just theoretical. This is called Breeder's equation. And it is R equals H squared S. R is the response to selection. So this is the phenotypic mean, whatever the average phenotype is in the next generation minus the original generation. So just the difference in like how much that average phenotype is shifted in response to natural selection. And the way that you get that is by multiplying H squared, which is the heritability of something. It's the genetic variance divided by the phenotypic variance. So you can tell how heritable a trait is. And then S is the selection differential, which is to say the same thing as R, only you're talking about the phenotype before and after selection. So phenotypic mean after selection minus phenotypic mean before selection is the selection differential multiplied by heritability is the response to selection that you can tell in this population. So you can say, okay, I know this is, how much, if I look at this generation and that generation, how much have they changed? And then I can calculate the heritability of that trait. I can now actually calculate using just algebra what the actual force of natural selection was in this population. And then I can compare that to the force of like genetic drift or whatever else and see what's actually happening in this population mathematically, not just theoretically, but it's actually something you can do with pen and paper as well.
Is it? Can you give me like an example of something that happened like this? Like, could you give me an example of a specific adaptation or evolution that actually did that?
Oh, that you can measure that way?
Yeah. That you can measure that way. Like I can see that happening. And so, not that I don't believe it, but the obviously the the way that I've been raised is like, okay, you can breed dogs and you can make them change. Like, you can do that, but there's no way that you could go from a bird to, or a velociraptor to a bird. That's just stupid. Which obviously I understand that that's facetious, that's straw manning, but I'm like, how? Yeah. Talk to me about how well. Like, give me an example.
So there's
an
another
example
really
of
cool.
like.
You want to go or you want me to? I don't care.
I was going to give a very brief example of like that, but that's all.
You go first, then I'll go.
Very brief example of that type of thing is like poaching in elephants. We can say the average tusk length among the population is going down because the ones with really big tusks are being murdered and having their tusks cut off. And so we can say, like, here's the population before selection, before this new selection pressure was applied, and here's the population after the selection pressure was applied. Here's the average tusk length in those two things, and we can calculate the heritability of tusk variation, and then we can figure out the actual response to selection pressure of poachers and how that is affecting the tusk lengths of elephants. So that would be just one example of like how you could use that kind of thing in the real world.
So I guess a real quick follow-up question, and there was a little bit of what Erika talked about this in her actual video. And again, I'm not. This is just me being genuinely curious. There were things like, so tusk length is a feature that is like genetic, like how, again, I'm not an expert on this, so please forgive me if I say something wildly wrong, but like somebody goes and works out for their whole life, is that something that could be heritable as well, as in the same way that like tusk length would be? Like, okay, let's say I had a family of freaks who every single generation for like 50 to 60 like generations, they all worked out, all of them. Would that generation see a difference? And could we calculate the difference using this formula?
You're talking about the difference in like it just, for some fucking reason, these dudes just have massive, ridiculous tusks.
Yeah, like I'm asking, like yes, yeah.
Yeah, totally. If there was a population that just had crazy big tusks and somehow they weren't being poached, and then yeah, you could say, okay, here's where this mutation arose, here's where this freaky thing started happening, and then we see as this is now spreading out into the population, are these things breeding more or having more reproductive success, you could say, than their peers? And if so, what is then the response to that selection pressure? In this case, maybe sexual selection within that population. And what's that actually teaching us? So yeah, you could definitely see that. A great example of that type of thing is something, the Lenski long-term evolution experiment, which is done at the Michigan State University, I believe. This dude, Richard Lenski, I believe his name, has a population of E. coli bacteria. E. coli bacteria, their generation time, the time it takes them to reproduce, is like 20 minutes. And so he's, for the past, God, I don't remember how many years, like 40 fucking years, has had this experiment going on where he's got a jar of E. coli, and every single day he just takes a sample, puts it in the freezer, takes another sample, starts a new jar with it, and just does that on repeat forever. And he observes as new traits evolve. They're able to digest new materials. There are different populations. There's a split where instead of one breed of E. coli, there's now two breeds, and one has evolved to eat the waste of the other one, like plants eat the waste of animals, and vice versa. And like these weird things are happening as these things are evolving and adapting to the pressures of just living in these jars together. And whenever he identifies that there's this cool new mutation going on, he can go pull one of the samples from the freezer and gene sequence it and find exactly when that mutation arose and where exactly it was. So yeah, that's a cool way that we can see.
I realized I made a logical error there. When you said that the only elephants left were the ones with shorter tusks, I assumed that was because they were getting cut off. But what you were really saying is the only ones left were the ones with less tusk, because they were less desirable by the poachers. And that was my mistake. Yeah. Okay. That makes perfect sense.
What you were
A
talking
lot more
about,
sense.
with you talking about that's Lamarckian evolution. And that's what that what was his name? The guy who said survival of the fittest? That dumb son of a bitch believed in Lamarckian evolution. Also, by the way, there is a little bit of Lamarckian evolution.
So what I'll say there, and I do apologize for this, is that like I said, look, what you're calling Lamarckian evolution is what you're saying is like clearly the wrong, like a misconception of it. And that's what I've been taught about evolution is like, or in the past what I was, is like, this is evolution, right? Survival of the fittest. And that clearly doesn't happen. So it must be wrong. And then it's like all these other examples that you're giving me of Lamarckian evolution. That is what I was told. Hey, this is evolution. And anytime anyone tells you it's not, they're just trying to lead you astray. They don't really know what they're talking about. So I really do appreciate these explanations and stuff like that. Thank you.
The word Lamarckian, it comes from the guy named Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, who believed that he put forth the idea that, evolutionary pressures, the changes that we see are the result of individual experiences in an individual life. So the famous example is the way that giraffes got long necks is that they were literally straining their necks, stretching to try to get things. And that caused their babies to be born with longer necks. Or that if you were to like cut off the tails of a rat, it would have babies without tails. That was Lamarckian evolution. And that obviously that isn't how that works. Until you get into the 21st century and we start learning about epigenetics and microbiomes. And it turns out there's a little bit of like Lamarckian influence in here where, a little bit of your individual experiences in your life can change the way your DNA is read, not what your DNA actually is. And so it's not really a mutation. It's just a change in gene expression. And that is sometimes heritable. So there are sometimes what we would call neo-Lamarckian factors. And that's fucking crazy.
So
that's really cool stuff.
I think there's a cool example here that I want to give you, Boone, because it kind of matches what you were talking about earlier. And I think it's important for evolution and for those of us who educate on evolution to have some examples where it's like, and Forrest and I are really keen on these, where it's like, okay, prediction was made and then it came to fruition. You may be familiar with the peppered moths in industrial era Britain. Have you heard of this, Ben?
No, I have not.
So there are these moths that live in Britain, right? And they normally, the typical color that they come in is like this white speckly color. And when you look at them, when they land on like the area that they like to hang out in, the forest that they like to hang out in is covered with this lichen that is like black and white speckly. And so when the moths land on it, they're really inconspicuous. It's wonderful camouflage. And that's really important because these moths are like a really tasty treat for birds. Like birds just absolutely go buck wild for these moths. So all is well, right? These peppered moths are living in and they're chilling in Britain. And then Britain hits the Industrial Revolution, right? And they build all of these factories all across their sort of like fields and wildish areas, like adjacent to forests and things of that nature. And as tends to happen with the Industrial Revolution, a lot of soot ends up in the air, and this ends up dyeing a lot of the color of the lichen on the sides of these trees with soot, right? They turn dark black color, right, with soot. Now, the thing about these peppered moths is that they're like a lot of animals and that they have a regular form and then they have a melanistic form. So melanistic forms are darker. They're like all black. And they're really rare in the original moth population. I think it was something like 2% of the original moths were thought to be melanistic, which is, not very common. 2 in every 100 moths. But when the Industrial Revolution occurred and started dyeing all of the lichen in the area from its white speckly pattern to being dark black colored, all of a sudden those melanistic moths were the ones that were very difficult to see on this lichen. And because everything is sooty and dark, these peppered moths, the original form of these peppered moths, if you can see on your screen right now, you can see a picture of them. These peppered moths stick out like a sore thumb. And so they start getting gobbled up by all these birds. So I think it's Haldane who's the one who noticed this, and an early population geneticist in the 1920s. I think, it's Haldane. Haldane notices that this is happening. And this is right about the time when biologists are trying to marry the concept of genetics with the concept of evolution. And so Haldane looks at this population and he's like, I bet you that what's going on here is we're watching natural selection in real time. He says what's happening is the whiter colored moths are now really easy to spot. And so the birds are gobbling them up. And I bet you in just a few decades, it's going to be like majority dark melanistic moths. And this ends up coming to full fruition when Kettlewell, another scientist, another ecologist, starts measuring the moths in the 1950s. And not just measuring them and running his own experiments where he would capture the moths and he would place them in the area where they're not very well camouflaged to see if birds actually do go after the more obvious moths instead of the ones that are better camouflaged. So he takes a bunch of peppered moths, the light-colored moths. Yeah, please do.
I really, this is a really interesting, and I didn't know they were called pepper moths. I have heard about this, and I've heard Ken Ham say that this is totally ridiculous and it's been debunked. So, and I'm not sure that I believe that. And so what I would say is I've heard Ken Ham say a lot of falsehoods a lot in my life, and so maybe he's right about this, maybe he's not. But it's hard for me to trust him considering the fact that he said a lot of things that are lies. So what would your response be to someone who would say the type of question, this is just adaptation and not evolution? What's your kind of response to that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, from the sound of it, you know how the story ends, right? What ends up happening is that Haldane's predictions come true, and it turns out that the moths are being naturally selected in the direction of, they're experiencing directional selection for better camouflage. And what's cool about this is that when Clean Air Acts went into place in certain areas around the UK, in those areas we saw a reversal back to the original moth color, right? The original peppered moth color, because the trees stopped being so stained and their original color was more beneficial again. So the reason I asked about the peppered moths at the beginning is because creationists hate this experiment. And they've been talking about it since Whitcomb and Morris in the 1960s.
Yeah, for a little while.
Yeah, and the reason why they hate it is because it's such a distinct example of natural selection. Originally, what their problem was that Kettlewell had glued the moths. When he ran his additional experiment, he fixed them to the trees to see whether or not birds would eat them. And people were like, but in nature, moths aren't glued to trees. And it's like, no, of course not. But you can't keep a moth still for long enough to see if it's going to get predated on a bird in a specific spot. So he fixed them in place and then watched if birds predated on them more often, because moths do land all over the place. This was reanalyzed years later, and it stands as an excellent example of natural selection, which is why, by the way, they pivoted. And so now Ken Ham is saying that this is just adaptation as compared to what Whitcomb and Morris's original gripes were in Gish and all of them, which was that the experiment was bad. Now they're like, okay, fine, the experiment is good. Yeah, and now they're like, fine, the experiment is good, but it doesn't count still because this is just adaptation. Adaptation is evolution, right? And the same mechanisms that cause microevolution to happen. Yeah, so you got it already. The same mechanisms that cause microevolution cause macroevolution.
I'm taking up a bunch of y'all's time, so I do apologize. I know you guys love talking about this.
You're fine.
I'll try and make this. So that's the part that I'm looking forward to in your next episode. The part 3 to that is that, I'm like, okay, so I can, coming from my background, there's like an acceptance that adaptation happens. And it's like, okay, that's going to happen, but it's God and not actually evolution. And they're wrong about that. So I'm really looking forward to the point where you're like, hey, here's what evolution can do. Here's the fact that it can actually make these kinds of changes. I'm really looking forward to that. And I can't wait to see that.
Boone, check out, I don't know which episodes you've seen already, but if you haven't seen the most previous ones, there are 2 out. Okay. At the very end of the second one, I mention a ton of different types of mutations, right? Like I talk about single point mutations and the change, beneficial versus detrimental change that they can cause. And then I talk about larger scale mutations and how that can create new information. That kind of change, right? Like the mutations that create that variation, that's already on the table, right? So this next section, we're going to be talking about how that is selected for to be dominant within a population. And I'm going to re-talk about the peppered moths in that episode. But I would encourage you to go back and rewatch that section and pay close attention to the zebrafish example and to the ultrabithorax in flies and how you can revert them back to having 4 wings as compared to originally having 2 wings, right? Or how you can induce an extra pair of leg formation in spiders just by messing around with their antennapedia genes. I think it's antennapedia genes. It's like
my brain instantly goes to like the brainwashing of like, oh, that's just adaptation because it's already in their genes. But I have the understanding that like, okay, where's the point that I'm making this like preconceived notion that it's just adaptation and it becomes evolution? And that's really what's pushing me towards, that's really what's pushing me towards like, okay, this is definitely evolution. Now I need to figure out what mechanism, like how this actually came about and learn more about it. Because like I said, this entire part of my education when I was growing up was ignored, not only ignored, but specifically taught against using strawman fallacies. And so this is the type of thing that I'm like, dude, I'm down to learn this, but I need a source of people who actually care and don't like go, you're stupid because you don't know this. Come on, you're so silly. Like it's like I was raised believing this thing. It's like from a young age, imagine somebody just kept whispering this thing in your ear. You're going to believe it's true. So it's like, come on.
Yeah. Well, and creationists are notoriously hard to deal with on this because on one hand, they like to say, oh, it's just adaptation. They're using the genes that they have. And then you can show them how just by tweaking the genes that you have, you can get a zebrafish to develop a proto-wrist. You can get a fish to develop a proto-wrist. Right? Like,
yeah, I was watching your video, the last one, and I was like, nah, this is crazy. This is so cool. This is great stuff.
Yeah. So it's like, you have to ask yourself, it's like, okay, well, what is it then? Is it that you can't create new information, or is it that the information's all already there? What's the argument? Because it can't be both, right? It's frustrating. But thank you for calling, Boone, and I hope this was helpful to you. And I'm really glad you're enjoying that. I've gotten a lot of encouragement on that whole series. That it seems to be helpful for a lot of people. So
I do kind of have to like tell you the truth here. This has all been a scam to get a college level education in evolution. I mean, you're so cooked. Like this is all a scam. I got you. No, college. I just want. I'm serious.
We get this scam run on us every single time we have this show, so it's okay. You're not the first.
I'm just kidding. No, this is genuine. I am genuinely a theist, and I am deconstructing and stuff like that. But like I'm saying, your whole talk with the guy who did the final experiment and stuff like that, it's so much fun to see that kind of stuff. And I'm really interested by science, but my whole life everybody's been telling me, oh, this isn't science. This is just full on crap. Like this isn't science, and that sucks for me because and so now learning this stuff now is like, oh, this is super, super cool. One question I will have going into this and kind of being like, okay, I used to think this was bullshit and all that kind of stuff. How much knowledge about evolution should I have? Not as an educator necessarily, but just as someone trying to live life and getting hit by, oh, evolution's not real and that kind of stuff. Because, I still have to go back to my family every Thanksgiving and every Christmas. Looking forward to that one. You know what I'm saying? So,
as much as you want, as much as makes you happy. If you don't study this stuff for a living, the limit is just what makes you smile. What I was doing, you were talking about getting a free college education. This was my first college textbook about evolution. It's called Evolution: Making Sense of Life by Zimmer and Emlyn. Fucking phenomenal book. I've written a ton of stuff out of that. Then I've got this one here. This is Evolution, 2nd edition by Bergstrom and Dugatin. I bought this one as a backup to help write lesson plans out of. It's also pretty solid. And I am currently in grad school again, some more because I'm very stupid and can't be stopped. And this was the textbook for my graduate level evolution course just this last semester. It's called Evolution by Futuyima and Kirkpatrick. So like you can pick these all up on fucking Amazon, dude, and you can like scroll through these and just pick up little keywords and little concepts and fact check yourself and like just see next time somebody's talking about like pick your favorite. I'm just going to open to a random page here. Somebody's talking about you can't blah, 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 something about speciation. Well, here's the speciation section. Here's this whole thing on what allopatric speciation is and how it works. And how do I know the difference between like vicariance versus just dispersion and like what's going on here? And like these are the resources that I would use if I was in your shoes. Pick up whatever textbook you can and just find the newest, most best one that's $400 and get one that is one edition behind that. And it'll be $40. And it'll be the exact same goddamn textbook, and they just move 2 paragraphs around so they can sell a new edition and make it cost a bunch of money. And just just pick up some little keywords. You don't have to read this whole book front to back and memorize it. Just pick something that's interesting and dig into it. Learn backwards. Don't try to go through it page by page and learn bit by bit. Find something interesting, learn how that works, and that's going to make you question, okay, well, why and how and what are the constraints on that? What are the limits of that? And that's the next question and the next question. And as long as you are learning by interest, driving your education with curiosity, you're never going to have a bad time doing it. It's going to be fun the entire time, and you're going to be more and more hooked as long as you go.
Yeah, the only thing that kind of sucks is, like, I hear you guys talking about these, like, different people who are very influential in a positive or negative direction for evolution. I'm like, oh man, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna have to look it up, and it's gonna take me like a while to do that.
Please do not.
It's a lot.
It took me so long to start finding the people interesting. Like, I honestly was of the opinion that it's like, who gives a shit? Like, it doesn't matter what crusty old guy said, whatever. It's just about what we already know. And then, you know what I did? I read On the Origin of Species by Charles Darwin, and I was like, holy crap. This guy's saying shit that we've discovered to be true decades and decades and, gosh, a century plus years later. I mean, the guy was absolutely brilliant, and that sort of turned me on to the fact that it's like these were people just like us. And Darwin was really good at just sitting around and being like, I wonder if XYZ. And then it's like, then that becomes like an entire field, like 50 years later. So
have you guys read
don't stress.
Sapiens by Yuval Noah?
Yeah, Harari.
Harari.
Yeah,
I'm saying that wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was was my very first book about evolution, or that concept anyways, and it really opened my eyes. Like I said, there's a lot of like straw man fallacies that people bring up, and it's like, okay, wait a minute. All right, this is actually really cool. This is great. I love that book. That book is great.
Honestly, man, your best bet is, as Forrest said, track down subjects that make you that really tickle your brain and make you interested. And I would say that if you're talking to creationists all the time, don't let them drill you just on evolution. Ask them how their model handles it. Like, say stuff like, hey,
absolutely.
so like if evolution isn't legit and we don't have all of these transitional species, why do we have all these transitional species, right? Like, how do we square this?
The two biggest things for me that I'm like, 'cause obviously I came from, I've deconstructed, right? So the two biggest things for me is the one you talked about in your the video where you went to the Ark Encounter in the Creation Museum, and you were like, what about all of the half-life for this radioactive material? We have cooked the Earth like 8 times over. That's a big one for me. And then another one is like the super evolution that would have happened from the Ark down to like now. And then where is that? Those are the two big ones for me.
That's so weird. It's like stopped. They require evolution on fast forward, and then it's just like, but actually now it's going at normal rates, and don't even think about it too hard.
Yeah. It went from like literally like every single day we're seeing a new species of animal or kind, whatever that means. And now there's nothing for like, I mean, how long have we been looking at animals? Like 300-400 years, like with very solid documentation with no holes in it. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously before that even, you know what I'm saying? That was a great video. I appreciate you putting that out there.
Of course, it was my pleasure. I mean, gosh, but pay attention to when they give their answers too, because one thing that I've noticed is that it doesn't really matter that there is an answer. It matters that there's the illusion of an answer. The second you try to poke any of these solutions or these models even a little bit, they crumble like a house of cards, right? They can't deal with the body of data because what they have to do is come up with a model that explains all of biology and all of geology and all of astronomy and all of every scientific field better than what we currently have. And we've been working at this for 150 plus years, right? Not going to happen, in my opinion. But
when I rewatched, or when I watched that video of you going through, it really did come to the realization that it's like they don't try and answer the question necessarily. The only thing they try and do is like basically say, you're ridiculous actually, and you're just going to hell. So have fun in hell. And like it's like okay, cool.
They love that, and they also love being like, and you know what? Charles Darwin was racist, and it's like, okay,
true.
I'm really sorry,
but that's
dude,
a big
you don't
one.
want to play that game. Like you really don't want to play that game.
That's a fun one where I like to. No, No, obviously, one of the big things for me is bringing up like the Catholic Church, like all of the stuff that they did, and like even like the Spanish Inquisition. It's like, so Darwin was racist, but people were murdered because they didn't believe exactly the right things. That's interesting. I mean, okay, cool. And yet the Christian Church is still good, even though they did all those things. But Darwin can't be right because he was racist. that seems a little bit silly. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm hearing, which is continuing to push me in the direction of like, I really don't feel like this is the type of thing that's true and or is anything other than a way to control people. And that's kind of what I've been figuring out. And that's been my journey. And I really appreciate you guys have really been helping me along in scratching that itch in my brain where I'm like, what is this? And why is it doing that? And how does it work? And then Erika's like, here's how this works. And I'm like, yo.
Hell yeah, dude. I am so glad to hear that. Sorry if you can hear this. My dog is like absolutely raking her carnassials against a bone. I'm about to have to kick her out. But thank you so much, Boone. While I get up and let my dog out, Forrest, also say goodbye to Boone. Boone, best of luck. Call back if you have another question, and I will see you later.
Yeah.
And BRB.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Okay, come here.
May Darwin guide your evolutionary journey or whatever we're supposed to say.
Absolutely. Yeah, roll back your eyes, contort your body, and let the Dark Lord take over. Thank you so much, Boone. Take care.
Exactly.
Bye. I did put that. People were asking about that purple textbook that I'm using in grad school right now. I put a link to that one in there. And I'm also going to put, here's another great evolution resource. There's something there you can do. And yeah, I would hate anybody who says that, that evolution is bad because Darwin was racist. Just wait till you hear about the founding fathers of this country as well. Do you like democracy? Do you like America? Because a bunch of slave owners gave it to you. And I bet you don't agree with that. I hope you don't agree with it. Depending on what Christian we're talking to, you may. But like,
also,
look, dude.
Also, like, if I may, at least Darwin was an abolitionist. Because, like, a lot of our founding fathers sure were. Like a lot of our founding fathers were not. And we like their stuff, even though they weren't abolitionists. At least Darwin was like, I am racist, but I also think all humans share the same common ancestor and that slavery is bad. And so,
right.
It's in a world where the bar is in hell, it's a little bit better. A little bit.
Right. Yeah, no, that's a whole thing. And that's honestly, you get that same shit and it's like, oh, fucking James Watson just died. And it's the same thing. It's like, hey, here's this incredible pioneer who was like so fucking cool and stole some shit and did and his whole thing about Franklin was that she should have worn makeup and smiled more, and also believed that standardized testing proved racial superiority with certain races having better intelligence than others inherently. And it's like, dude, come on. Just come on. Ugh, you're not making it easy on us.
Unironically, dude, and I'm a little biased here because I've read way more Darwin than I have Watson. But like from what I have read, I think Darwin was unironically less racist than Watson. Like I honestly think Darwin might have been less of an asshole.
Well, yeah.
And Darwin didn't steal any of his coworkers' work either.
Yeah, Darwin was going like it's weird because Darwin was getting into social Darwinism almost, and it's like that sucks that you almost bastardized your own fucking thing. But like, because I remember the Descent of Man was just that. It was a bunch of like humans are all unique and special, and we share a common ancestry, and that's why equality is important. Also, savages. It's like, fuck. Yeah. What are we doing here?
He ruined it. He actually snatched defeat from the jaws of victory on that one. Because you're like, unironically, you really are reading it. And you're like, wow, he'll say the most progressive shit, like for the 1800s. And then the very next sentence, you're like, oh, right. I forgot where we were. Because you cannot say that. You can't. He's like, sometimes some cultures are just going to go extinct, kind of like how poor forms go extinct. And you're like, ooh, I don't know about that one, buddy.
Yikes. Big ol' yikes from me. Real question really quickly for Chris Forey in the chat. Real, genuine, serious question. How many times do you need to be muted in the chat and told that you need to call in while we're taking call? We've been on since 6 p.m. We've been on for 4 hours. And then you wait until we close the lines and say something stupid about how slavery was abolished by Christians and only about this many Christians had slaves. First of all, you're fucking wrong. But also, every goddamn show, every goddamn show you have to be reminded that you need to call in and you get muted in chat and you bitch about it every single show? Like, what is it going to take? What's it going to take for you to figure out how to grow some thumbs and a spine to match and work your phone and give us a call and talk about slavery and the Bible? Because let me tell you, the Confederate States of America was a Christian nation. The Declaration of Secession from the state of Texas says that the enslavement of black people and the superiority of white people is a Christian institution that every Christian country would uphold. Christians owned slaves. Christians perpetuated slavery. And yeah, there were some Christians that fought for abolition too. And you know what they did? They read the same book that the KKK believes in, and they got a different message out of it. They weren't good because they were Christian. They were good in spite of it. They were good against the messages of the Bible because the Bible is a pro-slavery book, front to back. Maybe someday you'll call in about it. But until then, you're just going to continue to troll in the chat and get muted every single fucking show I'm on. We'll see. Maybe someday. Maybe someday you'll figure it out.
I just don't understand the tone deafness of, like, doing that in the chat of an actual call-in show. Like, dude,
that's what blows my mind.
That's the point of this. That is the point of the show. Call in with your opinion and let's, like, hash it out. Don't sit and complain in chat. And oh God, definitely don't sit and complain in chat that you can't get in. Please. Everybody knows what the prioritization of calls generally is. If you called in with this take,
seriously,
you would
we
get
take
on.
you next.
You would get
take
on. So yeah.
I'm tempted. I would ask Lux to open a line, but I know he's not going to call. He never fucking does. And so it's like, what are we doing?
No, that's exactly it. That's actually exactly not going to call.
The amount of times I've seen that exact dude in chat, and I've typed in, hey, the phone number's on the bottom of the screen, and the producers type it in, and the other chatters type it in. It is every single show. Dude's got to get muted in chat. Every single show. And it's just, we get these cycles. I have some dedicated fucking chatters on my stuff too. I've got 3 or 4 that I see them so often I can name their fucking channels because it's everything every day. Something snarky about trans people, something snarky about evolution, I've got one dude who will literally he'll just take a random video from Answers in Genesis, pull up the transcript of that video, and just highlight a random chunk, like in the middle of sentences, and copy paste that and paste that as a comment on my videos. And it's like, I double dog dare you to just try thinking for yourself for 1 full minute and see what happens. It's crazy.
It will not happen because I'll tell you, like, I've gotten comments on my channel about people trying to disprove evolution by citing a paper that I talk about in the video. And it's like, dude, I know the videos are too long. Like, I know you're not going to probably watch them. I get it. But, like, at least skim it and so that you don't make a fool of yourself by citing this. Like, do me the common decency of that, because otherwise it's just like I am burning actual seconds of my life, wasting precious ATP reading what you have typed up on your computer. God only knows.
Narrative ma'am 978, you just got muted for saying dumb shit about slavery. I don't think you've been timed out though. If you say right now, put in chat, if you will pick up the phone right now and say what you just said publicly and talk about it, I will ask our producer to please open one line for you. So here is your opportunity. They said, you two are bozos. Slavery exists in every society and culture. And millions of white Europeans were enslaved. This is your chance to talk about slavery in front of tens of thousands of people.
That's a really cool, well-written, well-composed sentence with proper grammar and punctuation. I really like that about that. Makes me think that we're going to be dealing with like a top brass, you know, top of their class, top brass shit. I don't know what we're supposed to do with that. Are they going to call in?
You're talking about.
Let's take another call while we're waiting, or do we just want to wait and see if they're actually going to?
if this person, because Khaleesi is putting the phone number there, but our lines are closed right now. So if this person comments and says, yes, I will call in right now, I'm going to ask Lux to please open one line for this person. I know they fucking won't do it, but let's see what happens. Maybe this person can figure it out. And you're talking about people talk about sources. My favorite, the comments that I get so often, especially on sex and gender stuff, is that I don't read any of the sources that I cite, but also I do read the sources, and that's why I know I'm misrepresenting them. And also, no scientists agree with me on this at all. And also, all of the university professors and publications that agree with me are all woke liberals that are being bought out by blah, blah, blah. And also that this is all brand new science that's taking over. And also, the fact that it's been around for 100 years is because of this one guy who corrupted science. And it's just nonsense on fucking loop. And at no point do they ever engage with what is being said. What's that?
Forrest, but Colin Wright said on Twitter that you're wrong. Colin Wright on Twitter said you're wrong. He said
I forgot.
You stupid dingus. He said you were wrong, so you're destroyed. And like rip Elvis ratio.
The guy who literally walked away from academia because he was wrong and because he couldn't convince anybody to take him on as an academic and as a professor because he refused to just catch up with what's been known about this stuff for the past century. The guy whose whole entire platform is to go on every right-wing podcast he possibly can and talk about how he is a PhD biologist, and that means you should believe him when he says that the institution that gave him the credibility he is currently beating you over the head with is not to be trusted because it's all corrupt and evil. That guy. Oh, I forgot. Damn.
But Forrest,
I guess that means that.
Wright, but Richard Dawkins, Forrest.
But Richard Dawkins. But Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne and Emma Hilton. They said the things.
Jerry Coyne is on my shit list right now.
They said the things that introductory biology textbooks say is wrong. Strange.
Well, hold the phone. Fair enough. He has been on my shit list, but he's extra on my shit list because, in addition, like his one thing was supposed to be, at least he's still good at debunking creationists. Like that was supposed to be his one thing. That was like the thing that he still did decently. I mean, I haven't read his blog in years, but he posted on Blue Sky the other day and was like not retweeting actually the Discovery Institute, but like a Discovery Institute talking point about a recent paper that came out that I've beaten to death, the You et al. Paper. And so I popped in his comment section and I was like, that's not right. And then he had to update his article because of me. I made Jerry Coyne update his stupid article because he was like, whoops. He actually commented on everything. He was like, whoops, now that I've looked into it a little more, why didn't you look into it in the first place? You know, it's like, right. I don't know, dude. Like, truly, like, and I'm sorry to say this, but like being transphobic is brain poison. Like, it actively makes you stupider on everything else, I guess. Like, or more careless. Because, like, there's no excuse for somebody of his caliber to be saying any of that. But, whatever.
Well, I really think it is, I've said this before and I'll say it again until I'm fucking blue in the face, is that fucking it is the same kind of, I call transphobes science deniers all the time. Because literally the exact same arguments. This is all new stuff that's being pushed on us. There's a conspiracy amongst the academic elite to push this narrative to drive us away from God, from tradition, from morals, from the West, from whatever the thing is, that you'll get fired if you speak out against this. So you just have to go along with it if you want a job as a scientist, that these studies are all funded by these big corporations, big special interest groups, whatever. So you have to report what they're saying, that this is all experimental and not confirmed, that this is flying in the face of whatever. All of that is anti-vax and also creationism and also flat earth and also chemtrails. And every single bit of it is every one of those things. Anti-science conspiracy theories. They are all conspiracy theories that are actively anti-science. And every word of it is the transphobic argument. And then you just get some special, with every one of them, you get some special unique ones. With evolution, it's, well, there's micro and macro and whatever else. And with anti-vax, it's something about that you make noise that ends with like mercury and DNA.
Yeah.
And with
aluminum.
transphobes, it's something about,
proteins.
aluminum. Oh, fuck me. And then with transphobes, it's always something to do with either gender is inherently sexist or gender and sex are the same thing, and it's all about stereotypes or some other fucking dumb thing. And like, I think you're absolutely right. It rots your brain because it makes you think like a fucking science-denying conspiracy theorist rather than just updating your brain with new information. It's so fucking lazy.
It's like, it really is. And then it seems to have like a trajectory every time too. And anti-vax is the same way. It's like once they swallow the pseudoscience on that, it's like the rest just comes like dominoes, right? One by one by one.
Yeah.
And you start to see the other parts of the grift on board. And I honestly think I've been calling it the personal slight to alt-right pipeline, where it's like what happens is they get corrected on one thing, and then they're so like it's human psyche bullshit, but it's like they get so offended at just that very prospect that it causes them to reevaluate absolutely everything and realign to be in opposition to those that they feel slighted by. And if that includes taking on a bunch of water on a bunch of nonsense subjects, so be it for them. But it's like, okay, well, you look like a moron, so I don't know what to tell you.
I think it's very reasonable. And also there's that big factor. I was talking about this the other day about fucking like Russell Brand and those types where it's you build a career by developing this audience of people who are very, very liberal and very, very progressive and very, very open-minded and very accepting and warm and welcoming, and you're fighting against the system and blah, blah, blah. And then you do something really stupid. You either say something really stupid, or you espouse that you have a belief for a long time that's fucking dumb, or you allegedly, sexually assault a lot of people, whatever it may be. And you now pay a cost. Like that's with canceling on the internet. People think you just go away. No, you pay the cost of this audience and you gain a different audience. And so you have a choice. Do you either try to reconcile with this audience, or do you just move to where the money is? And so you have somebody whose public persona has been fighting against religion, championing human rights, championing progress and science and reason and whatever. And then they pay a serious cost by espousing stupid beliefs and refusing to update those beliefs. And their whole career has been having, liberals mad at them for being, anti-religion, maybe a little bit Islamophobic along the way or whatever. So now the liberals are mad. I must be doing something right. And you just slide into this new area with this new audience of fucking brain dead, hateful bigots, because they're going to keep buying your books and they're going to champion you and they're going to cite you as a source whenever they want to win an argument. And it's the same way you've been treated this whole time, and you didn't even realize you stopped being a critical thinker a long time ago. And now you just are doing this new thing.
It's an infinite money glitch, truly, but the cost of it is your principles, right? Like any of us here on the line could immediately start printing money tomorrow if we did this grift.
Oh yeah,
it's that simple. Yeah. They are championing the bit for legitimacy. But again, the price is everything. The price is everything you stand for, everything you believe in. It's really sad. I mean, you basically get to watch the death of someone's spirit in real time when they start doing this pivot, and it's a common pivot these days, unfortunately.
If I was evil, dude, I could be the best fucking preacher. And I could be on Fox News tomorrow. Well, I was an evolutionist for years. I earned degrees in evolution. I got big famous talk shows, and I gained 2 million followers preaching the gospel of evolution. And now I know it's a lie. And here's this protein that looks like a cross, and I'm a biologist. I can tell you about. Oh my glob! I would be pulling in money. Yeah, oh my gosh, dude. I would be pulling in Benjamin's hand over dick. I'd be doing it day in and day out. It's just, it's so easy. It's so easy.
It's a money printer, like straight up. It would be a piece of cake. I mean, oh God. I was once an evolutionist who believed in fish to fisherman evolution. Now I am a trad wife. My husband is the head of my household. Like, Brother, tomorrow, I'm homesteading, I'm taking care of chickens, it would be so easy. Yeah. Everyone out there, think your lucky stars were not evil. If we were evil, you guys would be in a whole lot of trouble. If we were evil, you guys would be bad.
Do any part of that. I could do any part of that, or I could just set up a feet finder too. I mean, fuck, man, the opportunities are limitless. But at the end of the day, I got to sit here and debate evolution on the internet. That's what I got to do. That's what life is.
The great irony. Well, it's not even that. I was going to say the great irony, but it's not ironic at all. It's just like the feet finder thing might even be more lucrative. You might even make more cash doing that.
End of the day, have you ever heard of Toad?
What's our next call?
What do you think? We got Evan, pronouns he, him, calling in from Cuckoo Octopus, talking about a 8-legged thing that tells the time in a delightful way. And I'm sorry to tell you, the call is about eugenics. Evan, you're on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Hi, Evan.
It's going.
Yeah, so I guess just to I don't know, I didn't hear if you stated my call. Sorry, my first time calling in, and by the way, I'm also a big fan of you, in particular, Forrest. Excuse me.
Oh God.
So yeah, I'm a little nervous, so bear with me for a bit.
As long as you're not calling in pro eugenics, we'll be all right. Because it says something about the efficacy and ethics of eugenics. So as long as you're not pro eugenics, we'll be okay.
Well, so here's my standpoint: is that it's mostly from like a transhumanist perspective, mainly, in the sense of like like with just transhumanism. Hey, if there's a better heart that they can build and I can put it in my body, why shouldn't I be able to do that? And to relate it to like the kind of stance on how I believe like eugenics is, and I'm not saying, the bad parts of eugenics, which I'll get to in a bit, but mainly just speaking on like, if I can engineer, my own sperm so that I could, have children that are like 6'4", something totally like elective, or like maybe screening for diseases or mutations, so on and so forth, to that effect. Mainly just talking about like the genetic engineering aspect of eugenics, not so much so like using it as a tool of social evil, if that makes sense.
We talked about this with an earlier caller to a lesser degree.
We did.
But Forrest, kick us off while I'm writing this name.
Yeah,
this tooth.
It's fair to say that what we do today, even by deciding, what kind of medical like issues we want to correct for, and it's the freedom of abortion, you could argue, and all these different things. Like
I was also going to kind of relate it to abortion too.
Yeah. You can twist all this and make an argument you can twist this all and make an argument that these things are akin to eugenics or a form of modern eugenics. I've had a professor at university that even said that like eugenics has gone most of the way, but we still, we do these things to treat genetic diseases, and that is still trying to manipulate human genes and control the evolution of the population. And if you have a profoundly disabled baby, you can choose to have an abortion early, and that's part of blah, blah, blah. And like, yeah, sure. Strictly, very, very strictly speaking, I guess you could try to cram that in there. But at the end of the day, that is akin to calling capitalism slavery, where it's like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from and I get the connection and what you're saying. But actually, the reality of the real situation is so profoundly worse that to make this kind of squint eye and it kind of looks like this kind of thing seems a bit profane. And what we talked about earlier was that there's a difference where if you could make sure that your baby is 6'4", and hopefully when they grow up, not when they come out, and is great at sports and can do math at an early age and blah, blah, blah. Those are things where you were like, okay, why would you do that? That's fucked up. That's making designer humans. That sucks. But if you could make sure that baby never gets cancer and never has, Huntington's disease or Parkinson's disease and never has any kind of neurodegenerative disorder, blah, 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 why the fuck wouldn't you do that? Absolutely, you should do that. Could you call that eugenics? Kinda, but it's just not even close to the same thing as what people are really talking about when we talk about eugenics. So I just don't think that the comparison is really appropriate, and the conversation around that is very, very, very dangerous, because it will inevitably, if you use that language that way and you expand that metaphor that way, you will inevitably have to come to a point where you're like, okay, but this is the good kind of eugenics. And then you have lost the argument to every Nazi who says, okay, well, that's just your matter of preference, and this is the good kind of eugenics. And nobody wants that shit. That's my whole take on it.
I totally get what you're saying about, like, using these sorts of like reasons, like abortion, comparing it to that. I was going to bring up, it might seem kind of pedantic to do so, more so like using it as like sort of a dodge / pseudo justification for it. But like, and I'm not saying that, like, I believe all this outright. I'm just kind of like viewing it as an idea relating to how I personally view, like I said, transhumanism, and like the ability or the liberty of living your own life and choosing how to raise your children. That's mainly where I was coming from, was like using that as like a good reason to, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was trying to search for a little in there, but it's tough, because it's like a lot of times ideas start off with good intentions, and I think it depends on the speaker in question, but for some, the idea of eugenics started out that way, right? The idea was to make all of Americans healthier. But that lasted about actually 0.6 seconds before it became, we need to get rid of the undesirables, right? And that's the problem with a lot of this stuff, is that it's like, it does start out with good intentions, but it's so easily corruptible by so many different people that it makes it very difficult to feasibly entertain without, just by virtue of entertaining it at all, pulling the rest of those really horrible ideas on board with you, right? Like, I think that many people would sympathize with the idea that it's like, oh, I would love it if my kid had all of the characteristics that makes them socially cool, and that they were, brilliant, and that they were good at sports and whatever. It's like, I think a lot of people hope that their children are going to be successful at something or enjoy something to that degree. But it's like that it's right up on that line of veering into, and the people who don't have those characteristics are less good. You know what I mean? And that's what I think we want to try to avoid. And like we were talking with Sick Duck earlier, and it's like the line there is fine. It's a tough one to really parse out and tease apart, because tinkering with the genetics of kids before they're born without their consent, obviously, because they're babies, or sometimes not even babies. Sometimes you do it before they're not even born. That is really playing with fire. And I'm glad I'm not in charge of any of that stuff, because I agree with Forrest, and I said this to Sick Duck earlier. It's like, you what you want to do is utilize a technology like this to eliminate suffering, not give rich people an edge over poor people, which is what this is going to end up being. I think that's going to be hard to not do.
That is inevitably how, especially as we live in this capitalist hellscape, it will inevitably be a genetically superior class of people. And that's a problem.
Well, see, I think that's kind of like where I disagree with like that kind of whole, I guess, just stance, if I were to call it anything. It's something that I don't necessarily get. Like I kind of feel it's a little bit like a slippery slope, like the fallacy of slippery slope, I guess. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. But like
it is a
like
slippery slope, but the problem is we've slipped down this slope before. You know what I mean? Like it's definitionally a slippery slope argument. I agree there, but it's like there's a precedent for it. It sucks that there is, but there is.
Well,
Yeah, it's a slippery slope fallacy if you are taking an unreasonable leap. But like when the slope has been shown time and again to be there, and we know the exact steps on the slope, not a fallacy.
I mean, I think what happened with people abusing eugenics as they did is I you were talking about like setting a precedent, as it were, and like I think like well, for me, I view eugenics as a practice itself, just like as a tool. It's not inherently good or evil. And again, intention does matter, and how you use it, matters, of course. But in the same way that like you have to be responsible with a hammer. You could use a hammer to build a house, or you could use a hammer to bash a dude's fucking brains in. That's not that doesn't mean owning a hammer is like going to lead to that. I guess is how I'm kind of viewing that whole dichotomy, and that's kind of why I'm calling in to like kind of phrase it out.
Right. So like I agree with that, but like that's not exactly a fair comparison here. So like something that's been on my mind recently that I've seen a lot of. There is a massive surge of anti-Semitism that I've noticed on a lot of social media platforms. And there is also a genocide going on in Palestine that is being perpetrated by Israel. And so you have this hideous fucking overlap of people who are criticizing Israel and then you have these people coming in that are actually just fucking anti-Semites that are using any criticism of Israel to just be fucking hateful towards Jews. And so when I look at the comment sections under things that are talking about this, that any kind of like now any MAGA post, any post that's like trying to instigate some so-called culture war, whatever like that, I'm seeing more and more people post pictures with grotesque caricatures of Jews to say that it's Israeli propaganda. So like, here's that slippery slope, right? Criticizing a government, criticizing a genocide, criticizing policies, criticizing war crimes, and that's great. And then you take one step into criticizing a nationality. And then you take another step into criticizing a race and a religion. And you take another step and another step, and then you are literally actually using Nazi propaganda and Nazi talking points to rally against these people under the guise of trying to be progressive and positive, right? So again, it's not akin to just saying like, well, I own a hammer and you could do something bad with it, but you're not. It is, you are actually using real talking points and real like terminology and real iconography and real ways of thinking that have actually been used by the actual worst people to ever exist. And that's not a fallacy. That's saying, hey, you are fucking up actively. If you want to talk about improving humanity through technology, through gene therapy, through biomedical sciences, phenomenal. I love the first thing you said. If I could design a better heart and plug it into my chest right now, I'd do it in a fucking heartbeat. Well, I would love to be a cyborg, dude. I would love if I could build better arms and pop them on, no sweat.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
then I want to also say
rockets in my knees.
Totally, I'd be all about it. But if the problem is when you then say this would make me a better person, a better human being, this would improve humans as a thing, and therefore we need to start weeding out all these rots, all these rotten parts of the fruit. We need to be getting rid of all of these negative things, these undesirable things. I don't, in my perfect world, in my perfect humanity, in my perfect species, there's no Down syndrome. So we need to start eliminating these people with that. Like, that is where that leads. And so you have to be extremely careful when you're talking about this stuff to say, I am going to help people have better lungs, to help people like live longer lives, to help people do whatever, and have that caveat, that eternally important caveat of consent and of like humanity and of equality built into it, rather than going down the very real slippery slope of saying these people don't get to breed and these people don't get a place in my new world. You know what I mean? That's the key that I'm trying to drive home here.
Sure. Yeah, obviously. And like, and you know, that's kind of why I was a little nervous, because I thought, if, me using the word eugenics, you're going to have like, a bad impression of me, like that I do actually believe in those things, which I don't, which I just want to make that, draw a line in the sand there. I don't.
I appreciate you reiterating it.
Yeah, just to make it clear, like I'm not a hateful person, I'm strictly, maybe I'm just using the term eugenics wrong in terms of like my personal ideation of it and like my idealistic type of like viewing of the future from, like I said, mainly just the transhumanist kind of perspective. Can I ask, are either of you familiar with the author Howard Bloom?
It sounds familiar.
He wrote he mainly wrote the Lucifer Principle, and like the Genius of the Beast, a radical revision of capitalism, and he kind of goes into these types of things, like using that kind of like I guess ideation of it, and he does use the term eugenics, like kind of like in the context that I was kind of using it here. So I guess just to give you a context or perspective of like how I came to this kind of thought, type thing. I don't know. I don't know what to call it.
I've had university professors that argue that a lot of the things that we do today are indeed eugenics and are also still good. And so like there are people out there that use this term to mean any control of the genetic destiny, for lack of a better word, of the general population. And like, okay, that's fine. I think that outside of like strict academic environments, that terminology is really dangerous, and it allows you to accidentally align yourself with people that you definitely don't want to be aligned with, which is why I was talking about the whole thing I was talking about with like the Gaza discussion. If you aren't fucking careful, if you are trying to criticize a government and you can't do it without criticizing all Israelis, you're an asshole, and you need to shut the fuck up, because you are putting fuel on both fires, both of the white supremacists and the actual Zionists who are trying to talk about any criticism is anti-Semitism. So like, you are doing everybody a disservice. And similarly here, I get what you're trying to go for, and I get what my professor was going for, and I get like the way this word is being used. But the fact is, it is so, while it may have some similar notes, it is such a distinct melody from the reality of what the eugenics movement was and is, that I don't think that it's really fair to use that term. And I know you are going to lump yourself in with people that you do not want to be lumped in with if you use it. That's my vibe.
Right. Yeah. Having Nazis as bedfellows, isn't a good look in terms of that,
yeah, it sucks.
Siding of the fence, I guess. Yeah. I guess like I'm sort of relishing on what you're saying and like how I kind of interpret that with my personal like ideations of it. Like you were kind of saying it before, that like you felt that like my ideations of like, wanting to have, better kids, healthy kids, for their own thing. And like that's all I was thinking about, as opposed to like, oh, let's go wipe out this generation here. Let's wipe out this culture here.
Yeah.
And, and that. So like, I guess I just wasn't like seeing how they connect in eugenics, which is why I didn't really like, again, maybe I'm just getting my definitions wrong on everything. So
you're fine. And that's the damnable misery of being a good person who is maybe a little, and I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm talking about me here. Somebody who is trying to do good and is probably a little naive of just how bad things can be. Trust me, I've been down that road more times than I can tell you, where it's like, hey, we should improve things somewhat. Let's talk about these things. And it's like, you have to be careful, because if these things sound great, and then here's these fucking evil people that use these as a gateway. So make sure you're distinguishing this and that. That happens all the time to everybody who's paying attention. So yeah, just gotta be careful.
And I'm super careful about it, or at least I try my damnedest to be. Maybe not so much here, but you know,
hey,
I don't know.
Everything's a learning
experience.
experience.
Just earlier in this show, I had a call from somebody, and we were talking about how being deliberate with language it's a learning process. You know, we're all going to make mistakes, and that's something, you know, people, you got to be, when it's obvious someone's trying, you got to be patient with them. You know, hopefully anybody who's listened here understands what, like, now that you've specified, understands where you're coming from. But you know, it's just we're all learning. We're all learning all the time.
Yeah,
for sure.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate that. And like on that note, like kind of like as sort of like a proof that I'm not that kind of person. Forrest, for me, you know, watching you, like you're like one of my favorite hosts on the show, and like I watch all of your content on like your channel and stuff. And like most of like what was important to me was that I kind of was buying into like the right-wing propaganda, as you were saying, about like transphobe kind of talking points and rhetoric. And you know, watching you and like actually like being excuse me, driven to the right points of like, you know, doing my own research and having, you know, valid arguments for why they, you know, trans people are valid and they exist, and like this whole like it's a man thing, you know, isn't you know good, kind of like good optics, I guess. So and I want to thank you for that.
Yeah. I appreciate that, and I gotta tell you, I don't take compliments very well, but anybody who can say I'm not a Nazi, I like either. Forrest Valkai, that makes me happy. Anyway, with that, we got a couple of calls left, and we have not a lot of time, but I appreciate you calling in, Evan.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it.
And thank you for waiting 2.5 hours to talk to us. Very cool of you.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Thanks, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
I think we can. I know. I think we can bang some of these 4 calls. I think we could bang these out in not enough time, but we're gonna fucking try.
Yeah,
we gotta try.
And then we have super chats too.
I know. I know. It's not looking good.
Let's talk to Te Tapua. Te Tapua calling in from New Zealand, who says evolution is a theory. That we agree, but it's also a fact too. Te Tapua, you were on the line with Forrest and Erika.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
We are good.
So my question was, why was there giants before in the past to today?
What do you mean by giants?
Like giants.
And animals as well, like dinosaurs and
There still are giants today. The biggest animal that we know of to ever exist is alive right now in the form of the blue whale. So we still do have giants.
Like mammals, like herbivores, carnivores.
Whales are mammals.
To me, it seems like. Oh, you're right. But to me, it seems like that. Sorry. To me, it seems like that they de-evolved. If that was a explanation.
Are you just talking about? Are you just talking about how it's like there used to be a lot of land-dwelling big animals like long-necked dinosaurs and carnivorous dinosaurs, and now there's not? Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's a good question. A lot of that is due in part to recent climate change and humans. There used to be a lot more big mammalian predators on the surface of the planet, but due to simultaneously climate change and human encroachment, we've hunted a lot of them to extinction. And also the climate has not been kind to them. So warmer climates, more temperate climates, have doomed, and in addition to humans, have doomed animals like the American cave lion, the mastodons, the mammoths. Like earlier in time, we used to have like woolly rhinos and things like that. Yeah, giant sloths are gone. right? So those guys did live in the very recent past. Like a lot of those dipped toes into the past 10,000, 12,000, 15,000 years. So it's been kind of a recent thing for most of them. We're in a period of time where it's like there are less giant land living animals than there used to be in the recent past. But there have been periods like that at other points in Earth's deep history, right? After major mass extinction events, it usually takes a while, even minor mass extinction events, it takes a while for critters to sort of recover.
You also have this crazy thing called adaptive radiation, where like after a mass extinction, whatever lineage is there is the one that is going to diversify to fill in all the new niches. And so you would have to have those niches be available, and also the time for the things to fill in those things. So like take, for example, the fact that herbivores are usually much larger than carnivores. Usually the largest animal in any environment is going to be the big ass herbivore, and then you have some large carnivores that are half the size of the thing that are out there hunting it. Well, in order to feed that gigantic herbivore, you need some sort of gigantic plant abundance for it to live in. So like you're not going to have a sauropod dinosaur walking around the plains of North America here where I live in Oklahoma. What's it going to do? That's why the biggest things we're going to have are going to be like fucking cows and big elk, deer things. Maybe if you go up north, you'll have a moose is the biggest. And those mooses are huge, but they're nowhere near as big as they could be if we had a massive, massive abundance of leafy greens for them to eat, which isn't something that we can tolerate in the climate that we have right now, like Erika was talking about. We are currently experiencing global warming, nothing close to what we had in the Mesozoic.
Well, amazing.
Does that make
You
sense,
would say
Kate Tepua?
that's sort of like adaptive. Yes, it does. And is that like adaptive to the environment today? Like animals adapting to the environmental mental changes today?
Yeah. That's the thing, is that you have to have evolution. Doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? No one thing is just going to evolve some way just for funsies. It's all in response to the environment. And so in order to get bigger predators, you need bigger prey. And in order to get bigger prey, you need bigger producer things. You have those bottom level producers, big plants that can then feed those things. Otherwise, you're SOL.
Because my other question is, if there was giant humans, then we are the product of them. Is that true?
Was that?
If there was giant humans back in the past, are we now products of them?
No, there were no humans are actually taller now than we've ever been, if I remember correctly.
I was going to say the same thing. Humans are larger now than we've ever been, right? The only primate really that consistently gets bigger than us by weight are gorillas today. And in the past, there were some other very large primates, the biggest one being like the famous Gigantopithecus, which could be 9 feet tall when it stood up on its back legs. But as far as like giants go, like giants similar to how we think of them, big humans, we don't have any evidence that anything bigger than us existed in the past.
Because I'm indigenous, and our knowledge has been handed down through verbal. How could I say it? Through
oral
our
history?
generation, through verbal. Pardon?
What we would call an oral history is like passed down generation to generation.
That's the
stories.
Yeah, that's it. And it was said that they were giants. Our ancestors were giants. This is the crux of my
It's not just your culture that has that. Lots and lots and lots of cultures have those stories. Even more often than not, we're debating Christians on this show, and I've met quite a few Christians who believe in giants because it says in the Bible that there were giants back in the day when people bred with angels. So these are common beliefs for a lot of cultures. It's just a kind of a common monster story. Like what if there was a really big dude, you know what I mean? And then you tell a story about it and it exists. And a lot of times, like we talk about like the story of Goliath in the Bible, for example, And people are like, oh, he was like 20 fucking feet tall. And what it really meant is that he was like maybe 5'11" at a time when everybody else was like, 5'1". And so it's kind of just the fish gets bigger every time you tell the story kind of thing.
And giant is relative, right? Like it's possible that many cultures that are talking about giants in the past, there were like big guys back then, right? Like there could have been a group of people that was on average 6 feet tall, and that could be what they're talking about. The thing is, as Forrest said, like we're often seeing the remnants of some stories where the fish does get bigger every time, and we're talking about people who are, allegedly 20 feet tall or something like that. And something like that would leave a trace of itself. And we don't have any evidence of that kind of thing happening. But it doesn't mean there weren't like big people. They just wouldn't have been 20 feet tall. They would have been regular. Like they would have been within the range of modern people.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
When you were in the chat, you were talking about how evolution is a theory, and that's what we encourage you to call in about. Like, do you want to probe into that at all, or are you good?
Well, Charles Darwin was all about animals, wasn't it? His study was on animals and reptiles, and I've watched all his videos, and I just it amazes me how much knowledge he had back then. And then you tell me that he was half like a bad person, a bad thinker, like.
He got some stuff wrong.
Sorry, but I'm just...
The thing is, he was a person. He was a person, and because he was a person, he got some stuff right and he got some stuff wrong. But the thing is, we don't believe in evolution because of Darwin. Darwin helped popularize the idea, and he came up with one of the major mechanisms for evolution, natural selection. That is one of the mechanisms by which evolution works. And he's the one who helped discover that and publish it. But that's not the entire story of evolution. And in the almost 200 years since him, we have affirmed a lot of what he said. We've debunked a lot of what he said, and we've learned a bunch of stuff that he could have never dreamed of. And so now, like I said to you in the chat, evolution is a fact, proven, guaranteed. We know it's for sure. The theory of evolution is just the way that we explain how evolution works.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
I appreciate your time, man. Thank you for listening.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
You too.
What a productive call. I expected that to be so much more antagonistic.
No, I love calls like that. I love those so much. I love when it's just like chill and fun and you get somebody who's inquisitive and interested.
Yeah, for sure. We got 2 calls left. We're going to start with Nyx, pronoun she, her, calling in from olfactory regression, smelling backwards, y'all, who wants to talk about creation narratives and the agricultural revolution. Nyx, you are on the line with Forrest and Erika. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yes. I'm not liking this thing though, where the callers are doing their own little version of your bit for us. I'm not happy about this.
What are you talking about?
All right, so
nothing.
Yeah. So I think that in the evolution debate in quotations, with creationists and the arguments they make, I think that the debate is fundamentally invalid because I'm of the opinion that creation stories are about the transition from hunter-gatherer societies to the agricultural revolution, and that most, if not all, of the creation stories that we have in religion are metaphors or allegory of that transition, and that creationists are taking something literally that isn't meant to be taken literally at all.
I think that is certainly the case. So I'll speak for myself here, right? When I was Christian, I took that perspective, right? That the idea that in most cases we're talking about allegory here. It's not meant to be taken literally. And I thought that was perfectly valid as an interpretation. And I still think it is. I really do. Sometimes I'm in the minority on that and sometimes I'm not, but I think there's precedent for that. That being said, that is functionally not what's happened, right? Like functionally, there are a great many people who do quote unquote interpret it literally. I mean, Augustine had an entire tome on the literal meaning of Genesis, where he was like, this should not be taken literally. And the funny part is that Augustine thought that it shouldn't be taken literally because why would God create in 6 days? He would obviously do it instantly. So clearly God is only talking about these 6 days to relate to humans, and it's not meant to be taken literally. So it was like kind of the opposite of the reason why it's silly today. But it is an interpretation that persists, and it's like we can have this conversation on multiple fronts. I just don't typically do it because I'm not a biblical scholar.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's just like I'm a Norse pagan, and to me, the creation story in that mythology is so very clearly like an allegory for like the emergence of agriculture amongst humans. Because like even like the etymology of like the names of the different realms, or like garden, like it's just so like very clear. And then like the sort of concept of like what the Jotuns represent, like the chaos of nature, and that like surrounds the like garden that humans are placed in. And like to me, it just seems very clear that it's like an allegory for the agricultural revolution and people like building civilization and coming out of this state of nature.
I wish more theists had that perspective about their own respective texts, because I think the very nature of how humans write stories down means that a lot of it is meant to convey a message more than it's meant to convey a literal history. I'm glad that the Norse cosmology is more straightforward on that, because I think the same is true for the Christian cosmology, cosmogony. I don't know. I don't know which one you should use for that. I guess you could theoretically use both, but I wish more people took that perspective, and I'm glad that you do. Because for me, first and foremost, the thing I care about more than anything else is getting the science right. Right? Like we can have a conversation about theism completely separately, completely divorced from that. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Oh yeah,
I'm glad. Good on Norse. Good on the Norse set.
Yeah, I'm a biology student, and I have gotten deep in the weeds on the like anti-creationist, anti-apologetic sort of thing. It has tickled my autism in a way that very few subjects have, and I've been deep on the weeds in it for the past like 3 years.
It's really incredible how for an industry that says so little that's new, you never run out of content to talk about.
Oh, I know, because they always just make shit up too when they run out of.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. There are a couple of them that have legitimate attempts, but a lot of them, yeah, I would concur.
Well, yeah, no. Before I was going to university in Oregon because I transferred, I was going to the University of North Texas, which is like it's in the DFW area, and so we got a lot of people from ICR and Discovery Institute coming to the.
I imagine you did.
And like I was there for Casey Luskin, and he.
Oh, Dr. Casey Luskin! No way.
Yeah, he came, and I fundamentally just lost faith completely in his ability to be honest, because when he came, I like brought up like he was like talking about like was the missing links in the hominin fossil record, and I was asking him like pretty pointed questions about like specific individuals. Like we had like a pretty heated exchange on Australopithecus sediba, and he was doing the well, if there are apes, why are there still apes argument, but like more complicated, because he was saying, oh, Australopithecus sediba was found like after we find the first iterations of Homo, so like they can't be ancestors. It's like, no, you did the thing. Why did you say that?
They literally do the thing. The contemporaneity thing that you find all across their literature, from Luskin to the late Gunther Beckley to contested bones with Sanford and Roop. all of it is the same. It's just different versions of the same. If humans came from monkeys, why are there still monkeys? Like, it's that same thing. And Nick, it's not surprising to me that you got that impression from Casey, because I too believe that Casey Luskin is a dishonest hack. And I people that know me know that it's pretty hard to get me to come right out and say that about somebody. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Casey is one of the very few creationists who I actively believe has lied, and it makes me think that he will continue to lie, because he has not popped to that and like changed his behavior. So I think he's full of shit, to be perfectly honest. And
you said, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So,
finish your sentence.
No, I won't, because I won't stop. So take over.
You said Casey Luskin as if it was someone that you really knew, and so I looked him up, and I thought it looked familiar, the person's face, and it did. This is the person who wrote this very kind article about me. Well, it wasn't really about me. It was about so Stephen Meyer went on Joe Rogan and did his usual lies and lying about how all the people who study biology, evolution for a living don't think it's real, and the people who the best evolutionary biologists in the world all know that it's a scam and are struggling to try to square the circle of reality, blah blah blah. And he talked about Dr. Gerd Mueller at the University of Vienna, and said that he listened to Gerd Mueller at the Royal Society tell everybody that neo-Darwinian evolution isn't real and it doesn't work and they've got to figure out something new. And so I wrote to Dr. Mueller and was like, hey, will you watch this clip and tell me if it's even close to representing you properly? And he was like, no, obviously not. And
I think I saw that.
He gave me a great and so I put out that video, and Casey Luskin wrote an article about it. And this is all he says about me. The whole thing is about fucking Gerd Mueller, and he has the exact response and all that stuff, and it's just talking about why Gerd Mueller is all doesn't know what he's talking about, and how Stephen Meyer is correct, and blah 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 blah. But this is what he says about me. He says, YouTube skeptic, in quotations, Forrest Valkai, I'm assuming that's a real name, a self-described biologist and science communicator, post a video response. His comments aren't worth responding to. And then he goes on to respond to them for this whole thing. And it's great. But yeah, this is everything that this guy said about me, and that makes me smile.
Forrest, you know about him doctoring the figure, right?
I know about what?
Do you know about him doctoring the figure, the you et al. Figure?
Oh yeah,
no.
I've had so many conversations about that fuck ass paper. Oh my god.
Nick, I am so glad to hear that, because I have made it my personal mission to make sure that everybody knows what happened with that paper. That's what I was correcting Jerry Coyne on earlier, actually, incidentally, because I'm the one that has to do cleanup on this, despite the fact that I'm neither a geneticist nor involved in comparative genomics, but that's fine, whatever. And I talked to the authors on this and whatever, but like Casey Luskin took a figure from that paper at Forrest. I'm talking to Forrest here next because I know you already know about this, but he took a figure from that paper and just cut out the parts that were inconvenient and reaffixed the x-axis to make it look like it was the original figure. I mean, it's
and
bad.
He did it so badly that you could see where he cut it too.
You could see where he cut it. And I was not the one who noticed this. Several other people independently noticed this. And it's egregious enough that several creationists and a few young earthers that I know and talk to have been like, yep, it's a bad look. It's a real bad look. I'll tell you more about it later, but it's a whole thing. So Nix, I'm glad to hear that you too are.
I just pulled up the video from Creation Myths talking about it. So I'll look at that as well.
Oh yeah. Or first watch my 2-hour video on it. I go deep in depth.
Hell yeah.
I love I love the 4-hour long form videos. I love them so much.
I am so glad to hear that from you, Nix, because I'm striking at a very specific demographic here, and it's you. It's you and your people like you who enjoy putting yourself through that.
Yes. God, I have had I have a decent amount of like young Earth creationists that are like in my life who just slob on the knob of Discovery Institute, and I have for the past like 2 years taken on the Atlantean Herculean effort of trying to like show them demonstrably that these people are lying to your face. Like they think that you're stupid.
I actually think
this is a 3.5 hour video, my friend. What are you talking about?
Watch the shorter
The
one.
one
Watch
from
my okay. Well,
Every
actually, you can watch
creationist
either
got
one.
this wrong because of Casey Luskin. Is that the one?
That's the better one, and it's funnier, but it is overly gratuitous. So but it gives you the whole story. I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying, you'll know what happened. I mean,
Howard.
No, it's okay.
You
I'll
need
give
to
you that ad rev.
understand-
We're friends like that.
You need to know that when it comes to Casey Luskin, I'm like a weapons grade hater at this point. Like I have it out for this guy so much because of this specific incident and because of his response to what happened as well. That also really made me mad. Because it's one thing it'd be one thing if it was a mistake, and it'd be one thing if it was like shucks, you caught me, I won't do it again. And also I admit that because the part, you have to understand, the part that he cut out directly atom bombs his point. Like, that's why this was so significant, because including it would have rendered his entire, and Forrest, he wrote over 12 articles on this one paper, all predicated on a figure that he doctored. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's so bad. It's just, it's basically the TLDRs, he's looking at structural differences in the human and chimp genome. And he's like, look, when you look at structural differences, that is to say 1-to-1 identical base pairs, humans and chimps are only about 86% similar to one another. And it's like, whoa, that's crazy. And like, it's a cool paper and whatever, except we've had that number since 2018. So it's not groundbreaking. And that's why it was in the supplementary material, because that wasn't what the paper was about. But directly below that, in the portion of the figure that he cut out, we look at intra-specific variation within orangs, gorillas, bonobos, chimps, and humans. Gorillas within themselves have experienced more structural variation than chimpanzees compared to humans. So gorillas, by Casey Luskin's method of comparison, are only 85% similar. What do you do with that, Forrest? Well, I'll tell you what you do. You cut it out of the figure, which is why all of the intra-specific comparisons are gone, and he only keeps the human compared to everything else, which makes it seem much more significant than it actually is. And also, for the record, by that method of comparison, humans can be as dissimilar as 13% from one another, which is obviously an asinine way of comparing organisms. But okay, we need to end this because I'm going to start getting even more worked up about it. It makes me so mad, actually.
Just one more comment, just from my personal experience with him. He is such a sleazy, weaselly little shitbag in person.
Oh,
he's just a sleazy little slime ball in person.
I've seen him. Well, I haven't seen him speak in person, but like I've watched his presentations, and like he strikes me as a know-it-all, which is tough when you don't know anything at all about the area you're talking about. Or do, and I guess you're just trying to hide it. Like that one gets my goat. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for working me up, Nix. This was really great. Now I feel nice and energized for all of these super chats. That like got my heart pumping, and now I'm pissed off. So thank you.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
Have an awesome rest of your night, Nix. Thank you for waiting for so long.
Take care, my friend.
Thank you for having me on. You too.
Take care. Bye. And that was our last call. The one that had been waiting for hours on end dropped in that. And immediately our producer for the night, Luxander, put in the chat, we are calling the week. Amazing. That was our last one.
Their loss is my gain in an extra hour of sleep tonight. So let's skedaddle on these super chats. I want to make sure we get to all of them. And I know some of us, I'm not naming names. Yeah, some of us are going to be long-winded. And I'm not going to point any fingers, but I think let's get started. You know what I mean?
Dive right in. All right, let's begin. First one.
I made an exception because someone sent 2 $5 super chats before I told everyone that we're doing $10 and more. So I was like, okay, we'll include this one. But otherwise, it's only $10 or more.
That's fair. $5 from William Matz, 1991. What's y'all's favorite furry movie? I just watched Zootopia 2. It was super cute. I also thought Zootopia 2 was very cute, and I enjoyed the hell out of both Zootopia 1 and Zootopia 2. One thing that I think is very interesting is there are no primates in Zootopia. No one's talking about this except for me and like 6 people online, because I Googled it right after. I was like, I wonder if anybody else has noticed. There's no lemurs. There's no bush babies, because I would get it if they were like no apes, and I would even get it if they were like no monkeys. But there's not a strepsirrhine on that in that city. So I'm curious because they just added reptiles in with the snake and the reptile district in this most recent Zootopia iteration. And then my husband and I stayed because there was an after credit scene, and there's like a little hint that another group of animals that has not been previously involved is going to be involved. And so, but that group is not primates. So I'm wondering when Disney was going to pull their head out of their ass and realize that they could make some serious money from me specifically if they put primates into Zootopia. Because what I would like to see is the cute animation of like a Simang, and I would like a Simang villain. That's what I want. I want a villain Simang in Zootopia 4, since we're not going to get it in 3.
I don't know how to answer this question because I don't know any animal heavy movies, but I did just go see Wicked 2 with Amber, which I had to quickly watch the first Wicked in order to understand what we were going to go see, and I'm infuriated by it. It pissed me the fuck off. And I feel like maybe it's still too fresh that I shouldn't say anything because it's going to leave spoilers, but like plot holes so big you can fucking hide a witch in it. I don't know, it sucked.
Not plot holes for a 20-year-old play, Forrest. Not plot holes for a play that's 20 years old and a book that's older than that. Stop, please. Have mercy.
It just blew, and it made me mad. I was grumpy about it.
I think it was rescued, or not rescued, because that would imply that it was fixed. I think the entirety of Wicked 2, it's just like the second act of the play, which is to say not nearly as good as the first act, but it was on the backs of the For Good performance. Like the performance of the last song, For Good, carried everything that was good about that movie, and it was just because Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, they have wonderful voices, and they did a great job with that song. And I think that if it wasn't for that song, people would think even less fondly about that movie than they do now. Come at me, wicked heads.
I didn't care for the song, but it's just because I wasn't there for the music. I was just there because Amber really wanted to go see it, and we were like, all right, I'm gonna go see it. And I wanted to.
That's crazy, Forrest. I went to the musical, but I'm not there for the music.
I was paying attention to the story, and they just decided the story wasn't important a few times, and it just I hated it.
Cancel Forrest for watching a movie musical and being like, I'm the music. I'm not really there for the music. Like, I know that it's all about the music and that everybody's a good singer, but like, well, I'm not really there for that. Actually, I'm kind of like don't really care about that. I went to see Wicked Part 2 for the plot. That's crazy.
Just saying. I'm just saying. I don't know what you want from me.
Let me check the chat to make sure you're being properly roasted.
$10 you are. Dollars. Am I? Oh, good. I don't know.
Yeah,
I never watched it. Well, what are you saying? Why? My wife wanted to view it, and so I viewed it with her because I love her very much, and it fucking stunk on ice because the plot sucked and it didn't make any fucking sense.
Did you like the first one?
Not particularly. I watched the first one just so I could understand what's going on in the second one, and like,
yeah,
I got it. Like, it's fine. It's fine.
You're not like
I
don't
know. The soundtrack's just. I'm okay with some musicals, probably, but like, I don't know. This just isn't.
Remember what you guys said about being really long-winded about super chats?
Lux, tell me you don't want to know what Forrest's favorite musical is. He literally came in. He started 7 minutes. Super chats. He started super chats by saying, "I went into Wicked 2, but not for the songs." That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say.
It's
fine. I guess I'm the only one.
I'm not trying to be
outvoted.
like the cringy. I'm not trying to be the edgelord here. Like, oh, it's too popular. I'm just I wasn't there for the music anyway, and they did several things that made no fucking sense and never resolved them, and then did several other things that are completely inexplicable.
I can understand
Nonsense.
not liking it because it's carried by, like, that show in general is carried by the music. Like, in fact, most musicals
have you
like don't like
well, then
divorce
just
from the
make
music,
songs.
you know?
Then just make
I'm just
songs.
saying, like, I'm just
If that's
saying
what you're doing, why?
saying
If you're gonna make a
it's the
musical, then you should have the good music and a good story that makes sense. Why? If you just want to make songs, make songs.
In a perfect world, I'm with you, but this is a very, like, non-theater kid kind of take, and that's bold for someone who I know has a lot of theater kids in their audience. I'm just saying, like, I'm just being honest with you, my friend.
You don't know anything about
honest.
me.
I just
$10
we
from
have an overlap.
SJL. Are there extant animals we don't have fossils for? Discounting soft body and other hard to fossilize things. Search once an AI said no, didn't trust it. You should never trust AI. That said, I don't know the answer to this question.
Don't have fossils for, like no fossil lineages. I don't know.
I think that's what they're getting.
I know. I feel like that's. I don't think there are any. I'll speak for mammals. I don't think there are any mammals for which we have zero fossils for. Like I know that there are some that are very spotty. Like I know like aardvarks are very spotty, but I know we have like aardvark teeth. I've found aardvark teeth before. It's like they have these very characteristic double pillory shapes to them. But like I don't think there are. But then again, I focus on mammals. Like I don't know, and primates specifically. So it's like I have no idea how this applies to the rest of the fossil record.
Right? Yeah, I don't know how to answer this off the top of my head. I'm sorry. Don't ask AI again. $10 from it's yours.
Oh yeah, $10 from Elizabeth Chris, 7830 Force Office Building, and Jimmy's wooden trees to landscape it. That's so true. Jimmy can make those giant wooden trees that he does. Specifically, they line it. They're very large. They line it. Perfect.
For sure. Well, this is just money. Thank you for the $10 Primordial Puggles.
$10 from Dobby3188. Watching yesterday's live when R. Len brought up comparing God to Homelander make me realize Forrest kind of looks like Huey from The Boys. This is non-decipherable to me because that's a crazy. Like, I mean, I know The Boys, but like that's a wild comparison to make. Comparing God to Homelander is kind of insane in and of itself. But whatever.
I've been told this a lot.
Jordan.
And I've never seen The Boys, and I don't know anything about it. And when I look up this person, this person has a very different head shape than me. So I don't know. Well, he also has like his neck is 3 feet long. So like I don't know what's going on with that. I don't get the comparison, but like, hey, if you see it, that's great. $10 from Joshua Everett. So when are you going to get Tiger Beat style quarter sheet pinup posters of the line host? What does that mean? I bet Arden would love to do the design for those. You could print quotes and CV facts on the back.
When I host with you, I have to do so much heavy lifting for our cultural knowledge as a co-host duo because Tiger Beat magazine is the teen girl magazine from like when we were kids.
Oh, okay. I didn't have a childhood like that, or mostly at all. So I don't know. But like that sounds neat.
That's fair. Tiger Beat, it would be fun, is what I'm saying. $9.99 from RB Driver 25.
I get the aesthetic. I've never seen this before, but I understand the aesthetic.
Yeah, because context clues, right? Like if you know pop culture, it's like, oh, it's like a teeny bopper. That's what my mom calls them, teeny bopper magazines. We have $9.99 from RB Driver 25. Poop pun.
Brag more
this
about
is
having
so
a
much
mom.
better than the actual poop puns. Like I like this better. Thank you.
$10 from Gangstalicious26. What's one genetic discovery from the last 30 years that made evolution even harder to dispute than it already was? I believe the fusion of chromosome 2 was within the last 30 years, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and that's actually a killer one. That's a really good one. I would say the sequencing of the ape genomes as well. The phylogeny is non-refutable, and it has definitively shown us that no matter how you do it, humans and chimps are more similar than rats are to mice. Like, that's, I don't know what you're going to do. I don't know what you do with that. If rats and mice are related and you want to be consistent, humans and chimps are related. And that's a tough one for creationists to handle, but they do it by just ignoring that.
To the person in chat who says that I wasn't a teen girl, you don't know anything about me. $10 from Misha76. Nature is healing. The forest has come back. That must have been when my internet went down and I had to fuck off for a while. But like, yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for the $dollars. And that good fucking Hattie Haddington PFP as well.
$20 from Gangstalicious26. In evolutionary biology, what would count as a serious anomaly that might require revising core evolutionary theory as opposed to simply refining it? The proverbial rabbit in the Cambrian would do it. Mammalian life, way before it's supposed to be, or Mesozoic life, way before it's supposed to be. A lot of stuff like that would require a complete revision of our understanding currently of when major lineages should first show up. If not refuting evolution entirely. Like, I think if you found like a lagomorph in the Cambrian, I don't know what you would do with that. Like, and repeatedly, like a full, what do you call, a full Warren, perhaps, of rabbits. Like, I don't know what you would do with that.
I would say, like, if you had just like a shit, so there's this thing, atavisms are when an ancestral trait reemerges. So like it's the closest thing you can get to quote de-evolution or reverse evolution. And I would say if like you had that happening a fuckload all at once and a lot of things, that would seem pretty impossible to me. And it would seem like evolution is actually happening backwards, and that would cause a lot of confusion and be like, what the fuck is happening? This is not a mechanism that occurs usually. You know what I mean? That would be interesting.
We have
999 from Rob. I want a Forrest Erika stream on New Year's Eve just to see what they will be talking about at the stroke of midnight. We'll be talking about turning into pumpkins, y'all. And what that feels like.
What would we be talking? What do we talk about more than? I would probably be getting irritated by one of Forrest's antics. That's usually what's happening in the interim. $10 from Regato. Oh, look at this. Yeah, that would be it. That would be it. It would be one of those. It would be one of those. That is so tinny. Too. Like, it sounds like someone is like shitting through a horn. It's so gross. Hey, I injured myself.
Can I share with you my new one?
It still hurts. Awesome. Now I'm mad about like 5 things at once. This is great. Yeah, go ahead. Let's pile it on. Thanks, Regato. Really great.
This is I'm trying to incorporate this sound into a video right now, and I love it so much.
I know that one.
So good. And I'm thinking I'm gonna do it like leading into the fact that like Ray Comfort I'm breaking on the Ray Comfort video right now and like having that build up and then it shows the Ray Comfort thumbnail. Like that's what I'm thinking about.
Yeah. He's Ray Comfort. It's gotta be, you could do that or just him with the banana, you know? I mean, you've got a lot of options. You could get a lot of mileage out of that.
Somebody made a video about me, and guess who it is?
Did Ray Comfort make a video about you? That is so funny.
Oh yeah, he did. And it is hysterical. Kent Hovind has made like fucking a dozen videos about me, and Reasons for Hope Ministries made like several videos about me. And like, there's this dude named Toady who's like a tiny little VTuber. So like, don't go harass him. But like, he's made like 2 or 3 videos about me, and they're all fun, and it's fun to watch. But they're not funny enough to make a response to. Fucking Ray Comfort's video was funny enough on its own that I can now respond to it, and I could just let it play and people would laugh. And so I can like actually dig into it.
That's actually worth it. My claim to fame, my biggie was I got Ken Ham attention from the man himself. He took like 5 seconds of a video that I made. was like mad about it. And I don't know, there's this new guy named Jim Bob who's been around. Somebody emailed me and was like, you need to debate Jim Bob. And then I looked at Jim Bob and I was like, this guy doesn't know anything about anything. And this is not worth my time.
His business model, because he's also a very small channel, and his whole thing, he's just fucking just hateful and bigoted and loud and obnoxious. He throws around slurs, and that's his whole thing.
He's a cloud farmer. That's it. Like, he's just trying to get these
exactly. His business model is to tell his audience, go tell these people to debate me, and then he infests people's comment sections so that either he gets on a bigger creator's channel and they talk about him, or he gets to say, these people are scared of me and they won't debate me because they know I'm right, and then he gets to throw around more slurs. That's the whole fucking thing. He did a video about me and Promise, and his whole thing was he just called Promise a bimbo, and he talked about how I've got a big hook nose that's getting hookier over time, because that's not a fucking dog whistle at all, right? Like, that was the whole thing. It was terrible.
He called me Trans Millhouse, and I was like, I don't really know what to say to this. Like, I was like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, I was like, no, it made me laugh, but only because I was so taken aback. I was like, that's a wild. That is a wild strat.
Why did you get the funny insult and I got hook nose and Promise got bimbo? What's special about you?
Hey man, and honestly, my whole thing was, I was like, there's so much to pick apart here, and that's what you went with. Like,
that's what he went with. That's why it's so funny. It sticks. It's such a strange thing to say.
And I still, to his credit, I will give this to Jim Bob. To his credit, I still remember it, and it still makes me giggle. So, like, credit where credit is due on that one. But the problem is, he doesn't know anything about anything. Like, I watched the first little bit of his video, and I was like, it derailed so quickly. And then he did the stuff that you were talking about. I was like, this guy is not worth it. There's nothing of substance here.
The only reason I know about him is because the Skeptic made a video laughing at it, and it was fucking horrific. It was just horrifically bad. And the only reason I know about anybody else is because people like send it to me all the time, and they're like, "Hey, this person talked about you," and I look at him like, "Who cares?" But like, the Ray Comfort one was funny enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Somebody emailed me. I'm sure is definitely not Jim Bob himself, and they were like, you need to respond to this. And I looked at it and I was like, I'm not responding to that. And they were like, what, why? And I was like, he doesn't know anything. They were like, give me an example, and I gave him one example, and he was like, well, okay, but what about blah, blah? And then it just turned into a conversation with them, and I was like, okay, so
yeah.
Anyways,
no, it's not worth it. I gotta tell you though, I've had some hilariously out of pocket insults. I've had some people say some fucked up things about me. I've never gotten one that funny, and I'm jealous. I am just people need to get more creative with their insults, because that was that's charming.
Yeah, feel free to bring it up anytime you want, because it does make me laugh. Like, again, I'm saying, like, it's a funny insult, but the problem is there's nothing else there. Like,
it comes from such a fucking douche.
Yeah, it comes from such.
Yes,
yeah, the guy is,
dude. Oh my God! There's I get exactly what you're talking about. Like this, if I could just make a video about this one moment. I have so many like that. There's this one. I think I've told you about. There's this one reaction channel. It's like these two vegan dudes that were reacting to me, talking about how much they hated me, and it was fucking hysterical for 5 seconds, and then the rest of it was just sad. And then there was another one. This fucking dude was griping about one of my videos, and I played like this. I played a song out of fart noises, and he lost his cool. It was like, how old is this guy? They'll give biology degrees to anyone. It's like that. I want to make a video about that, but the rest of this was so lame. Like,
and there's nothing. There's nothing there. I know what you mean. So I mean, there's space to just collect them, and then one day do like a greatest hits of losers who couldn't say anything interesting enough to get a whole video, but here's our little speed run of it.
Yes.
Do that.
That would be a great video. That would be a great video. $9.99 from Known 17.5. If God isn't real, how can we find reproduction in a thesaurus? Fucking what? Checkmate atheists. Giggly hymens. Fucking frankly victorious. I don't know what does this mean. Random letters have fun for. Oh well, fuck. That's what it was. love love what you all do. Keep us the good work. Keep yourself the good work.
Dude, Hyman is never, like, there's just never a reason to go with that one. 10 Australian dollars from Misha, 76. You know what really ain't what it used to be? Entropy. That's so funny. Thank you for that, Misha. I really like that. Much love to Erika and Forrest. I feel smarter just listening to you two. I'm about to sneak into your house and steal that knowledge back with some kind of, like, Kids Next Door style machine after this joke. So,
Kids
be
Next
on the
Door
lookout.
style machine. Yes, the fucking somebody. I forgot what happened. I think it was somebody insulting our fan base or our audience on this show. I can't remember what the context was. I'm pretty sure somebody was insulting, and they said, "psychotic trans whatevers." And I think that should be the name for the fan base on this channel. You know, like the Game Grumps have, they call their fans the Lovelies. I think we should call our fans the psychotic trans whatevers. That is the fan base of this channel, the people who watch this channel, all of our subscribers.
We're gonna name it that.
The psychotic trans whatevers.
I was going to say that. I was like that. I was thinking that band name. Holy, that goes so hard.
$10 from Meg. Here's my donation to the Brain University of Teachers Teaching Science Theories Using Forrest's Facts, aka butt stuff. That's really good. Sorry, it's a Monday. This is the best I've got to offer. Well done. I enjoyed it thoroughly.
It's okay. Forrest will take it, and he'll put it on that'll be in the south wing of that building. Mm-hmm. It'll be kind of like a trap door that you have to pull up, to enter it.
Yeah, the subterranean entrance, yeah.
Yeah, and it's got like sort of a windy passageway to it. $10 from Ray Gatto. Came back from the cruise with her. Oh, it's Ray Gatto, so it's going to be a pun. Came back from a cruise with a really bad sunburn. I've been taking Viagra for it. It does not cure it, but it does help keep the sheets off my legs at night. See, that's not a pun. That's actually a funny joke. That's a funny joke about a boner. So, Ray Gatto, well done. That's funny. I like that. That's the funniest joke you've told. Keep that up.
$10 from Abstruse Glitch. I watched Forrest this once. I asked Forrest. I can't read. I asked Forrest this once, wanted to get Erika's opinion. What selection pressures do you see impacting human evolution going forward? Modern tech has mitigated a lot of what affected humans of old. Let's see if you give a better answer than I did.
That's a great question. My go-to one that I'm always really fascinated by, because human evolution did so much to try to get around this exact problem, is pelvic inlet width and head size. I think that the average human pelvis, like, we're going to get a trend towards the midline for everything. Like any dimorphism that exists now, generally speaking, is going to slowly it's going to continue to sort of lessen, and eventually, depending on how long it goes, it's going to go away, because we could just get around any problems with babies' heads fitting through pelvic inlets by doing a C-section. And that's going to be really, really interesting to see how that impacts, like, our conception of, like, healthy births and things of that nature, because there is a stigma that still exists around, like, C-sections and stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how that continues to play out moving forward. And of course, I think that we'll continue to see. Continue. You go ahead.
No, I was going to say, funny enough, that is the exact same answer that I gave. That was the first example that I gave as well. And I love the idea of just universal stabilizing selection, homogenizing human phenotypes. That sounds fun.
Oh, just like, there's like a mean skin color and like a mean eye color and a mean hair color and a mean hair texture and all that.
And we all just look the fucking same. And that's a funny way to think about humans. It would be, the future would be exactly what anthropologists do to the past. We're all just faceless blobs that all just uniformly do stuff.
Oh, yeah. And the global, I'm wasting time. I'm actually, like, spreading this out for myself. Okay, $10 for your guys' Bureau 6441. How did the common feline ancestor evolve into the modern domestic house cat? I thought this was a question, and I was like, what a weird coincidence. Through a series of mutations. I get it, because cats are making mews. They're doing little mews. I'm gonna kill you with that unicorn horn on that little blob in your abstract. I'm so fucking science brained right now because I'm doing dissertation, like, introduction stuff. I just said in your abstract. I'm gonna walk out back and, like, just throw myself into the river. Profile picture. Jeez. Okay, your turn.
How many more super chats do we have left, Lux?
Like a page and a half, and there's 20 per page.
That's
No,
not
we
that
got this,
bad.
dude.
That's
We
not
got
that bad.
this. We got this. Some of these are going to be easy too.
Send in your $10 super chats to make Erika really upset tomorrow. $10 from Raise a Village. Humans have certainly affected dog evolution, but have dogs affected human evolution? Do dogs respond similarly to non-human primates like chimps and monkeys? I would say they probably have, because they helped us like with hunting, and they helped us with agriculture, and they helped us with defense. So like probably in some way, I don't know what measurable way, but probably in some ways, yeah.
Yes, there's a really cool way that this happened where we've hijacked each other's oxytocin release system. So when you and a dog look into each other's eyes, they release oxytocin, like the bonding hormone that you tend to release when you're hanging out with your friends or bonding with your spouse or your offspring or whatever. So you when they see you, they release it as if they're around a pack mate. But what's really cool is when you meet their eyes, you also release it as if you're looking at a fellow group mate. So we consider, our brains are wired to consider dogs to be like actually a part of our families and a part of our group units. And we don't seem to do that with many other critters. We might do it with cats, but I'm not sure if it's as extreme as it is for dogs, just because they've been domesticated for longer. Again, it's just a product of time there. And also, dogs interpret human hand signals better than any other animal, including other apes, which is really interesting. What the fuck? Let's go! $9.99 from Lone Sky Hominin. Absolutely appreciate your life's work, Erika. I too want to study Miocene apes for a living. There is almost a dozen of us. There are almost a dozen of us studying Miocene apes for a living and loving it. Do it, please. And I'm begging you. I am begging you with just on my hands and knees. Please, please, please study their premolars, because no one is doing that. And I really need someone to do it so I can compare my canines.
$10 from Abtruse Glitch. Another Erika question: is the reason human pubic lice and gorilla body lice are so similar to each other the reason I hope it's not were ye olden humans actually boinking gorillas? Oh, I see where they're going with this. Yeah.
The very comforting answer to here is not necessarily, because we were probably using because humans are very industrious, so we were probably using their old nests, because gorillas build ground nests. So it's possible that we were just being like, we walk into an area after gorillas and we're like, oh, okay, like somebody's already built some stuff, we'll just steal this for ourselves, and that's how we got infested. Or it could have been earlier, and the last ancestor of us at that time, around 2 million plus years ago or thereabouts, could have been boinking the ancestor of gorillas at that time. It could have been either.
There you go.
Because incomplete lineage sorting is a hell of a drug. And we were exchanging trysts with ancestors amongst chimps and gorillas for a lot longer than you might think after we split. $10 from Joshua Everett, 9887, slapping out a bit of cash for the otherwise free biology lessons. I hope your night has been relatively pun light for Erika and cinnamon jelly bean filled ? For Forrest. It has been relatively pun light. It's been really, really nice, actually. I've been in a really good mood because of it. And what that means is that now chat will be like, hee hee hee, and now I will maniacally rub my hands together and super chat in a billion puns at the end of the night for Erika and Forrest to have to read in succession, which will be so funny and fun for everybody.
Who the hell is going out of their way for cinnamon jelly beans? Like, they're fine, but they're not the best kind of that you're in there for top banana and buttered popcorn and toasted marshmallow and shit. Like, that's who's in it for the cinnamon? You know, that's not what jelly beans are for. I guess that's why there's such variety. A little something for everybody. $10 for Storm Chaser Noah. My question yesterday about mimicry was just a request for elaboration on how it occurs, since evolution is thought/intention driven. I guess I said isn't. Also, thank you guys so much for helping Michaela out. So how does mimicry evolve? I guess is the question here. There's a lot that we have learned recently that is very detailed. And so the standard explanation of just saying there's a random mutation and this bug looks a little bit more like a stick than that bug still technically works. But now we actually have a much more robust model for that to work. And that shit's Hox genes, y'all. Actually where these patterns are developed. And so it's not just like, is there a little spot here? And then it's a little bit more spot and a little bit more spot. And then it looks like an eye. It's actually like massive deposition of this shit all at once. And that's kind of cool.
There was a really cool True Facts video about orchid mantises the other day that showed that orchid mantises generally look like orchids because it's for crypsis and like hiding from predators and helping surprise their prey, mostly the predator thing, but also the tinier bits that give them that make them really convincing as orchids, like the petals that seem to show up on their little forceps arms or little raptorial arms and on their little legs. It turns out they give them a gliding advantage, like a slight gliding advantage when they jump. And so it's like, yes, the primary selective benefit is crypsis, but then the secondary selective benefit is they jump farther, and that helps them hunt and escape predators. So it's like a twofer, which is really cool.
Hell yeah.
$10 from
Hell
Joshua
yeah.
Everett, 9887. Dude, the natural world is weirder and more awesome than magical explanations could ever be, and has the added benefit of having evidence that we can share with others. Yeah, I think that's the coolest part, is that you get to be like, why? And then you get to be like, oh, that's why. It's really cool. And then it turns out you're like not as correct as you could be, and it makes it fun.
$10 from Marianne. Erika, I was wondering, where do you get your skulls? My youngest really wants to get them so she can study them while watching videos on human evolution, but I have no clue where to find them. Thingiverse, I'm guessing.
Say again?
Thingiverse?
Thingiverse, it depends. So I print some of them. Some of these back here are printed. Some of them are like I 3D print with a resin printer and a PLY printer. And then I also do, I purchase some skulls from Skulls Unlimited, and I purchase other skulls from Bone Clones. So it's a mix of buying models, 3D printing them myself, and buying them offline. Check eBay, Ariane555, because it's way cheaper to buy them used. And universities sometimes sell them off, and Bone Clones is much more expensive than it needs to be. I would also say, I'll plug my buddy North02 here. North02 sells cheaper personally 3D prints, or prints that he's printed himself that are like really economical. So you can get like for $100, you can get like a pretty good Erectus print for a Homo erectus cranium. I think it's the Tattersall Sawyer recreation or reconstruction. And I think he has a Neanderthal, and I think he has Homo floresiensis too. So check his store out if you want some good cheap ones.
Highbid also is pretty tight. Highbid is an auction site, kind of like eBay. And I got on that thing, and I bought this giraffe vertebra, which I already showed you.
Crazy.
But like, I want to show other people so they know you can buy this shit. You can just buy things. You can just do whatever you want. You're free. You have free will. You can do anything.
I'm internalizing that because I would like a giraffe. I bet it's lighter than it looks.
It is.
Is it lighter than it looks? Okay, I was doing
significantly.
This is me. I'm thinking. 10 Canadian, or Canadian dollars from Puriform 42. Once we get advanced enough, we could create the creationists are talking about. Erika, would you help bury the fossils and trick an entire generation and give them the pleasure of debunking the idea that I've gotten to enjoy? Of course. They already pay me to bury the fossils we have now.
I believe that was the entire point that one caller was trying to make. Like, well, if we made things, then we could say that it's possible that things were made, and that means Jesus.
It's like,
coolest skull? Asks Lone Sky Hominin.
That I have, or period? Because period, it's got to be Estamenasuchus, an extinct synapsid E looking guy. It's got this really funky protrusions, really cool. But hominin,
otherwise known as the crown crocodile.
Yeah, people will love to see it. And also they debate, because like if you see Estamenasuchus up next to like a modern hippopotamus, you're kind of like, how much of this is soft tissue attachment site, right? Like, I don't know the answer to that, because we also have animals that have really shrink wrap looking faces for display reasons. So it's like, who is to say?
Look at this
yeah, these guys. Yeah. The skull right there, upper right, Forrest. Yeah, let's go.
That's its skull.
Yeah, that's the coolest.
Look
that's
at that
the coolest
fucking
skull
thing.
for sure.
This is an Estamenasuchus, otherwise known as the crown crocodile. This is how big they fucking were.
Yeah, big boy.
Amazing. And these guys lived in the Permian, by the way. These were around when Dimetrodon and shit was around. So like, this is what she's talking about. Is this proper representation, or is there more squish around this? You know what I mean? What's going on? Or are these horns exposed and used for display or fighting? What's happening here?
Yeah, we don't know. It's cool, but we don't know. Coolest hominin skull is probably, I think the coolest hominin is Ardipithecus, so I'm going to say the classic ARA skull for that classic ARA cranium.
That's a crocodile. that's a hippopotamus skull. And so if you were to shrink wrap that, it would look like this. And like, that's certainly not right. You know what I mean? So this is the whole concept here is like, when we look at Estematasuchus, what are we actually looking at?
Yeah. It's the shrink wrap problem, which we tend to do with a lot of critters. And we forget that it's like fat is good and muscle is good. And so it's like we tend to just put skin on them and call it a day. Our 999 from Outwitted by Fish are the skulls on the shelf behind Erika. You guys are really caught up on my skulls today. From Punster, she caught up to, yes, some of them are. Not all of them, but some.
Who's trying to call in right now? I see Kalasia trying to say that lines are closed. Who's trying to call in at this moment? 10 ass dollars from Darren McAuliffe. Why are there still recessive genes? Have we not interbred enough, or are some new? Are there traits like, say, red eyes or blue hair that we used to have but got bred out of existence? So why there are recessive genes in the first place is because of usually loss of function mutations. So you have this allele that is coding for whatever thing, probably an enzyme. And a mutation comes along that it causes that enzyme to be produced in such a way that now it no longer does the job it's supposed to be doing anymore. And so you have now what you call haploinsufficiency, where the one allele that you have is producing this enzyme. Is that one amount of that X amount of enzyme able to do the job and suffice for the loss of having twice as much of that thing? If not, then you have somewhere between like an incomplete dominance or a co-dominant situation. If it is, then you have a true dominant allele where just having one of them, you get the trait anyway. As for why they stick around, is because you sometimes have things that are called a heterozygotic advantage. So like, for example, the allele for sickle cell anemia. So if you have sickle cell disease, you have two recessive alleles for fucking up the structure of your red blood cells. That sucks. Why hasn't that been bred out? It's because if you have just one of these alleles, your red blood cells are still donut shaped, but they're wiggly enough that it's really, really difficult for malaria to get rooted in there. Malaria is a parasite that starts out in your red blood cells and then moves to your liver and fucks you up in horrible ways. So if you are heterozygous for the sickle cell trait, you are much less likely to get malaria. If you are homozygous dominant, you have no real noticeable difference for blood, but you are more prone to malaria. And if you're homozygous recessive, you have fucking sickle cell, and you're going to have a lot of problems and a lot of pain. And so the key here is having that advantage. That little heterozygosity makes things better. So that's what's up with the question.
999 from Hannah Hodgins. 9516. Don't be fooled. Erika's fossils are just a collection of the people who have made puns, and she farm boy strong them. That is so true, Hannah. And Hannah, I want you to know I love so much that you remember that I'm farm boy strong, because so many people forget that about me, and it leads to them underestimating me when I'm jumping them in alleyways. And that ends very poorly.
Hashtag femboy strong.
Femboy strong. That's you, Forrest, not me. Ayo!
How dare you
Ayo!
notice across the internet? I guess we have met in person, so you can tell. $10 from Andrew Sorensen. I wish the U.S. could get its priorities straight and fund education. We all do. If there were more teachers like Forrest and Erika out there would be a lot more young people interested in STEM. That's very kind.
That is why we do this online, because I don't know if this is true for Forrest, but for me, it's like I try to emulate all the best instructors that I had, because they got me excited and interested in science in the first place. $9.99 Australian dollars from Primordial Puggles. Thank you for this wonderful donation. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. You did not have to do
that. 20 ass dollars. Chris, the dumbass, has inspired me to send in more money to support the line and goad him to call in if he isn't chicken. Well, guess what? Didn't happen.
It never was going to.
I don't think we got a call from a Chris.
Oh, hell yeah. I saw this one come in, JB Vin. 10 Canadian dollars. Erika, ostrich ancestors lived in the African Miocene, and modern ostrich eggs are actually kind of the toughest kind of egg, requiring tools to crack. Could my crazy thought be possible? I mean, I've been thinking about it since we were chatting about it in the side chat. So for those of you not caught up, JB Vin and I were discussing in the side chat the potential for Afropithecus with those weird big laterally splayed chisel-like canines to use those canines instead of husking large fruit. Maybe it was using them to predate on eggs. And we were thinking like, okay, like what kind of egg would it be? It's like ostrich eggs are actually quite hard to crack according to J.B. Vinn's brief research. So like, I mean, I don't know, because eggs are a part of every omnivorous ape's diet. So like, I mean, I don't know. We would really need a read on like how many ostriches there were in the area and like whether or not that was feasible as a singular strategy, because ostriches pair bond and they guard their nests and they're very mean. But it is something to think about. And you don't need to, it doesn't need to be your primary diet to select for it. It just needs to be the most important part of your diet to select for it. See fallback foods for more examples.
Oh yeah. We've got Gabe of the World sent $50 whole. Oh my god, you fucking person, you. Are there any apes other than humans classified as bipedal? If not, do they have different standard anatomical positions, specifically forelimbs? Happily answer the phone like Buddy the Elf Day. Extant animals or extinct animals is the first question, and also you talking about obligate bipedal or facultative bipedal? Like, what are we talking about here?
Yeah, other apes can and do walk bipedally. You see it in chimps and bonobos, oftentimes while feeding or while wading, which has led to separate hypotheses for the origin of bipedalism for wading and also foraging. That's why bipedalism, and really not bipedalism, but an orthograde or upright stance, why that evolved in the first place. People have proposed it's to wade across deeper water, and people have proposed that it's good for feeding. It's a good feeding position to have. But no, other than humans extant, nothing else is classified as being bipedal. In the past, obviously, we have obligate and facultative bipeds, and all of them virtually every hominin is orthograde, which would mean that their anatomical position would be that of humans. But you ask a good question, because as Forrest knows, and as anybody who's studied human and non-human animal anatomy and physiology knows, anatomical directions and standard anatomical position is totally fucked by humans being bipedal, right? Like, what is inferior and what is superior? What is dorsal? What is ventral? What is anterior? What is posterior? We use different words for it. Caudal versus cranial and caudal versus like using rostral instead of cranial. It's really fucky. It's bad.
Yeah, that's the big thing. You have to have two sets of terms, because for us, if I were to say superior and cranial, those both mean the same thing in this direction. But if I'm on all fours, superior is the same thing as dorsal, and cranial now means ventral, as opposed to caudal, which means posterior, which means inferior if I'm standing up. And it's like, yeah, it's a whole fucking weirdness.
It's bad. It's really bad.
Also,
when in doubt, just put your human on all fours. Like, put your human on all fours, and then the directions mean the same thing, and then you're good. So it's like.
And also, fun fact: the anatomical position of the hands, like for example, our palms out like this. So if you're talking about the dorsal part of your hands, you're talking about the backs of the hands because they're facing your back. And also, if you get on all fours, the dorsal part of your hands are facing up. So like she's saying that. But what I think is very interesting is that also your penis throws this all off, because the anatomical position of the penis is erect. So if you're flaccid, dorsal is in front of you where the rest of your body is ventral. And if you are so erect that your dick is touching your belly, then the dorsal side of your penis is correct. Otherwise, dorsal, if it's just sticking straight out, is the same thing as superior or caudal. So your penis throws everything all off entirely. It's just so weird. It's so weird.
Huge L for penis.
$10. So for real, and most days, $10 from Glam Pixie. There are 5 states in the United States that have refused to shut down any of their institutions. Eugenics plays a massive role in shutting people away from their entire lives. It is always bad. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Like, it's just, I get the vibe of like, hey, we can improve humans somewhat, but then you inevitably get caught in this trap of, okay, well, who's deciding what is an improvement, and how do you do away with the undesirables? Because then you're going to have some bad problems.
Literally was so hard not to interject and say exactly that during your calls tonight. Like, who decides what's desirable?
Yeah.
Yep.
We got 10 Canadian dollars from Sentinel 720. 79. Spent time with gnomes at a LARP. Great people. After some time, I now know more. That's the worst one of the night, Sentinel 7. It's not close. That's the worst one of the night. Because it's like, now I know more. It's like, it relies on not putting that space in between. It's clumsy work, Sentinel 7. I'm kidding. It was probably good for pun enjoyers.
$10 from Ramleys. I'm starting a fish farm that specializes in bottom feeders. I'm calling it the Floundry.
So this is, and I know I've said this before, but like this is the great downfall of puns as being actually funny, is that you have to come up with the most ludicrous scenarios to make them work. It's like, yeah, I get it, but you would never do that. You would never create a thing that specializes in bottom feeders and called it the Floundry. But you know what? Everybody, all the penis havers have had boners, which is why the boner joke worked, because that's relatable content. $10 from Empress Lizard.
Do you think they floundered on the joke? Or do you think the joke was...
You can't even do that. You can't even take the pun from the joke and repurpose it as an extra pun. That is so lame.
I think it's good.
Forrest.
I think it's good that they took a chance. You got to carpe the DM. Carpe.
Yeah,
you got to carpe it.
I get it. Yeah, I get it. You were thinking of that one while you're being chastised for that bullshit one just now. It's literally pun stealing.
What I'm saying is... They had
H-Bomber guy. It looks like we got a content thief on our hands here. It might be time to send him to YouTuber jail.
There was all sorts of, I'm trying to say the word shad. All sorts of shad they could have said. That doesn't really make any sense. I'm trying to come up with another one. Yeah.
I'm moving on. Give up.
I think there was a large grouper of jokes they could have made.
Yeah.
And they chose the best
go back
one.
To school.
Yeah, I'm
nice.
Not me.
See?
That's on him.
They get it.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I get it, Lux. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lux's was better than yours. No offense, but I kept trying to figure out if that was an intentional pun. Yeah, me too. So I ran it through 10 different pun checkers to see if one would come back positive, but no pun in 10 did. Like no 1 in 10 did. Empress Lizard, you're really giving Sentinel 7 a run for their money with this one, because I didn't like that. I didn't like that one at all. Because pun in 10, 1 in 10, I feel like that's low-hanging fruit. I feel like I've heard pun as a replacement for 1 many times on this show.
The really funny part is that isn't the joke at all. No pun intended. No pun intended.
Oh, okay, I get it. No pun intended. I thought it was pun with 1.
I think
okay, that's better than Sentinel 7. That's better than Sentinel 7.
I think it's... Yeah, so I think that you're smart enough to get it. I think it's really fishy that you're pretending like you didn't get the joke.
Oh my god.
We're gonna back around to
it's
fish.
just...
We're gonna back around to fish.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I get it. No, I get it.
Right.
I just Forrest, I feel like you can do better than this. I feel like this is bad for you. Like it's a bad run for you, pun-wise. If I was a pun user, I would say this is a bad pun for you instead of run, because that's the max. That's how puns work. Is that it just has to sound similar to word.
That's not how puns work. $10 from Corey Springer, who just said poo. Thank you.
That's Rex.
For the $10. It's very kind of you.
$10 from Kate Space, but we know that Forrest Valkai is not your real name, Tommy. Still waiting for that dude to call in, buying again for $10 because I'm a moron. That's right. Your evil
Dude,
alter ego.
I gave up on that guy calling in a long time ago. He stopped even fucking following me around on Instagram, and it sucks. I would have paid $100 to a charity of my choice to get that phone call.
Forrest straight up had that guy
see? Forrest shad the bed on that one. I knew there was something to do with shad. We could have made a shad joke somewhere, and this person pulled it up. Well done, AJ Bray writes in the chat.
Oh wait, is this me? Oh shit. Okay, $10 Australian from Misha76. Just here to say, I love when Erika or Forrest are so excited about explaining what they're fully explaining. Okay, hold on. when Erika or Forrest are so excited about what they're explaining that they're fully geeking out and talking fast. Love to see the passion, even for the rants. First, I don't know if this is how it is for you, but like I do. It does not even occur to me when that happens. Like when I'm explaining something, people are like, "Damn, you're so excited when you explain it," and it's like I don't feel that way. I feel like I'm explaining it because I'm like, it's cool to explain.
Yeah. That's I'm just having a fun time, and then I realize suddenly because somebody nudges me that I've been talking for 45 straight minutes, and everyone's kind of falling asleep. Like I haven't stopped. $10 from Jamie the Blind Limey, who says, "You're both delightful. No slide on Erika, but I spend my money exclusively on 3 things: gaming, anime, horse girls, and fucking with Forrest Valkai on the internet, in that order." You know what, though? I appreciate the honesty and the consistency.
I think that's actually a good thing. I think that messing with Forrest is much funnier, and you should keep doing that. SGD $20. Max V101. Tommy Valkai and Trans Millhouse have become my favorite pair of hosts. Much love.
Can we set the next time we're hosting together? Can we make that the title? Evolution is real. Call Tommy Valkai and Trans Millhouse.
Tommy Valkai and Trans Millhouse. That is pretty funny.
That would be a great show. I was talking Jamie Blind Limey.
Someone email Jim Bob and get him in here. Get Jim Bob to call in.
Tell him to call in. Pick up the phone. I was talking to Jamie the Blind Limey the last time I was in Austin, and I saw him reference this in the chat, and I wanted to throw it by you. Do you have a second for a thought experiment?
Yes, of course.
Since we're already late. So here's the thought. Okay, here's the concept. Imagine you are taken prisoner. You're kidnapped. You're held hostage by a lunatic. And this is the gambit. The person says, I have this room here, and every single day you have to go in this room, and the room opens. It's a pocket dimension, and when you go in there, the thing about the room is there is no causality. Nothing causes anything else. Random shit happens at random times. There is no logical progression of events anymore. Time means nothing. Okay. Space means nothing. Events mean nothing. It's complete fucking insanity in there. And you have no way of telling what's going to happen next. You could be in there for an hour. You could be in there for a week, whatever. The time out here will continue, but time in there is completely whatever it's going to be. And eventually, I'll pull you out of there in a few hours, and then you have to go back in the next day. And if you don't do this...
For like 5 minutes, or I could be in there for like 10 years.
To your perception, it could be any amount of time. But in the real world, it'll only be for a little while.
Okay, Roger.
And it's complete fucking insanity. Complete insanity in there, and it's just, nothing makes any sense. And if you don't do it, you are going to die very slowly and painfully and weirdly. You're just going to decay and fall apart over the course of days and weeks.
If I don't do it? Okay.
If you don't go in there every single day, let me put you in there. And you ask this person, fucking, why? Just let me go. And the person says, nope, here's the problem, is that if you don't do it, I also die. And if I let you go, I also die. So this is the situation that we're in now. So here's the question for you. Do you participate? Do you go in the room and experience insanity for, this and non-causal universe with no time and no, consequences and everything's fucking madness? You can experience pain in there, but you can't die in there. And the pain isn't real. It's just everything's isolated to there.
And I'm aware when I'm in there that I'm in there, right? Like I'm not just confused
You are. When you go in there, there's no causality. So you don't even remember that you went in there. And sometimes you might, but there's no temporal relationships to things. It's just this happens and then this happens and then I'm in this place and that place.
Is it Severance-esque where when I come out, I'm like, I was in there for 5 minutes or I was in there for 10 years? And do I remember what happened in there when I come out?
You might.
Okay. If I remember what happened in there when I come out, I do it once and I see how I feel about it. I want to get a vibe. right? To like see how bad it is.
Yeah.
Now you said that if I don't go in there, I die slowly and painfully, and also the guy who's holding me captive dies slowly and painfully.
Yeah.
Okay, and I have to keep doing
here's the
this
thing,
until
is each time you go in is different. Sometimes you go in there, you don't even notice you were in there, and you just pop right back out.
Okay.
Because there is no
and
causality.
I just go one time a day.
So you go once a day.
I think part of the thing to ask is like, are you affected by it when you are outside? Like, are you like the insanity is in your brain now?
You can be. It can fuck with you a little bit, but generally speaking, you're you. So you would know, okay, I'm out of there now, it's fine. You know?
And
like I said, you can experience let's say 2/3 of the day at least.
I'm in there for
at least 2/3
of every day. Of
no,
every real
outside.
day.
You are out of there for at least 2/3 of every day.
Okay.
You have to go into the room for at least
for about 8 hours. For 8 hours
to a third of the day. Around and it could be less, but around that area.
I think I'm true to my nature. I think I experiment. I think I go in there once and I feel out how horrible it makes me feel, and then I take it day by day from there. And then once I hate it enough, I leave and out of spite die painfully and take my captor with me. That's what I would do.
Right on.
No further information.
The fun thought experiment here. Is that your captor is your body, and you are your mind, and the room is sleep. You dream for at least the 8 hours a day. You go in this room where there's no causality and shit's random and insane and nothing makes sense and shit pops into. And sometimes you remember it and you can experience pain, but it can't really kill you. And you have to do it every fucking day. Otherwise, you die slowly and painfully, and your body is keeping you captive, and it dies too if you don't participate, or if it lets you leave, it dies.
Bro.
But sleeping feels good.
I love sleeping. Yeah, that's nuts. I love sleeping. That shit rocks. That rocks my socks off. I do that. I love that. And maybe I'm very lucky, but usually my dreams, it's nonsensical, but it's not what I was envisioning from the thought experiment, where it's like I'm actually confused all the time. Like there's a very loose thread that tends to tie it together. So it's not miserable. When it's scary, it's fucking miserable. But that's rare. I don't experience a lot of that. I like the thought experiment though. I didn't figure it out while I was doing it. I didn't figure out we were talking about sleep. I was just thinking about it. I thought it was going to be like a theism thing, like where it's like this mortal coil is life and God is your captor or something like that.
Right.
I like it though.
Yeah. My dreams are jumbled up nonsense a lot of the time. They're just all over the place. And like they're just chunks of stories there's usually not a common thread. It's like just bits of bobs of whatever. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
I think if I didn't biologically need to, I would prefer not to sleep. Yeah,
me too. It's fun sometimes, but if I could not sleep or eat anymore, I think I'd be a lot happier, a lot more productive. I could just work.
People say that, but my thing is I love sleeping and I love eating. Like some of my greatest pleasures that I get in life are the basal ones. So sleeping when I'm tired. Oh my god. There is nothing like it. Let me just paint a picture. You've just been traveling overseas for 48 hours. You get back, you lay down in your own bed first time. You hit yourself with a Benadryl and you know that you're about to be asleep for like 14 hours. Love that. Amazing. Immaculate. You get, oh my God, when it's cold outside, you get hit with the cozy, snug as a bug in a rug in a big fleece quilt, and you're sleeping and you got a fan blowing on your face. It's dark and you don't have to get up for anything in the morning. That, euphoric. Love it. Eating a giant meal of something that I like when I'm starving until I'm fit to burst. Love it. I love anticipating a meal. I like feeling full when I'm done with a meal. I like feeling not full when I'm done with the meal. I like thinking about what I'm going to eat during the day. I'm actually kind of just like like carnal in that way, I think. Like I get so much out of that. A hot shower, like just sensation of heat on my body. I love that. I love fire. I like watching it burn. I like feeling it on my hands, like the warmth from the fire on my hands, not the fire itself. What else?
Hey, we're so close to being done.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, which means we have more time to talk. No, having a body is fucking rad, and I agree with you. I'm just saying, like, if I didn't have to do these things, it'd be a lot more enjoyable. You know what I mean?
Dude,
if I got like once a month, I got to just have
so-
a great big meal and go to bed. That'd be great. And the rest of the time I get to
so
work.
hear you on that. I so hear you on that, and I do find it frustrating that there's never enough hours in the day. But like, I kind of like the setup that we've got. Like, I'm kind of tied to my mortal shell in that way, where it's like, I love sleeping, I love eating, I love being warm, I love being with my spouse. Like, I love all of that shit. Like, just detect the sensations. Hit me with the sensations. $20 from Tall Guy G. Erika, another global flood heat problem I rarely see mentioned. The rainfall alone would raise the global temperature by 3,500 degrees Celsius from the condensation of billions of kilometers of water. I have not heard that one before, Tall Guy G. From the condensation of billions of cubic kilometers of water. Is it by virtue of the rainfall alone, like the quantity of cubic kilometers, or is it due to its interaction with the accelerated nuclear decay and the friction and all that kind of stuff? I wonder. But I like it. Thank you, Tall Guy G.
What the fuck am I doing? What am I doing here? Sorry. I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay. 43. Erika, another, that's the same. You just read this.
I thought you were thinking about it real hard for a second.
I thought he was too. I thought he was doing that too.
Suck gross dick 10 from Max V101. Erika, if you ever think about working at a prison library, you'll need to consider both the pros and the cons.
I get it. I thought that was going to be a joke about the prison wallet, which was the butt. Because there's poop in the butt, and that would have made it a poop joke, which you guys love so much. From the same guy, Suck Gross Dick, for $10. Max V101. How does Moses make coffee? He brews it. He brews it's just the word. It's just the word smashed together. You deserve what I just said to you moments ago. Your turn, Forrest.
It's $9.99 by Outwitted by Fish. Will the floundry be profitable, or will they just be doing it for the halibut?
Like halibut, I get
What
it.
a phenomenal joke.
I so get it.
Well done.
I so get
well done.
it. And it was reliant. The best part about that one is that one was reliant on the setup that we provided. It would not exist. This is the problem of evil, people. This is us bringing evil into the world. $10 from Bramley CX. I know it's Bramley, so it's going to be a pun. I just learned that there's a little island near Italy with 5 million Sicilian people. That's officially the largest number I've ever heard in my life. 5 million Sicilian people. I get it. Thank you, Bramley. That was really... Thank you, Bramley. I really liked that. How do you feel about drowning in a large mug?
Sicilians are those really cool here we go. Sicilian are amphibians. And I like to think about the fact that there are I like to think that there are 5 million of these guys. Yeah. And they produce milk of a kind, by the way.
Oh my god, are these the ones that Hank Green was talking about on his podcast? They're so weird.
Yeah,
I have no idea. But like, yeah, these little guys, they excrete like a milk stuff from their skin, and they're the only amphibians to make a milk situation for their little babies. They're great.
Yeah, they're
I like
really
to think that this
bizarre.
is what that person was talking about.
I like that
5 million
reptiles and amphibians just keep evolving the same thing. Like, what if no leg? Dude, what if no leg and what if fossorial? What if no leg and what if underground? Like that, if it ain't broke, take its legs away.
Hear me, Trout.
Oh, here we go.
The floundry is going to make $1 million. I'm putting my bass on the line for this.
Bass. Oh my god. Putting my bass on the line for this. Putting my bass on the line for this. That was actually
maybe he's got a really expensive bass. I don't know.
$20 from Godfrey and Good. Where the Guts of Gibbons started the show talking about scat. Was I talking about poop at the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, read the Nat Geo article saying most humans will look very similar by 2050. Tan skin, fuller lips, big brown eyes, etc. What do you think? Sorry if repeat. we talked a little bit about this earlier, talking about the homogeny. I think if globalization actually ends up happening, that will happen eventually, probably not by 2050. That's too soon.
To the person in chat who says that Sicilians look like dicks, what kind of dicks are you seeing? They're
saying that because
so blue and so noodly. And
there was a Reddit post like 2 days ago with the Sicilian, and it had like a really glans penis-esque head. Like it was a weird looking Sicilian. I think it was a Sicilian. It was either that or it was like a fucked up legless lizard, but it looked like a Sicilian to me. And they were roasting the poor creature in chat. Not in chat, in the comment section. They were roasting it, talking about how it looked like a penis. It was so sad. $10 from Michael Thoney, 95.5. Be sure to tie off the line to avoid a net loss. To tie off the line to avoid a net loss. I get it. It's fishing again. It's fishing. We're fishing all night tonight, aren't we?
They're just fishing for jokes and fishing for compliments.
Yeah. Something like that.
The lone gunman sent $10 to just say abalone, and that's cool.
You know, I thought that was pronounced abalone, but it's not.
It may be. I don't think so.
I almost made a pun joke there where I said, I guess I'm abalone in this. And that would have been better than the one you did earlier, Forrest. No offense.
You don't know.
Oh, $10, $10 Australian dollars from Misha 76. Erika, one day, one of these terrible puns will actually make you smile or laugh, and I can only hope laugh. And we can only hope laugh, and that person is going to be the king of the punsters. I feel like I've snorted at some of them before, but not because of the pun themselves. I feel like I've snorted at like the absurdity of it. But yes, maybe one day you guys can all aspire to it. Your evil jokes line
keep
my
trying, everybody.
Yeah, keep trying.
Keep coming. Did I ever tell you why? Did I ever tell you why you should never brush your teeth with your left hand?
No. Hit me with it. It's going to be annoying. I already know.
Because it's just so much better to use a toothbrush.
That's an anti-joke, Forrest. Those are kind of funny. I kind of like an anti-joke.
That's a great joke.
I thought
a great joke.
When the anti-jokes were up and coming, I thought they were funny, and to me, they still give me a little chuckle. So that I do like that. I thought it was going to be like an alt, so your teeth will be all right or something, like all right, like all your right hand if you're brushing.
That's also very good. That's also
that's
very
what I thought
good.
I thought that's what it was going to be, but I stole that from Arrested Development, so not even my joke.
And
are we done?
With that, we're done. We're done. Someone just put in the chat. They said $10. How do you get your lawyer? What do you call a lawyer that can cook? A sous chef. Hell yeah. That's also very good. I like that a lot. With that, it's over. Thanks so much to Erika for hosting tonight. Love working with you, dude. Thanks so much to Lux for producing tonight. Always a pleasure working with you as well. Thanks so much to Stephanie Helms for call screening. Thanks so much to our mods in chat for keeping things civil. Thanks so much to our people in the chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to our callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day. Never stop learning. Bye-bye.